The Star-Spangled Banner by Francis Scott Key. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Reading by Bologna Times. Oh, say can you see, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? On the shore dimly seen through the mists of the deep, where the foe's haughty host in dread silence reposes, what is that which the breeze o'er the towering steep, as it fitfully blows, now conceals, now discloses? Now it catches the gleam of the morning's first beam, in full glory reflected, now shines on the stream. 'Tis the star-spangled banner, oh long may it wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. And where is that band who so vauntingly swore that the havoc of war and the battle's confusion, a home and a country, should leave us no more? The blood has washed out their foul footsteps' pollution. No refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight and the gloom of the grave. And the star-spangled banner in triumph doth wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, thus be it ever, when freemen shall stand between their loved homes and the war's desolation. Blessed with victory and peace, may the heaven-rescued land praise the power that hath made and preserved us a nation. Then conquer we must, for our cause it is just, and this be our motto, in God is our trust. And the star-spangled banner in triumph shall wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Our listeners aren't tired of hearing Happy New Year, because all of the people connected with this program wish to extend their hearty and sincere greetings, with every wish that 1936 will be full of gladness for you. Few companies have been so long identified with the history and growth of America as DuPont, and so it's fitting that DuPont should present the Cavalcade of America, a series of programs which tell you stories of traditional American spirit. It is the belief of the sponsor that a very real expression of the nature and tempo of American life is found in the ideal of DuPont's research chemists. Better things for better living through chemistry. Your comments on this series of programs will be appreciated very much by the sponsor. Just mail them to DuPont, Wilmington, Delaware, or to your radio station. This evening's story concerns the Declaration of Independence. Our Cavalcade Orchestra sets the stage with Victor Herbert's American Fantasy, which makes use of historic American airs.
All in favor of Mr. Dickinson's resolution?
Aye.
Both sides were eager to postpone the actual vote on the resolution, but many members felt that it had a good chance of passing, and so a committee was named to draft a declaration stating the reasons for such a resolution. The committee consisted of Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, considered by many to be the best writer in the colonies, was chosen to make the original draft. Let us visit the Gratz house on Market Street, Philadelphia, late in June. Gratz is talking with his wife.
But Mr. Jefferson hasn't come down to his supper. I think I should call him.
No, don't disturb him. Mr. Adams and Dr. Franklin are with him. There are serious matters being discussed upstairs.
Well, maybe Dr. Franklin and Mr. Adams would like some supper, too.
Must you always be thinking of food? Important plans are being made for the welfare of our country. Tom Jefferson says that some delegates have been instructed to introduce another resolution for independence this session.
Oh, you're always talking politics and worrying about the country instead of attending to your business. More members of the Continental Congress to track up my floors, I suppose.
You don't appreciate the honor they do us boarding here in our home. Someday this house will be known as a place where history
well, you
was
wouldn't
made.
call it an honor if you had to sweep up after them. Oh, good evening, Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, Mrs. Gratz.
It's young Mr. Temple, Father.
How are you, Mr. Gratz?
Oh, come in, Mr. Phillips. Well, how can I serve you?
I was wondering if you could tell me where I could find more books or pamphlets like this Common Sense. Has Mr. Payne written any more?
I don't know, Mr. Phillips, but I'll ask Mr. Jefferson. He will know.
I'd be very grateful if you would.
Mr. Jefferson's busy now. He mustn't be disturbed. How does your father feel about your sudden interest in this kind of literature?
Father doesn't know. But I'm convinced his ideas are wrong, Mr. Gratz.
Yeah.
Our country must come first, before England or any other place. Don't you think so?
Yes, Mr. Phillips, I do think so. My parents came from Germany and settled here. They are like your father. They are always talking about the old country, but I am an American.
So am I. And our duty lies, I think, with the new country rather than the old. A place where we intend to live and bring up families. We owe it to future generations so that they may have a happy and a better place to live in.
Meanwhile, in Jefferson's rooms, he and his colleagues, John Adams and Benjamin Franklin, are formulating the document that was to help make the country a happy and a better place.
Well, Dr. Franklin, now that you've read the draft, what do you think?
As a whole, Mr. Jefferson, I am delighted with it. But I hope you won't be offended if a much older man makes a few slight suggestions.
Certainly not, Dr. Franklin.
For instance, you say, when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for a people. Now, wouldn't one people be more significant?
Yes. Yes, one people, that's right.
And you say, we hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable. Now, I would prefer we hold these truths to be self-evident.
Self-evident is stronger.
Above all, we must be careful not to alienate any of our colonies at this time. Unless this declaration of our reasons for freedom is passed unanimously by the Continental Congress, it will utterly fail in its purpose.
You're right about that, Dr. Franklin. It must be the unanimous will of the United Colonies.
Now, I've called the colonies the United States of America. Do you like that term, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, Mr. Jefferson, I do. The United States of America. May they ever stand so.
Discussion after discussion caused further postponement of any definite action. On July 1st, 1776, the Committee of the Whole met and advised the passage of the Lee Resolution. The vote was 9 colonies for and 4 against. We find Franklin, Jefferson, and Adams the night of July 1st discussing the situation.
9 votes out of 13. No, it's not enough. If the resolution isn't passed unanimously tomorrow, the rest of the world will never believe our colonies are united. Never believe we are the United States of America.
4 colonies against. Delaware, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, and New York.
The Delaware delegation is evenly divided. The New York delegation has no instructions, and none could possibly arrive by tomorrow. The South Carolina delegates feel that their instructions aren't broad enough to allow them to vote affirmatively.
Rutledge has called them together tonight. Perhaps his eloquence may persuade them.
I'm worried about Delaware. The vote will always remain 1-1. McKean for and Reed against. We can't count on Delaware.
McKean told me that he'd sent a postwriter for Caesar Rodney. As the third member of the delegation, he's sure to favor the resolution.
Rodney's 80 miles away, and they say he's a sick man. We can't expect him to arrive in time to vote.
It's your own Pennsylvania delegation that worries me most, Dr. Franklin. That's a negative majority that no amount of eloquence or persuasion can change.
I know. Dickinson and Morris are sincere. So are Willing and Humphreys. 4-3 against. Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Dickinson.
I trust I'm not interrupting.
Why, not at all. Come in, Dickinson. We were just discussing you.
Not too harshly, I trust. Gentlemen, I was much impressed with the vote today.
So much so that you wish to change yours, I hope.
No, Doctor. I still believe in reconciliation. But I love my country too well to hold out against wishes of majority. I know that independence must pass, and I realize the necessity for an undivided front. My conscience won't permit my voting for the resolution, but I can stay away from the Congress.
That would make a tie in the Pennsylvania delegation, Mr. Dickinson.
I'm on my way to talk to Morris. If he also remained away tomorrow, you would have a majority in the Pennsylvania delegation.
Mr. Dickinson, you and I have long been opponents. Now I want to express my appreciation and gratitude, sir.
Of course, I can't promise for Morris.
Tomorrow will tell the tale. We must wait for tomorrow.
On the morning of July 2nd, the delegates of the Continental Congress assembled to vote on the Lee resolution. Franklin and Adams are seated together not far from the chairman, John Hancock, as the voting proceeds.
There's 8. New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina.
4 more to come, with New York not voting.
The chair calls on Mr. Gwinnett of the Georgia delegation. Georgia votes in favor of the revolution. The South Carolina delegation, Mr. Rutledge.
Mr. Chairman, last night we held a meeting of the South Carolina delegates. Lasted well into the morning. We have come to the conclusion that our instructions are broad enough to allow us to vote on the question. South Carolina votes in the affirmative.
Rutledge must have been very eloquent. Well, I'm beginning to breathe easier.
There are still 2 more, and...
At the request of Colonel McKean of Delaware, I have postponed calling on that colony until an attempt has been made to secure a full representation. Yesterday, the vote was even.
Mr. Chairman.
Here's Colonel McKean now. I was just calling on you.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to report. Our third delegate, Mr. Caesar Rodney, has just arrived. He has ridden all night and wishes to apologize for rushing in so unceremoniously. But thanks to his arrival, the Delaware delegation supports the resolution 2-1.
Only your own colony left, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, only Pennsylvania.
Dr. Franklin, have the other members of your delegation arrived as yet?
No, Mr. Chairman, and I am certain now that Mr. Dickinson and Mr. Morris are not coming. I therefore announce that the Pennsylvania delegation stands 3-2 in favor of independence.
12 ayes, with the New York delegation in sympathy, but not voting. I think we may call it unanimous.
It is unanimous.
Mark my words, Dr. Franklin. July 2nd will be a day of rejoicing and celebration in these United States until the end of time.
But July 2nd, the day the resolution was passed, is not the day we celebrate. On July 4th, after much discussion as to its wording, a formal Declaration of Independence, little changed from Jefferson's original draft, was adopted unanimously by the assembled representatives of the United Colonies. On July 8th, the people of Philadelphia are gathered outside the State House to hear the Declaration read by John Nixon. On the outskirts of the crowd stands young Philip Temple with his father.
I can't see why you dragged me here, Philip. You've read that document yourself at Mr. Jefferson. You almost know it by heart. We can't hear anything here anyway.
I want to see how the people take it, Father.
People, eh? I notice not many of our friends are here.
Many of our friends have fled the town, Father.
Yeah, that is true, sir.
I'm glad you're staying.
I'm waiting to see the outcome of all this. Anyone can put words on paper. But will they live up to their word? Will they sign this declaration?
Indeed they will, Mr. Temple. I'm sure of that.
We'll see, Gratz.
This is a great occasion, isn't it, Mr. Gratz?
A day to remember, lad. I'm glad to see you taking an interest, Mr. Temple.
Huh?
I feared perhaps you'd left town with your friends.
Father's staying in Philadelphia, but I'm leaving town, Mr. Gratz.
You, Philip?
Tomorrow I start for Boston to join General Washington.
Oh, good lad. Does your father approve?
The boy's of age. If I tried to stop him, your Liberty boys would try to run me out of town, I suppose.
Don't mind what Father says. I really think he's rather proud of me.
Mr. Nixon has finished reading the declaration.
Those men in Congress had pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their honor. Could I do less? Every church bell in Philadelphia seems to be ringing.
Yeah, ringing in a new era.
They've given us the ideal. It's our duty to make it real.
On August 2nd, the delegates assembled. 56 signatures were affixed to the document, each man pledging his life, his fortune, and his sacred honor to uphold the principles of freedom and equality so that we and future generations should have life, liberty, and the chance for happiness. There are no braver names than these in the Cavalcade of America.
The American spirit of independence is well exercised by the American housewife as she does her daily shopping. A good example of Mrs. Housewife's firm intention to get the things she buys in first-class condition, fresh, clean, and sanitary, and to see exactly what she's buying, is shown by the revolutionary improvements in packaging during recent years, particularly transparent wrapping. The story of transparent wrapping, or cellulose film, which is another name for it, is a mighty interesting story of chemistry. First manufactured in 1898 in England to wrap the famous Pears soap, and improved in 1908 by a French chemist, this material is now made in the United States. DuPont makes and sells it under the trademark cellophane. Maybe you have seen, or you will see, the recent spectacular moving picture, A Midsummer Night's Dream, in which 700,000 yards of cellophane were used to create the beautiful illusion of fairyland. Or you may have seen pianos and automobiles wrapped in cellophane. But these are the novel and unusual uses. The importance of cellophane to you is the way it protects your health by guarding things from dirt and germs, and also the way it keeps foods fresh and delicious. How can man produce a substance as shimmery as a moonbeam and as elusive as thin air out of the towering spruce tree? Because that's exactly where cellophane cellulose film comes from. Chips of spruce wood go through various chemical processes to end up as a thick liquid. Then an amazing transformation takes place in one step. As the liquid cellulose is forced through a long, narrow slot, it flows evenly into an acid bath, and the instant it touches the acid, it coagulates and becomes solid. Then it's purified and bleached until it's as clear as crystal and made flexible for easy and secure wrapping. DuPont chemists made many improvements in the original discovery. They found how to make this transparent wrapping moisture-proof to protect the freshness of foods and tobacco. In short, the thing to remember is that cellophane cellulose film is something chemistry has created to protect you by protecting the things you buy. It well illustrates the creed of DuPont research chemists: better things for better living through chemistry.
This program has come to you through the courtesy of DuPont, one of America's oldest enterprises, makers of chemical products since 1802. It's one of a series of programs in the Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont each Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time over the Columbia Broadcasting System. When presented on the air, each program also contains a short, interesting story of chemical achievement, illustrating the DuPont chemist's creed: better things for better living through chemistry.
Transcribed.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Biography in Sound. Tonight, George Washington, the man nobody knows. He has been buried for 200 years under tons of plaster, stone, ink, patriotic bombast. We remember him by his little hatchet and the face on a dollar bill. When we think of him, it is as a grim, inhuman hero staring down at us from the walls of classrooms and museums, the Copleys and the Stuarts. Washington, the man, is lost. And yet there is no need for him to be lost. We have countless documents, letters, accounts. We have the research of historians, the guesses of psychologists. What was he like? What was he like when he took off his wig and unbuttoned his waistcoat? What of the human being whose greatness is only magnified by his struggle with himself, with his human longings and fears?
He never cared about me. He treated me like I was an old almanac, out of date.
His mother, Mary Ball Washington.
I have never honored or respected him. He mistreated his men and campaigned unwisely.
General Charles Lee.
Malice could never blast his honor.
John Adams.
His features were indicative of the strongest and most ungovernable passions. Had he been born in the forests, he would have been the fiercest among the savages.
No casual judgment, but the words of Gilbert Stuart, who spent many days painting the man from life.
With respect to myself, I think the arrangement is not quite as it ought to have been, that I, who'd much rather be at home, should occupy a place with which a great many younger and gayer women would be prodigiously pleased. I'm still determined to be cheerful and to be happy.
His wife, Martha Custis Washington.
The world has no business to know the object of my love declared in this manner to you when I want to conceal it.
George Washington to Sally Fairfax, 4 months after his public engagement to Martha Custis. Where did his greatness lie? Well, certainly he was by any standards a great man. Historians are inclined very often to conceive of him as some sort of savior, born perfect and filled with virtue. The truth is that he developed as a man and as a personality over a period of many years, and this is the key to understanding him. Moncure Conway wrote in 1892,
"The Washington family has passed into a conventionalization curiously resembling that of the Holy Family. The savior of his country has, for his mother, a saintly Mary. His father is kept in the background like Joseph. He is born in a mean abode."
The first I ever knew Augustine had a son by his second wife was when he wrote that he was coming to Westmoreland to visit me. He just said, "Bringing my baby son, George, with me." I learned that George had been born at Wakefield, Virginia, on February 22nd, 1732, a new-style calendar. His father, Augustine, was a friend of mine, had iron mines and few plantations. Augustine died when George was 11, a throat infection. Just like his son, come to think of it. Well, anyway, I never did get to know his wife very well. I lost track of George after his father died. I think his mother sent him away right after that to live with his half-brother Lawrence. I guess they didn't get on too well, him and his mother.
The whole record of Mary Ball Washington's life shows that she was a selfish woman, preoccupied with her own needs. She was generous enough, but she wasn't content with giving. She wished passionately to possess in return, according to historian Francis Bellamy. Unlike the other children, Mr. Bellamy writes, George could not respond to this devouring need for devotion on his mother's part. The resulting conflict was so bitter that he was engaged in it for almost the rest of his life. As a matter of fact, he was the only one of Mary Ball's sons to surmount her powerful maternity. Charles died in drink, Samuel of women, and Jack remained tied to her all his life.
No, sir. In all the years I was with him as his man, she never come once to see him. For 30 years after he married Miss Custis, His mother never showed her face at Mount Vernon.
In the 83rd year of her life, Mary Ball Washington lay on her deathbed in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
I only want to hear from him with his own hand that he is well.
She did not hear. Alone, without a word from his mother, he had been sworn in as first president of the United States in New York City. On August 25th, 1789, Mary Ball Washington died of cancer. In the words of Mr. Bellamy, she was a tragic figure in any age, but one who had made her son a rebel in his own self-defense. A fact whose vast importance to the world still cannot be overestimated. At the age of 11, following his father's death, his mother sent him to stay with his half-brother, Lawrence Washington, at Mount Vernon.
It has ever been my opinion...
Lawrence Washington writing to Governor Dinwiddie in London when the question came up of allowing non-members of the Church of England to settle in the lands beyond the Blue Ridge.
It has ever been my opinion that restrictions on the conscience are cruel in regard to those on whom they are imposed.
This from the man who was to exert a tremendous influence on George Washington during the formative years between 11 and 16.
England, Holland, and Prussia are examples I may quote, and much more, Pennsylvania, which has flourished under that delightful liberty so as to become the admiration of every man who considers the short time it has been settled.
6 years of exposure to a doctrine which was shockingly liberal for those times.
Except for a few Quakers, we in Virginia have no dissenters. But what has been the consequence? We have increased by slow degrees, while our neighboring communities, whose natural advantages are inferior to ours, have become increasingly populous.
His companion during these years was young George William Fairfax, son of the colonel who lived as neighbor to Lawrence Washington. This is young Fairfax speaking.
We used to go surveying together. One summer, Father sent us across the Shenandoah Valley. George was the finest horseman I have ever seen. He could stay in the saddle for hours without tiring. Even at that age, he was a giant. 6'2" and 200 pounds without an ounce of fat on him. He used to be quiet for long periods of time when we were together. He had a great sense of privacy. I used to feel it would be almost sacrilegious to intrude on his thoughts during those times.
What was he thinking on those long rides with Fairfax? Well, we can only guess. The colonel's son was going south to marry a tall young brunette, the beautiful Sally Carey. George Fairfax was well off. He could afford to marry. Washington, at 16, didn't have a penny to his name. 2 months before, Washington had met her. Then Sally Fairfax married his closest friend, George William Fairfax. The following year, he went to the Barbados with his brother Lawrence.
To the Barbados, where I hoped the climate would help this cough which has been clinging to me for several months now. While we were there, George contracted the smallpox and was desperately ill for some weeks.
The disease immunized Washington to the plague which was to sweep through the colonial army many years later. The climate of the Barbados was exactly the wrong cure for Lawrence Washington's tubercular lungs, and he died at Mount Vernon shortly after their return.
And to my beloved young half-brother George, in deepest affection, I do bequeath all of my lands and estates at Mount Vernon.
Now, at 20, he was alone, the master of an estate. With his mother, he had little contact. The brother who had cared for him since their father died had also left this world. He was physically powerful, a tremendous horseman, an athlete, and already, as one of the older ladies put it...
Impudent? Well, he danced with me 6 times at Colonel Fairfax's reception for Sally. He is charming, though, when he wants to be. I never saw such a moody young man.
My place of residence is at present at his lordship's...
Washington, writing of his stay at Colonel Fairfax's plantation, where he was to spend much of the following 9 years.
My place of residence is at his lordship's, where I might, was my heart disengaged, spend my time very pleasantly, as there's a very agreeable young lady in the same house. But that's only adding fuel to fire. It makes me the more uneasy, for by often and unavoidably being in company with her, revives my former passion for your lowland beauty.
Thus began the relationship which was to remain an important part of Washington's inner life until his death. Some say that Sally Fairfax was a flirt. She had her portrait painted with a pretty flower in her hand and a come-hither smile on her lips. The details are not known. We know that he was Virginia's most eligible bachelor for the next 9 years and never once considered marriage. We know that he wrote to Sally often of his unfulfilled love for her, and that he destroyed all of his diaries and letters during this period. We know that at the age of 66, after 25 years of separation from her, years during which he had won the Revolution and been twice President of the United States, he wrote to her,
none of which events, however, nor all of them together, have been able to eradicate from my mind the recollection of those happy moments, the happiest in my life, which I have enjoyed in your company.
I do, sir. I remember the times when Colonel Washington came courting Miss Martha. Yes, I do. Great times, sir. Great times.
Old Cully, Martha Custis' family servant, speaking to the historian George Washington Parke Custis.
He looked like a proper man, I tell you, sir. Never see the likes of him, though I've seen many in my day. So tall, so straight when he sat on a horse and rode with such an air. Ah, sir, he was like no one else. Many of the grandest gentlemen in the gold lace were at the wedding, but none looked like the man himself.
He married Martha Custis, the richest woman in Virginia, on January 6th, 1759.
And didn't he underestimate this marriage to Martha Custis?
Dr. James Craik, the personal physician who attended him from childhood to his death, who knew him perhaps better than any other man.
Nay, didn't he underestimate it? Perhaps it didn't have the romance you read about in the storybooks, but it was strong and deep. Think on it. It lasted for 40 years. It survived childlessness, revolution, and years of separation. Aye, and it survived Sally Fairfax, too. I know the man. I know him like my own son. And he had a streak of honor in him that once he decided on a course of action, you couldn't swerve him. Oh, I'm not trying to persuade you that he ever forgot Sally. Far from it. But what he had with Martha, you can't break asunder. It was a relationship that grew day by day. And there's a deep satisfaction in that. They liked each other, and they respected each other. And there was more to that round little woman than you'd ever dream.
7 weeks after his marriage to Martha, he wrote Sally Fairfax.
I dare to believe that you are happy, and I wish fervently that I will be happy too. Misconstrue not my meaning. Doubt it not, nor expose it.
And to a close friend in England,
I am now, I believe, fixed at this seat with an agreeable consort for life, and I hope to find more happiness in retirement than I ever experienced amid a wide and bustling world.
He was 27, and he had come to terms with his own turbulent and tormented soul.
I tell you, sir, he was a hard man to know. But after a while, some say he was stony and frozen, but when you come to know him, you get to see that he runs deep with feelings. So deep that I do believe it frightens him sometimes.
There are depths in a man's soul which no one, not even himself, may plumb.
He gets into rages.
Thomas Jefferson.
He gets into rages and passions when he cannot command himself. His temper was naturally high-toned, but reflection and resolution had obtained a firm and habitual ascendancy over it. If, however, it broke its bonds, he was most tremendous in his wrath.
Sir, your impertinent letter of the 24th was delivered to me yesterday by Mr. Smith. As I am not accustomed...
George Washington to Colonel Muse.
As I am not accustomed to receive such from any man, nor would have taken the same from you personally without letting you feel some marks of my resentment, I would advise you to be cautious.
I was his man until he died.
Billy Lee, Washington's mulatto servant.
And he was hard. Just as he was on himself. But he was fair, and a man could count on it.
Sir, with this letter comes a Negro which I beg favor of you to sell.
Washington to the captain of a slaver, written in 1766.
To sell in any of the islands to which you may go for whatever he will fetch. And bring me in return for him 1 hogshead of the best molasses, 1 hogshead of the best rum, 1 barrel of limes, good and cheap, 1 quart of tamarinds. That this fellow is a rogue and a runaway, I shall not pretend to deny. But that he is exceedingly healthy and strong, and good at the whole neighborhood can testify, which gives me reason to hope that he may, with your good management, sell well, if kept clean and trimmed up a little when offered for sale.
We had many long talks on the subject of slavery.
The Marquis de Lafayette, whom Washington regarded as his dearest friend.
And he came to see, I think, that the whole institution of slavery was abhorrent and could not be reconciled with democracy. It was characteristic of the man that his sense of justice would enable him always to select the fine principle and make it a part of his life.
I hope it will not be conceived,
Washington, 1786.
from these observations, that it is my wish to hold the unhappy people who are the subject of this letter in slavery. I can only say that there is not a man living who wishes more sincerely than I do to see a plan adopted for the abolition of it. But there is only one proper and effectual mode by which it can be accomplished, and that is by legislative authority.
When he died, he left it in his will that I should be free if I choose it. And he forbid any slave of his to be transported down or sold up. And he say free all slaves which belong to him in his name. And he say he like to free all slaves now, but some belong to Miss Washington. So when she die, they all be free. And he say if they cannot work or find food, his heirs shall feed and clothe them.
And I do, moreover, most pointedly and most solemnly enjoin it upon my executors to see that this clause of my will be religiously fulfilled, without evasion, neglect, or delay.
In 1774, the wealthy young fox hunter, lean and sunburned, dressed in his uniform of commander of the Virginia militia, was sent to the First Continental Congress as delegate from his own colony. He was 42 years old at the time. He had been an aide to General Braddock in the campaign against the French in 1755. He had published a rather famous account of his military expedition against Jumonville. And there was a murmur when he entered the assembly.
I thought it a little ridiculous at the time.
The speaker is Benjamin Franklin.
He was the only man there in full uniform. Buff and blue, as I recall it. Same color he adopted for the Continentals. Well, naturally, I turned to Jefferson and asked who the fop was. That's Washington, he told me. Fox hunter from Virginia. Well, he made a speech at the Virginia Burgess only last month in which he offered to raise 1,000 men at his own expense and march at their head to Boston. I put my handkerchief in front of my face to smile at that. It occurred to me how the devil a farmer from Virginia concerned himself with the fact that they were going to close Boston and starve us out. Well, somehow I couldn't take my eyes off the man. Nobody could. He didn't seem at all foppish or ill at ease. There was an air about him. He moved easily, by far the most graceful big man I've ever seen. And when he finally spoke haltingly, ill at ease, you got the feeling that here was a man with such a fine sense of his own inner life that he bore no shame or embarrassment, even at speaking so poorly. He accepted himself with his imperfections, and he knew his limitations. He is the only man I ever met who was utterly and completely devoid of personal fear. Before the Congress had ended, we all knew it. He was our man.
NBC is bringing you Biography in Sound. George Washington, the man nobody knows. We'll continue with Part 2 after a brief pause for station identification. We continue now transcribed with Part 2 of George Washington, the man nobody knows.
They came shuffling in from the farms of Massachusetts and Vermont, sullen, stubborn, heads hanging, big hands gripping long squirrel guns or scythes or wooden clubs. They stood around in silent groups looking at the tall man in the buff and blue uniform of the Virginia militia, appraising him silently, taking the measure of the man. When their officers tried to dress them up in some kind of order, they moved with a slow resentment, eyeing them suspiciously. Most of them wore tattered work clothes. Some were barefoot. Occasionally, you would see a father and a son, no more than 11 or 12. To look at them, you'd wonder what spark had ever prompted them to come. Could these men know the meaning of Jefferson's high-flown rhetoric, the talk of liberty and equality and freedom? Could ignorant folk such as these ever be shaped into an army that would stand against the immaculate ranks of British grenadiers?
When you live hard the way we did, and the Rocks have got a mortgage on the land, you get in the habit of helping out. Like somebody come down one day and says, Japheth, old man Woodard's building a new barn where the old one burned. And you tell your wife, I think I'll go down and lend a hand to old man Woodard with his barn, see? Well, one day Samish, he has the place near the plank road, he come by and says, Japheth, they got a hard row in Boston. And Israel Putnam's going over there with some of the boys to lend a hand. So I just said to Samantha, I think I'll go down and look around the camp with old Put. And I went.
A Yankee is a peculiar bird.
Israel Putnam.
He doesn't care about his head, but he dreads like the devil having his shin shot up. Give him something to stand behind, and he'll fight as long as he can see anything to shoot at. I told General Washington when he first come down to Cambridge to take command that we ought to fight guerrilla style, but he wanted discipline. Discipline. Why, before he come, when Artemus Ward was in command, there wasn't a day passed when an officer wouldn't get knocked down by one of his own men. Like as not, he'd just get up and whip the tar out of his man, or else we'd get a new officer. But the general, he tried to put a stop to it. Torture he used. When he'd find a man guilty of rioting, he'd had him straddle a board 6 foot off the ground. Then they'd tie weights to his feet and leave him. A lot of the men wouldn't stomach it. They went home. Well, the general learned pretty quick that you can't bully a man into fighting for you. He learned you got to say that no matter how you feel about him.
Dear Jack, I am now to bid brother adieu to you.
George Washington to his brother, 1776.
I am now to bid adieu to you and to every kind of domestic ease. I am embarked on a wide ocean, boundless in its prospect, and in which perhaps no safe harbor will be found. My dearest.
George Washington to his wife, 1776.
I would not think of leaving this city without dropping you a line, especially as I do not know whether it will be in my power to write again till we get to camp. I go fully trusting in that providence which has been more bountiful to me than I deserve, and in full confidence of a happy meeting with you sometime in the fall. I return an unalterable affection for you, which neither time nor distance can change. My best love to Jack and Nellie, and regard for the rest of the family. The time is now near at hand.
General Orders, July 2nd, 1776.
The time is now near at hand which must probably determine whether Americans are to be free men or slaves. Let us therefore animate and encourage each other and show to the whole world that a free man contending for liberty on his own ground is superior to any slavish mercenary on earth.
Now there was no retreat. The formative years were over. The meld that had worked in him as a child and a youth and a young man was brought to a boil. Washington the man had taken his cross on his shoulders and started on the long pilgrimage
of his mature life.
I know the integrity of my own heart.
George Washington, 1776.
I know the unhappy predicament I stand in. I know that without men, without arms, without ammunition, without anything fit for the accommodation of a soldier, that little is to be done. And what is more mortifying, I know that I cannot stand justified to the world without exposing my own weakness and injuring the cause.
Those first months, he was like some kind of animal in a cage. When I'd fix his breakfast in the morning, he'd look at it like a child whose mama's trying to make him eat. And he'd push it away. That saved his life one morning in Cambridge when one of his bodyguards tried to poison him. I give the plate to the hound, and he died. And I tell Master George, he don't say a word. He just walk out. And by they come and get Master Hickey, and they hang him up to die. He was in a fierce temper those days, was Master George. No troops, he said. No money, no nothing. How'd they expect me to fight a war? One day he writing one of those letters to the gentleman in Congress. Seemed like he was always writing. And he looked up at me, sudden like, and he said, Will, the Spanish pears will be in bloom at Mount Vernon. Then he stopped. And I seen he was 1,000 miles away by the look in his eye. 1,000 miles away.
He wrote to us. I remember it must have been August, because the Spanish pear was in blossom.
Sally Fairfax.
The letter was addressed to my husband. I wondered why he had sent it. Didn't say much. Something about needing supplies and money. It ended, remember me affectionately to your wife. And that was all. Neither of us ever really understood why he wrote that letter. Well, I'm an old woman. Doesn't really matter now.
While Washington tried to make an army out of the chaotic, poverty-stricken mob at Cambridge, the British were encamped in Boston, only a few miles away.
It has always been a source of utter amazement to me
Sir William Howe, commander of the British garrison at Boston,
that Washington didn't simply march into Boston and put us all to the sword. Half our troops had pneumonia, the other half had smallpox, and we had no supplies at all. If he'd sent 5,000 men at us, he would have destroyed the entire King's force in America. Instead, he let himself send his most brilliant general, Benedict Arnold, racing off to Canada to try and take Quebec. Oh, Lord. By the time he was ready to attack, we'd made plans to evacuate the city anyway. To take a town without killing a single man was an empty victory. I never saw much value in fighting for towns anyway, but it looked good on the communiques, and the king rather expected it.
There were rumors to the effect. Rumors which reached mine own ears.
The speaker is George III, King of England.
To the effect that General Howe's sentiments were with the colonists. Some went so far as to whisper that he deliberately abandoned each opportunity to crush the insurrection. I was also aware that he was a violent Whig and had stated publicly that America deserved her independence and he would like to see her have it. But I know Sir William. He is, as you may recall, a cousin of mine, with good German blood. I believe he did his best. Personally, I was never convinced of the value of those ridiculous outposts to my country anyway. This fellow Washington, I can't understand what makes a loyal British subject who has everything in life, a good income, position, friends, what makes such a man become subversive and try to overthrow his government by plotting and force of arms? So, if it wasn't Howe's treachery, what was it? I spoke to my minister, Lord North, and he makes truths. I don't know if our generals frighten the enemy, he tells me, but they certainly frighten me. This is funny. I was always convinced, as I am now, that the majority of Americans were loyal British subjects. The number of loyalists who joined our forces was enough to show this. Burgoyne's army was doubled in a single campaign by loyal Americans. And now, secondly, I will not tolerate opposition. The opposition in my own country is fantastic. They plot against me. It's a fact, don't doubt it. I've heard them whisper I am mad, that I impose my will on every minister. But I am the king. How can I be mad? Why didn't they surrender? They are the ones who must be mad. I simply don't understand how we lost the colonies unless it was because of this fellow Washington, who was certainly out of his mind to keep fighting and losing and fighting. And I sent them German soldiers, mind you, and the finest in the world. And those idiots of the generals, they betrayed me. Yes, Howe, too. He never wanted to win. Oh, I should have known from the start.
The indications of the psychosis into which George III lapsed are found in this statement.
But there are also in it some interesting observations. Let's listen now to General Charles Lee, whom Washington had sent ahead to fortify New York City.
If it hadn't been for the stupidity and dilatoriness of the British, if the British generals hadn't been blind to their opportunities, George Washington's reputation today would probably be that of a misfit, a failure, and one of the worst blunderers in the history of military strategy who ever lived. Only an utter fool would have attempted the defense of New York. First of all, he shouldn't have tried to defend it. Second, he violated the most simple principle of warfare by dividing his troops, putting half the army over in Brooklyn and the other half in Manhattan. Good Lord, if it hadn't been for the rain, they'd have cut us to ribbons marching in from Long Island like that. They praised him for the retreat. That's what galls me. Retreat. There they were, the best of our army, crowded along the shore in Brooklyn, waiting for a bunch of leaky old rowboats to take them across. If Howe had swept down on them, he'd have ended the bloody war right there. But he waited. He always waited when it seemed he could finish us. And by morning, Glover's regiments of Marblehead fishermen had managed to row them across to Manhattan. So there we were in Manhattan with the British just waiting for a few boats so they could cross the East River and finish us. And still that fool Washington hung on. He was incapable of making a decision. He was the worst military man I ever met in my life.
I remember the morning they crossed the East River to come and get us. It was the 15th of September. The first we knew, the cannons over at the river were booming. The general, he was at headquarters in Harlem. He says, "Horace, saddle my horse." I did. And then we followed him down the island. Well, we got halfway down and we saw the first of our troops. They was running like the devil was chasing them. And it was a red-coated devil. Well, first thing, the general rears up his horse and he yells in that big voice, "Stand up and fight." But you couldn't stop them soldiers. They was full of panic. Then he grabs a whip out of my hands and he rides right into him, cutting and hacking at him like he was crazy. It was no use. They run right past him. He hacked at him till there was none left. And then he just sat there. And I could see them big shoulders moving like he was crying. I looked up, and there was the British coming up the island like a fury. They started shooting. But you know the British, they used to shoot from the hip, and you can't hit nothing that way. Finally, I give his horse a tug, and I said, "Come on, General, you'll get killed." He didn't say a word. I had to lead that horse at a gallop all the way back to Harlem. You know, for a minute there, I thought he didn't care if he lived or died.
We are encamped now on the heights. From my tent, I can see the lower part of Manhattan in flames. They rumor that I sent incendiaries to do it, but I did not. I remain firm in my pledge to Congress to prevent the destruction of New York City. The Congress, a bunch of well-fed, squabbling idiots. They're comfortable down there in Philadelphia. What do they care that 1,000 men desert me every week, that I have no food, no cavalry, no boots, no uniforms? Arnold is in the north, and no word for days. I've got to get to New Jersey. It's our only hope. Thank God for Knox and Greene and Hamilton. As for Lee, I have grave reservations, although I still believe he's a good man. Dear Lund.
George Washington to his brother, September 30th, 1776.
The enemy is within a stone's throw of us. I discharged a regiment the other day that had in it 14 men fit for duty. In short, my situation is such that if I were to wish the bitterest curse to an enemy this side of the grave, I should put him in my stead with my feelings. Yet I do not know what plan of conduct to pursue. I see the impossibility of serving with reputation or doing any essential service to the cause by continuing in command. And yet I am told that if I quit the command, inevitable ruin will follow. In confidence, I tell you that I was never in such an unhappy, divided state since I was born.
Retreat, and retreat, and retreat. To White Plains, across New Jersey, to Trenton. This was the pattern of his life. Indecision, disaffection, disappointment, and loneliness. There is no question about it. In those early days of the war, George Washington was a poor general. He was trying to satisfy Congress on the one hand, his generals on the other, and leaving himself out almost completely. Congress ranted, disagreed, and did nothing. His generals chafed under the lack of decision. His men staggered barefoot through the snow. And then one wintry night, the fox hunter tired of playing the fox.
Gentlemen, desperate diseases require desperate remedies. I've been sitting on my temper for many months now, and I serve notice to you and to Congress and to the world that from this moment I must do as I see fit.
On Christmas night of 1776, the ragged army which had been falling back for weeks suddenly turned about and dealt a staggering blow to its pursuers. Once again, Glover's fishermen from Marblehead were pressed into service. This time they ferried 2,400 men, plus all of the artillery left in the Continental arsenal, across the Delaware. At dawn, they attacked the well-stocked Hessian camp like a pack of ravening wolves. As a result of this, and the victory at Princeton which followed, Congress vested new authority in Washington, and he began to shape the army according to his own views.
His true greatness did not show itself in the victories he won.
Lafayette, Valley Forge, 1777.
Rather, it showed itself in defeat. It is the ability to inspire men with a feeling of hope in defeat that makes a leader. Any brilliant strategist can win a battle, and we had a dozen of them. Greene, Gates, Arnold, Wayne. These were the wily foxes of the Revolution. I confess that they could outthink and outmaneuver him on a field of battle. And yet, he would have beaten any one of them simply because, in his largeness, as a human being, he would have eventually embraced them and won them over. Even his enemies, I think.
It was after Gates and Arnold had won up north, when Washington was preparing to winter at Valley Forge, that the infamous Conway cabal began to arm itself against him. The plot was simple enough: to create a large faction that would unseat Washington and replace him with Gates or possibly Lee. Letters were sent back and forth. Meetings were held. Certain members of Congress were involved. And the whole kettle percolated merrily until a drunken officer babbled of a letter he had seen written to Gates by Conway. Washington sat down and wrote the shortest letter of his life.
Sir, a letter which I received last night contained the following paragraph, quote, "In a letter from General Conway to General Gates, he says, 'Heaven has been determined to save your country, or a weak general and bad counselors would have ruined it.' End quote. I am, sir, your humble servant, George Washington."
The effect of this letter was like lightning striking a chicken coop. Conway quickly denied he had written such a line and blamed it on Gates. Gates hastened to reassure Washington that Conway was the intriguer and not he. And pretty soon the whole plot exploded into public with denials and accusations. Washington sat calmly by and watched it unfold. His letter had been a shot in the dark. He had no idea there was any cabal forming against him. Finally, like a patient father who has listened to his children's confessions, he brushed aside the whole affair as casually as if it had never existed and stuck to his main purpose of restoring harmony to his command. On July 4th, 1778, unknown to Washington, his good friend, General Cadwalader, faced General Conway in a duel, sent a pistol bullet crashing into his mouth, disfiguring him for life.
Blood-stained footprints in the snow.
Valley Forge, winter of 1777-78. Out of the despair, out of the hunger, out of the blundering and the bickering and the intrigue, an army emerged. When they left Valley Forge that spring, they were like slavering wolves, ready to fall on anything that stood in their path. At their head rode the fox hunter, his eyes tired and his heart heavy. The enemy, the sleek fox, moved up out of Philadelphia and up through New Jersey, and they tracked him. At Monmouth, the hunter overtook the fox.
He was everywhere.
Lafayette.
All over the battlefield. I never beheld so superb a man. At one moment, he went down in a heap with his white horse, and we thought he had been killed. But he stood up, and Billy Lee, his servant, brought up another mount, a chestnut mare. He spurred right into the thick of the fighting again.
After the battle, General Lee, who had deserted his troops in the midst of the action, was court-martialed. He said he had tried to save the main body of his men in a hopeless situation. But the rumor was that he had tried to lose the battle deliberately, sold out to the British. The war dragged on to its weary conclusion now. Battles were won and lost. The British enthusiasm waned. And it was a 3-year process of wearing down which came to a smashing climax at Yorktown. On Friday, October 19, 1781, the British Army surrendered after 6 years of war.
It was a warm October day.
John Hyde Preston, in his book A Short History of the American Revolution, describes the surrender at Yorktown.
Washington rode out on the right, very superb on his big white battle charger, his boots polished, his hair finely powdered. Lafayette, at the head of his famous light infantry, was having a hard time making his horse behave, jabbering in French and laughing very much at everything that was said to him. Over on the left, near the banks of the York River, stout old Papa Rochambeau bobbed along proudly at the head of his dapper French legions. The country people stood gaping. But in the bay, the riggings of the tall ships were full of singing sailors. Then there was a blast of music on the autumn air, growing louder. The surrendering army appeared. The long red and blue columns marched by, laying their flags on the ground, stacking their guns. It was all over.
I can truly say,
Washington,
that the first wish of my soul is to return speedily into the bosom of that country which gave me birth, and in the sweet enjoyment of domestic happiness and the company of a few friends, to end my days in quiet when I shall be called from this stage. This is the last letter I shall ever write,
Washington,
while in the service of my country. The hour of my resignation is fixed at 12 this day.
He was intent on having Christmas dinner at home.
Tobias Lear, who kept Washington's private accounts.
On the 23rd, he was in the saddle again, headed back from whence he came. He took with him the following items, which I entered in the cash book. A locket, 5 shillings and 5 pence. 3 small pocketbooks, 1 and 10. 3 sashes, 1 and 5. Dress cap, 2 and 8 pence. Hat, 3 and 10. Handkerchief, 1 pound. Children's books, 4 and 6. 1 whirligig, 1 and 6. 1 fiddle, 2 and 6. 4 quadrille boxes, 1 pound, 17 shillings and 6 pence. The gifts were for the children and Mrs. Washington.
Such times as there was then, gentlemen.
Old Cully, Mrs. Washington's family servant.
Such times, I tell you. It was almost like the days when he came courting Miss Martha. Laughing and singing, and him bouncing the little ones on his knee, and dancing with the ladies, and folks coming in carriages from miles around to wish him well and shake his hand. And in the morning he was up at 4 o'clock, and he took his man Billy Lee, and they rode out on the farms, and they was smiling like there was some big joke all the time. But I tell you, sir, I seed Miss Martha look at him sometimes quick-like, and I could tell she was worried about him. Seems like he was always going, like a big clock that can't unwind. Up at 4, in the saddle. I remember when Dr. Craik and Master Bushrod come in saying they couldn't keep up with him. He'd started his horse and drove her till she like to drop from it.
On April 30th, 1789, he took the oath of office as first President of the United States.
My movements to the chair of government will be accompanied by feelings not unlike those of a culprit who is going to the place of his execution.
A year before, he had refused an offer of the crown by Colonel Nicolas, one of his officers.
He called me into his headquarters at Newburgh.
Washington's secretary, Jonathan Trumbull.
I remember it well because he was almost trembling to hold back his rage. I have the original notes right here in my folio. Sir, it is with a mixture of great surprise and astonishment I have read the sentiments you submitted for my perusal. Be assured, sir, no occurrence in the course of the war has given me more painful sensations. If I am not deceived in the knowledge of myself, you could not have found a person to whom your schemes are more disagreeable. Let me conjure you, if you have any regard for your country, banish these thoughts from your mind.
The part I acted in the American Revolution is well known.
This is Tom Paine speaking.
I shall not here repeat it. It is time, though, sir, to speak the undisguised language of historical truth.
The person addressed is President Washington.
You slept away your time in the field till the finances of the country were exhausted, and you have but little share in the glory of the final event. You commenced your presidential career by swallowing the grossest adulation. If you are not great enough to have ambition, you are little enough to have vanity. John Adams is said, and John, it is known, was always a speller after places and offices. John has said that the presidency should be made hereditary in the family of Washington. He did not go so far as to say the vice presidency should be made hereditary in the family of John Adams. The character which Mr. Washington has attempted to act in this world is a sort of a non-describable chameleon thing called prudence. It is in many cases a substitute for principle, and is so nearly allied to hypocrisy. As to you, sir, treacherous to private friendship, for so you have been to me, and that in the day of danger, and a hypocrite in public life, the world will be puzzled to decide whether you are an apostate or an impostor.
And so they turned on him one by one. Hamilton, Jefferson, Adams, isolating him in the presidency, enraged at his treaties, at his unwillingness to have America drawn into the French conflict, at his dogged conservatism and determination to proceed slowly and cautiously.
The attack on me is like a cry against a mad dog, couched in such indecent and exaggerated terms as could scarcely be applied to a Nero or a pickpocket.
A few stood by him. Franklin, who was aging rapidly, and Lafayette and Dr. Craik, and some of his old generals, like Knox.
I care what they think. It pains me deeply that they desert me. But I am determined to listen to my heart. And I know my own integrity. We need 20 years of peace. We need a strong national government. We need neutrality and a commercial treaty with England. Jefferson opposes me. Well, let him. They say I betray my old comrades, the French. Let them talk. My heart answers to me.
On September 17, 1796, he published his farewell address to the people after serving 2 terms as president. When John Adams was elected second president, Washington walked through the streets to his home to congratulate him.
When he approached the house...
John Adams.
When he approached the house, an immense crowd followed him, moving in total silence. When he reached my door, I greeted him, and then he turned around and looked out on the crowd of people who had followed him. I honestly don't think he expected it. It is my belief that he felt he had been deserted by all his fellow Americans instead of a few in high office. Did they tell you he was a cold person? I tell you, no one ever saw him so moved. The tears rolled unchecked down his cheeks. He was 64 years old, and I do believe it had taken him all those years to learn to cry.
On Sunday, December 8, 1799, he contracted a sore throat. He chose to ignore it and spent the day marking trees for cutting and inspecting the farms. That night, he wrote some letters, read the newspapers, and went to bed. Next morning, his friend Dr. Craik was called, along with 2 other physicians. He was bled and given molasses and vinegar. The bleeding weakened him, but he was bled again, as was the medical procedure.
About 5 o'clock, Dr. Craik came into the room.
Tobias Lear, his bookkeeper.
The general said, "Doctor, I die hard, but I'm not afraid to go." The doctor pressed his hand, but could not utter a word. About 10 o'clock, he made several attempts to speak. At length he said, "I am just going. Have me decently buried." I bowed assent, for I could not speak. He looked at me again and said, "Do you understand me?" I said yes, and he said, "'Tis well." About 10 minutes before he expired, his breathing came easier. Dr. Craik came to the bedside. The general's hand fell from his wrist. I took it in mine and pressed it to my bosom. Dr. Craik put his hands over his eyes, and then he expired without a struggle or a sigh. Mrs. Washington, who was sitting at the foot of the bed, asked in a firm voice, "Is he gone?" I could not speak. "'Tis well," she said, in the same voice. "All is now over, and I shall soon follow him. I have no more trials to pass through."
I think I knew General Washington intimately and thoroughly.
Thomas Jefferson.
His mind was great and powerful, without being of the very first order. It was slow in operation, but sure in conclusion. Hearing all suggestions, he selected what was best, and certainly no general ever planned his battles more judiciously. He was incapable of fear, meeting personal dangers with the calmest unconcern. His integrity was most pure. His justice, the most inflexible I have ever known. No motives of interest or consanguinity of friendship or hatred were able to bias his decision. He was indeed, in every sense of the word, a wise, a good, and a great man.
In Bath, England, Sally Fairfax, widowed and childless, clinging to a letter she had received from George Washington only 2 months before his death.
Un malheur ne vient jamais seul. On n'estime jamais une chose assez qu'avant que nous l'avons perdue.
These are the words she wrote in her Bible. Sorrow never comes singly. We never value a thing rightly till it is lost.
The preceding program was transcribed. Monitor takes you everywhere each weekend on NBC Radio.
This is Bill Henry with the news. The hot and muggy weather, which prostrated dozens of persons in the eastern half of the United States, apparently did not interfere with the heavy thinking of the people whose business it is to interpret the sayings of others. The net impression seems to be that those two dictators, Nick Khrushchev of Russia and Juan Perón of Argentina, within the past 24 hours have protested just a little too strongly about the strength of their positions. The Russian dictator boasted about the economic strength of his country, while Perón, a somewhat shaky survivor of a popular uprising, took to the radio to say that his enemies were impotent in their attacks against the people. As usually happens, the experts now believe that there probably is something wrong with the Soviet economy and that Perón is probably more unsure of his position than at first believed. Everybody in Washington seemed disposed to spend the day trying to forget the tragic consequences of the July 4th holiday weekend, which cost more lives than any previous similar weekend in history, traffic deaths alone climbing close to the 400 mark. President Eisenhower, after sending a get-well message to Democrat Senate Majority Leader Lyndon Johnson this morning, who is in a serious condition as a result of a heart attack, lunched with Republican congressional leaders Bill Noland and Joe Martin, and then went to a special showing of This Is Cinerama. Tomorrow he meets all the congressional leaders and will hold his usual weekly news conference. Up on Capitol Hill, the House of Representatives made news by voting a reward of up to $500,000 to anyone providing information regarding the smuggling of any atomic device into this country. It also voted that henceforth all presidential papers shall become the property of the United States government. For many years, these papers have been deemed to be the private property of the presidents, and their disposition has ranged from complete destruction, as in the case of President Harding, or long secrecy, as in Lincoln's case, to the triumphant carrying off of carloads, as in the case of Presidents Roosevelt and Truman, who undertook to set up private libraries. In addition, today, the House voted to limit to 3 years the period during which Korean War veterans can draw GI unemployment compensation. The Senate distinguished itself by letting the Dixon-Yates question, which has been one of the loudest debates in recent history, fizzle out like a wet firecracker today, when it voted $1 1/3 billion to the Atomic Energy Commission and the Tennessee Valley Authority, leaving untouched an appropriation of $6.5 million for Dixon-Yates. There's good reason, of course, to believe that the Dixon-Yates private power plant project will be dropped as a result of the decision of the city of Memphis to build its own power plant. So the whole affair now looks like a Mexican standoff, with both sides loudly claiming victory. Nobody seems to know if anything will come of the protests against flagrant violations of the Korean armistice by the North Koreans. Probably not. But there is a good deal of interest on the other side of the world in the fact that the first West German officers will join the headquarters staff of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization before the end of this month. The French Assembly, apparently anxious not to rock the boat on the eve of the forthcoming Geneva Big Four conferences, postponed debate on the latest troubles in North Africa, and apparently Italy is to have a new government headed by left-of-center Antonio Segni, whose cabinet, however, apparently will continue to be strongly pro-Western. There are rumors today of a red crackdown and a reign of terror in Hungary, but these rumors are unverified. There's been a good deal of economic news today, all of it rather encouraging. The government has set the support price of wheat 2 cents per bushel higher than a year ago. The Commerce Department predicts continuing expansion of booming business, and the stock market, which continued rising, today heard after the New York Stock Exchange closed that General Motors plans a 3-for-1 stock split and set up a saving and stock purchase plan for salaried employees. And Navy Secretary Charles Thomas has raised some eyebrows in the Navy Department by calling for younger admirals. And that's the news to this moment.
This is the NBC Radio Network.
Between Americans, starring Orson Welles.
the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. The Gulf Oil Companies and your good Gulf dealer are proud to present a dramatic picture of this, our America. Here is your host, Roger Pryor, to tell you about it.
Good evening, everyone. We welcome you tonight to one of the most timely programs ever heard on the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Our production of Norman Corwin's script, Between Americans, starring Orson Welles. Broadcast at any time, we believe this program would make every American's heart beat a little faster. Make him hold his head just a little higher. But since the tragic and foreboding news that came today, this program, Between Americans, now becomes an American odyssey. In just a moment, our story will begin. But first, here's Bud Heaston.
Right. And here's an easy way to change from a pessimist into an optimist. If you're wondering now how long you may have to keep your present car, and wondering, too, if it will last, if it will stay in good condition, just look on the bright side of the picture. Remember, when you give the wearing parts of your car good protection, that helps it stay young and act young a long, long time. So give your automobile the modern method of lubrication, Gulflex registered lubrication. Here's why. First,
the expert Gulflex operator works from a master chart of your model car, thus protects each wearing point in the chassis and body.
Second,
the Gulflex man uses not just 1 or 2 greases, but 6 special lubricants, especially developed by lubrication authorities.
And third, here's proof of how good these lubricants are.
In recent tests by Gulf engineers, Gulflex chassis lubricant, for instance, stayed in the shackles 30% better and lubricated nearly 100% longer than the average of competitive products tested.
So get Gulflex registered lubrication, a much better than usual grease job at no extra cost. Remember, too, that your good Gulf dealer is also ready with splendid motor oils and gasolines, such as Gulf No-Nox gasoline, the extra value gasoline that has been especially designed to stop harmful pounding and hammering inside your engine. Make it a habit to stop regularly at your neighborhood good Gulf dealers, your headquarters for making your car last longer.
And now, Oscar Bradley's music introduces Orson Welles, who will talk Between Americans.
This program is Between Americans. That's where the title comes in. We hope you like it, but you don't have to. At any rate, nobody's going to make you stick around and listen to it. That's one of the advantages of being an American. Now, tonight we're doing something quite foreign to the type of thing usually presented by the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Instead of telling a story about 5 or 6 people, we're telling a story about 100 million. This happens to include you, listener, whatever your name may be. As a matter of fact, names don't bother real Americans very much. Not when we've got states named after French kings and English queens are lifted right out of the Latin language like Montana, or out of the Spanish like Nevada, and towns. You know, if you were to hold a convention of all the people who live in foreign-sounding American towns, we could fill quite a sizable stadium. Among the delegates registering on the first day would be...
Me, I'm the delegate from London, Minnesota. I'm in from Dublin, New Hampshire.
Flew in this morning from Cairo, Illinois.
Huh? Whose turn, me? I'm from Canton, Connecticut.
I'm from Paris, Texas.
I came all the way from Shanghai, West Virginia.
Warsaw, Georgia.
I'm the delegate representing Moscow, Kentucky.
My town is Toronto, Kansas.
As for me, Lisbon, Maine.
Delegate from Madrid, Alabama reporting.
I'm from Stockholm, South Dakota.
Drove down this afternoon from Bombay, New York.
Hitchhiked here from Baghdad, Florida.
All right, delegates, now that you've registered, you may all be seated. Now, that's all the preliminaries there's going to be tonight. We're through with the introductions, the overture, and the official registration. So now we can get down to the text, which is, roughly speaking, this. Today, particularly, people are thinking about their country pretty hard. Some of them for the first time in their lives. People are wondering where we're headed. Men are being called on to get ready to defend America. A lot of them are thinking in terms of what is there to defend. Well, now, America means a lot of things to a lot of people. Most of them are solid patriots, only they don't know it. They don't have to wear a red and white and blue button in their lapels to prove it. They don't have to agree with or even listen to people like this.
My fellow citizens, in this great state of flail and plethora, we can pick the dog squirtle your taxes. Our great country is cribbly bolted on and can wackle tabblewick, and your Langanoi ruler Harrington forever.
We got a good hunch most people prefer the quiet kind of speaker. Like the fellow who got up on a platform in a Pennsylvania town one day and said,
"The world will little note nor long remember what we say here."
That was the Gettysburg Address he was referring to. As a matter of fact, he didn't get such good reviews the next morning. Take, for example, the write-up he got in the Harrisburg Patriot.
We pass over the silly remarks of the president. For the credit of the nation, we are willing that they shall no more be repeated and thought of.
If you think that's bad, listen to what the Chicago Times had to say.
The cheek of every American must tingle with shame as he reads the silly, flat, and dishwatery utterances of the man who has to be pointed out to intelligent foreigners as the President of the United States.
Of course, the rival paper in Chicago took the opposite point of view. Rival papers often do.
The remarks of President Lincoln will live among the annals of man.
That paper gave it 4 stars, and they were right. The Gettysburg Address did survive. But that business of calling a president a ham is really something to be proud of. I mean, the right to print a piece saying a president makes a sound like dishwater. Nobody dragged the editors off to jail, even if they were wrong. That's important. Comes under the heading of free press. As soon as anybody starts gagging the press, any press, watch out. Americans don't like that. And by the way, we got a nerve to be calling ourselves Americans all the time when we're really only United Staters. We're a little selfish about that. It's America down there in Chile, too. All the way down the spine of the Andes. If any of you folks are hearing this down around Mexico or Honduras or Salvador or Argentina, or even if you're an Eskimo in the Arctic, we hope you'll overlook our calling ourselves Americans as though we were the only ones in the hemisphere. We do that just because it's so much easier to say than anything else, and also because it sounds so good. By the way, before we leave the subject, what about the original Americans? The Indians? There's a forgotten race for you. How about the Indian on the nickel and the buffalo who roamed the back of the great American jit? Seems a shame. No 2 ways about it. We have forgotten those 100% Americans who went down to quarantine to meet the Mayflower. We don't see them around in person very much these days, but their ghosts are still with us. Maybe the red men are forgotten. Maybe not. But between you and us, it's said that near Boonesboro, Kentucky, on certain nights in November, by the light of the waning moon, some very peculiar ghost meetings go on in the woods south of the river. Also in certain parts of the Alleghenies, between the hours of sundown and the coming of the morning mist. Yes. If you happen to be listening to this in a car, driving along Highway 99 in Wyoming, that man you passed walking down the road a few miles back wasn't a man at all. Seriously, they were brave people. The Indians fought a losing fight against great odds. Wanted nothing more than to keep their land and their way of life. Fighting the fight so many people of all races have had to fight since. The fight to keep free and independent. The fight to stop men from the outside who want to civilize somebody their way. You ever asked yourself what America means to you? Does it mean 1776? Columbia, the gem of the ocean? Big business? The Bill of Rights? Uncle Sam? Chances are it means none of these things. Chances are it means something very personal to each of you. Something close to your heart which you'd miss like the very blazes if you were stranded abroad. Might have nothing at all to do with quotes from Madison or acts of Congress. It might be just the feeling about the crisp autumns in New England and the smell of burning leaves. It might be the memory of the way they smooth off the infield between the games of a doubleheader. It might be a thing as small as your little finger. You ever been abroad and run out of American cigarettes?
Hey, speak English, mister?
No, senor. Solo hablo español.
Well, anyway, do you carry cigarettes?
Ah, cigarrillos. Sí, tenemos bastante aquí.
No, I just want cigarettes. Here, I'll take these. How much?
20 centavos.
Yeah, keep the change. Hey, got a light there, senor?
Sí, como no, senor. Un momento.
Hey, what is this? Soft, cold soup? Tastes like an old shoe. Here, you can smoke the rest of them. Phooey.
There you are. America might mean a tight-packed cigarette, which tastes good. Might mean the way a hot dog man slaps mustard on a Frank. Might mean going with your wife to the movie on bank night. Or taking your girl to the annual barn dance and social at Tuckerman's Barn. Plenty of you listeners know what I'm talking about. You hear people speak of home defense? This is the home to be defended. The square dance down the glen a piece. In old man Tuckerman's barn. This is the America of all the couples dancing there tonight. That's what the nation means to Butch and Fred and Jenny and Elvira. And this is America to all the boys and girls from Malvern County and their folks at home waiting for them. What do you suppose America means to that auto repair man in the grease-cake dungarees who works in the garage in the corner of Willow and Elm Street? It means, quite likely, crawling under the 1936 Buick and dragging an electric light bulb on a long extension after him.
Hey, Joe, hand me that wrench.
What wrench?
The wrench at your feet. I got to finish this apprentice job.
Why don't he sell that jalopy and get a new boat?
Hey, you want to talk us out of business? As long as he keeps his car, we get a repair job once in a while.
Yeah, guess you're right.
Sure. That's America to Pete and Joe. Piston job, transmission job, valve job, jack it up, change the tire. New fan belt, check the pump. On Saturday night, take the girl down to Joyland Dance Park. Means repairs to those boys and cans of oil and carburetor mixtures. And to Jack Prentice, who owns the Buick that Pete is fixing and who lives down on the beach near the Coast Guard station, America means the sound and the sight and the smell of high tide under the full moon, with occasionally the melancholy note of the bellboy drifting up when the wind's blowing in from the ship channel. Means the age-old sound of the sea. The same sound folks are hearing this very minute up around Penobscot Bay and Winthrop Beach and Chincoteague Inlet down by Calabogue Sound and on Boca Chica and then clean over to the other coast by Guadalupe and Carmel. Yes. Wind and wave and sand and rock and riptide and undertow. That's America to Jack Prentice and the hundreds of thousands of folks settled on the coastlines between Eastport and Key West, Point Isabel and Birch Bay. America is all things to all the people. Prairie to Nebraskans, coal to Scranton miners, cameras and raw celluloid to the picture boys in Hollywood, the stink of crude oil to the men who work the wells, relief checks to the unemployed, a mic and a stopwatch to a radio production man, a BMT Express to Brooklyn office workers. Sure, that's the way it goes. Or isn't it? What does this country mean to you? It might mean anything. Anything at all. It might mean a course in highfalutin poetry at Harvard.
Today, gentlemen, we will consider the influence of Whitman on the development of poetry in America. And by 1870, after 12 years of incessant attack against squeamish over-refinements, Whitman really began to create an active distaste for literary affectation.
Or else it might be an argument between two baseball fans as to which is the better team, the Yankees or the Red Sox.
Yeah, but look! The Yanks are a bunch of old men and cripples.
Yeah.
They won't last. I tell you, they won't last. Well, it gets good and hot around the middle of July.
Yeah.
Wait, look, doubleheaders begin piling up.
What are you talking? Listen, DeMash is having the best season he ever had. He's an old man, huh? Keller hitting a dozen homers. I'd like to be a cripple like that. New home run record for the club. Won't last, huh? Who's the Red Sox got as good as DeMash? Name one guy. Name one.
Name two. Ted Williams.
Oh, a good hitter. No getting away from that. But you say better than DeMash?
Pitching.
Wait a minute. Do you say...
Or it could be a poker game in Charlie Ferreter's law office upstairs over the 5 and 10 cent store on a rainy afternoon. Or a meeting of the Kiwanis Club in the Mansion House on Thursday. Or the news store. Or a great symphony concert sent out over everybody there, playing the music of all the world's great composers, regardless of their race or nationality. For instance, something by a great German Jew named Mendelssohn. Something you couldn't play in certain countries on the other side. Now let's stop a minute and figure this out. Is it an accident that makes just being a citizen in this comparatively young country so attractive to so many people? To the world's greatest skater from Norway? To the world's greatest mathematician from Germany? To the world's greatest orchestra conductor from Italy? Is it an accident that 1,000 million people all around the world would give everything they own to be in your shoes? A free citizen of this country, right this very minute? Is it the weather here? Let's ask some of the natives. You from New York, how's the weather out your way?
Oh, I like it all right, only the summers give me a pain, sticky and hot. And then we usually get a stretch of terrible overcast weather around April and November. Sometimes 10 days go by without the sun coming out once.
And you, miss, from Miami, Florida.
Oh, our climate's fine. Except you have to watch out for sunburn.
A gentleman from Kansas?
Well, summers get pretty hot. Winter's pretty cold. Tornadoes raise a ruckus every once in a while.
Los Angeles. You?
Ah, wonderful climate. Magnificent.
Don't you ever get tired of all that sunshine?
No, sir. Not a bit.
Never rains?
Well, a little precipitation maybe, but no rain.
No earthquake?
No, just little ones. Are you interested in some real estate?
No, thanks. And you from San Francisco, how about it there?
Best climate in the world, top.
Lots of sunshine?
Lots.
Lots of fog?
Lots.
All right. Then it's not the weather which makes us so attractive. Is it maybe our wine, women, and song? Let's ask the experts. You there, expert on women.
American women are beautiful, certainly. But we've never produced any classic or historic beauty. We've no legendary figure to compare with Helen of Troy, or with any of the Greek or Roman Venuses, or with Egypt's Cleopatra. As far as fiction is concerned, we can offer nobody to stand up against Italy's Juliet, or Germany's Isolde, or France's Roxane. Certainly not Scarlett O'Hara.
Certainly not.
No, indeed.
All right, that's fine. Thanks very much. Now, what about our wines? Is that what makes America so attractive from the outside looking in? How about it, wine expert?
American wines are excellent, but then, of course, meaning no offense, have you ever heard of French champagne, Burgundy, Libre Amé?
All right, thank you. Thank you. Can it be our song? Maestro.
America can well be proud of its composers and of its wealth of folk music.
But the fact of the matter is that we have yet to produce a single world-great symphony, whereas Finland has produced 7, Germany and Austria half 100, the Russians about 12, the French 2 or 3, England 2 or 3, Bohemia...
Not song, then. Neither wine, women, nor song. So what is it, then? Well, it's this. Come right down to it. It's the spectacle of nearly 150 million people trying to live up to the expectations of a handful of great men who lived and died 150 years ago. Men who were so fed up with the kind of government they'd been getting, they sat down and wrote a new constitution for themselves and their children. A democratic constitution that's been added to, but never been topped before or since.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof,
or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press,
or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and petition the government for a redress of grievances.
No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
The right of trial by jury shall be preserved.
Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction.
The right of the citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
Or on account of sex.
Those are pretty good sentiments to be kept alive and flourishing in the world today. Of course, there are other things that makes our union a good one to belong to. It's a beautiful country, even though it has a lot of incorrigible badlands and corrigible slums. Aren't many countries have as much in them to look at and wonder about as this one. This can be a rather fierce country, too. Ever see the way its mountains frown down sometimes? Know what they're frowning at? Some rumors they heard about petty intrigue, about political bosses and shysters and fakers and grafters and men who make a business of gypping the people. Ever see the way the sky suddenly gets black and the thunder roars and the lightning starts throwing itself around? Ever see a storm whipping it up across the Great Lakes? That's how the American winds feel about anybody who denies anybody else a fair trial, or free speech, or the right to assemble, or the right to worship as one sees fit. Well, then, in the final analysis, there can be no analysis. Many great thinkers and poets have attempted it, but the country's too big for any one man. There's Walt Whitman and Carl Sandburg and Tom Wolfe, and they all felt the magnitude and magnificence of the nation that got put together piece by piece like a jigsaw puzzle. They felt it and wrote about it in unforgettable ways. But still, it's bigger than any of them, or any of us. Whitman hit it on the nose when he said it was bigger than the president and the cabinet and the District of Columbia. It's not Park Avenue, or Broadway, or 42nd Street, or the Loop, or the Golden Triangle. It's other things. Many, many, many other things.
Mill towns.
Steel towns.
Tobacco towns.
Mining towns.
Oil towns.
Cotton towns.
Farmhouses.
Railroad sidings. Statues on the common.
Tourist houses on the edge of town along the state highway.
Swimming holes. Gas stations. Strollers on Main Street.
Kettles of sorghum molasses.
Sunday papers. Season tickets to concerts.
Auctioneers.
Night courts. Radios. Parades. Toothpaste. Shaving cream. Dogs. Cats. Skyscrapers. Subways. Cornfields. Offices. Hotel rooms. Airports. Hospitals. Factories.
Oh, we could go on for weeks with this, never come any closer to a working definition of America, or to any real understanding of its total meaning. Look, how can you add up all the red and yellow neon signs, The smell of all the eggs and bacon frying in the morning, the bargain specials, the lessons learned, the cows let in from pasture, the mileage clocked up on automobile speedometers, the rainfall and the snowfall, and the wind drift. It's much too big for you, or me, or any of us who happen to stand alone or in small groups. It's much too great for any person or any party. Too much loved by all its people. Loved in spite of and because of its faults and virtues and its past mistakes and future promises. America is not a map, a poem, an almanac, a mural, a building in the heart of Washington. It's a territory possessed by people, possessed by an ideal. Well, that's all, listeners. Just wanted to talk between Americans for a half hour of a Sunday evening. No big finish here. No brass section bringing down the curtain. Just a little music to follow a friendly little chat. Good night, Americans.
You've just heard Orson Welles talking between Americans. Ladies and gentlemen, Orson Welles has just spoken to you as one American to another. And incidentally, do you remember when Orson mentioned the hundreds of thousands of Americans working in those oil towns and gas stations? Well, those Americans make up a great industry that's a vital part of America, the oil industry. There are about 400,000 gasoline dealers helping traffic flow along the highways, making possible business trips, visits to your friends, the stores and movies, pleasant rides in the country. That's only part of the oil industry's contribution to making the American way of life the grand thing it is. And to keep it that way, to safeguard our way of life, well, the industry's helping there, too. It's supplying fuels and lubricants for factories busy turning out materials for our defense. In addition, the oil industry is supplying all the gas and oil needs of the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. And for the vastly augmented Air Force planned in the future, Gulf and other oil companies are building enough 100-octane aviation fuel plants to take care of the increased demand. That's only a glimpse of what the oil industry, of which Gulf is a part, means today to the American people and the American way of life. Well, next week, we really have a show that'll put you into a great humor. The RKO hit My Life with Caroline, starring those top favorites, William Powell and Ann Sothern with George Barbier. Music by Oscar Bradley, assisted by Frank Tours. Until then, this is Roger Pryor speaking for your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and saying, good night, everyone.
Orson Welles appeared tonight through the courtesy of Lady Esther and is currently making the magnificent Ambersons at RKO. Don't forget our date next week when the Gulf Screen Guild Theater brings you William Powell, Ann Sothern, and George Barbier in My Life with Caroline. Bud Heaston speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
calling all cars, attention all cars. Broadcast 35. Shooting fireworks inside the city limits is a violation of city ordinance. All cars be on the lookout for such violation and stop it wherever found. That's all. Rules and quits.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we present the 4th of July, 1934, as seen from a police radio car. And we're taking each one of you with us. Your only credentials need be a stout heart and a friendly appreciation of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. So if you have listened to Calling All Cars these many months, and for some unavoidable reason have never come to know the dependability and police car performance cracked gasoline can give you, your trip tonight in a police radio car will show you what police car performance in a gasoline really means. Police cars, such as these we're going to ride in tonight, are subjected to terrific demands for speed, power, and pickup. To get the best out of police cars, the majority of them in the Southwest use one gasoline exclusively, Rio Grande cracked. So tonight, while we race down a boulevard or quietly creep up an alley, remember tomorrow to buy the same gasoline that powered us on our trip tonight, Rio Grande cracked. It is now our pleasure to introduce Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department, with whose sanction and cooperation these broadcasts are brought to you. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. When you citizens chance to hear the police broadcast, you no doubt feel, after you've been tuned in for a few minutes, that they are rather dull. All you hear is, see a man, ambulance follow-up, or a disturbance. But behind each of these calls is a story, a slice of factual life, much more dramatic than the wildest dreams of fiction. Every time a radio car receives a call while cruising its district, the officers cannot be sure that death does not await them at their destination. As they streak down the street, siren screaming, there is rich drama in the daily prowling of the radio cars, and there is highly amusing comedy out through the ether to the loudspeakers in the public radio of the police radio cars. In our police dramas of the past, you have seen principally how the detective force functions. Now we will travel with the uniformed men, the men who are the first on the scene of crime, the men who make the preliminary investigation, whose duty requires them to be the arbiter of family disputes, advisors on the care of children, rescuers of dogs and cats, and often judge and jury of many of the amusing and often amazing incidents that occur constantly in this city of ours. The incidents you will hear dramatized on tonight's broadcast are all true, and all occurred on the 4th of July. Incidents of the same nature have occurred today, are occurring at this very minute, just at this very minute. A regiment of officers in a fleet of police cars are cruising the streets of the city, keeping the peace, keeping a vigil which never ends, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, year in and year out.
Los Angeles Police calling car 65, 65 and 290 West San Pablo Street. See a woman regarding someone abusing her. Calling car 75. Go to 290 West San Pablo Street. See a woman regarding...
Guess this is the place, all right.
Well, they seem to quieten down.
Did you call the police, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
Oh, what's the trouble?
He was striking me.
Who was striking
My
you?
husband.
Well, where is he? I don't see anyone.
There he is over on the Davenport.
Passed out. Drunk, eh?
Yes, drunk. That's all he ever is, drunk. He came home again tonight drunk, and I objected to it, and he struck me. I was afraid, so I called the police.
Well, everything's quiet now. What do you want us to do about it?
I want you to take him to jail. That'll teach him a lesson.
We haven't any evidence.
Any evidence? Well, the desire of mine, isn't that evidence enough?
Yeah, it is swelling a bit.
Will you sign a complaint against him,
Of
ma'am?
course I will.
Well, we'll take him in then. Come on, partner. Let's get him out of here.
Calling car 15, car 15. See a man at the corner of Vermont and Hollywood regarding a shooting. Calling car 15, car 15. Go to the corner of Vermont and Hollywood.
You the guy that sent in that call about a shooting?
Yeah.
Well, where is it?
Over there in the park, sounds like. There's been 3 revolver shots. There it goes again.
You know what day this is?
Why, sure, it's Wednesday.
That ain't all. It's the 4th of July, and that shooting you hear over there is firecrackers.
Bob, have another bottle of beer.
Thanks, Tom. Nothing like a cool glass of beer on a hot 4th of July.
Yeah, that's right. Say, Mildred.
Yes, Tom.
Get something on the radio, will you?
Can you get the police calls, Tom?
Sure. Get the police calls, will you, honey?
Oh, they're so dull. Nothing interesting ever happens.
Yeah, but you never can tell when
Calling
you're
all cars. Attention all cars. Description of a fugitive wanted for murder by the sheriff of Salinas County. Jose Lerith, Mexican, 24 years of age. Height 5 feet 6 inches. Weight 160 pounds. Brown eyes, black hair. Subject shot man twice in the back and escaped in an auto, which was found a short distance from the scene of the crime. Watch for this man.
See, what did I tell you? Just some escaped Mexican. That's all there is. That and ambulance follow-ups, whatever they are.
Okay, get Kate's data.
Calling car 132. Car 132 at Normandy and Slaughter.
Why, that's just some...
Wait a minute, listen.
An ambulance follow-up. Unidentified child hit by automobile.
Unidentified... Tom, where's Junior?
Why, he was out in the yard a minute ago.
Tom, hurry. Go see if he's all right. Oh, there it is out the corner. Oh, my God, don't
Pretty quiet 4th of July, partner.
Yeah, getting more safe and sane every year.
Well, another 2 hours of cruising around, and we can call it a day.
And not any too soon for me. I want to be at home and take the wife and kids down to the beach tonight. There's going to be fireworks at the Venice Pier.
Uh-oh. Looks like trouble down the street.
Yep. There's a guy lying on the sidewalk, all right. I'll just pull in there and see what it's all about.
Hey, here come the cops.
Yeah, I was just going to call you, boys.
What's the trouble here?
Well, this fellow lying on the street here was hit over the head with a bottle.
Anybody call an ambulance?
Yeah, a guy just did.
Well, how did it happen? Anybody see it?
Yeah, I saw it.
What happened?
Well, this guy was getting out of his car, and there was a couple of Mexicans arguing on the sidewalk and flashing knives, and this guy here was looking at him, and one of them asked him what the devil he wanted.
Yeah, then what happened?
Well, he said he didn't want nothing, so this Mexican said, well, we'll find out what you want and what you got. So they hit him on the head, and then they went through his pockets and got in their car and drove away.
Did you get the license number?
Yeah, it was a green Hudson coach, and the license was 64446.
Got that, partner?
Yep, I'm phoning it in right now.
Calling all cars. Attention all cars. A holdup at 2nd and Figueroa. Victim knocked out by ketchup bottle. Suspects escaped in green Hudson coach. License 64446. Suspects described number 1. Mexican, 25 years. 5 feet 8 inches. 135 pounds. dark hair and eyes, wearing light suits. Number 2, Mexican, 21 years, 5 feet 7 inches, slender build. Hair with Marcel, no hat, dark suit. Calling car 11, car 11.
Well, that's us.
Cancel call regarding boy shooting fireworks at Temple and Union. Fireworks all shot. That is all.
Well, that's early. Yeah. Did you get the description of that holdup car?
Yeah, right here. License number 64446, Green Hudson.
Well, it might come our way, you know. We're next to 12th District.
That's right, Father.
Say, look.
Isn't that it? Turning to Fremont Street?
By gosh, that's right.
Let's go.
Calling car 85, car 85 at 290 West San Pablo Street. See the man.
290 West San Pablo, see? That's the address where we picked up that drunk that was speaking his wife this morning.
Yeah, that's right. Wonder what's the matter now.
Well, let's get going and find out.
Certainly made good time, boys.
That's what we're supposed to do. What's the trouble?
There's a woman in here tried to commit suicide.
Yeah, what apartment?
110.
Well, I'll be darned. The same place.
My wife's with her now. You want to come in?
Yeah, lead the way.
Here we are.
Well, ma'am, we're back again.
Huh? Oh, I'm so sorry to cause all this trouble, officer. I just don't want to live anymore.
Why, that's no way to talk, ma'am.
Oh, I don't. I can't seem to get along with my husband.
Now, your husband's all right. He's sleeping enough down at the jail. He'll be as good as new in the morning. How do you feel, ma'am?
Oh, all right. A little dizzy.
Smells like gas.
It was. I found her on the floor by the gas heater with a blanket over her head, and the gas was on full.
Oh, please, Mr. Zimmerman, don't.
Well, you got to know, Mrs. Queen.
Yes, I suppose they do, but I feel so silly. Honestly, officer, I won't try to do it again.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say so, ma'am. It isn't worth it.
No, I suppose not. Certainly that good-for-nothing husband of mine isn't worth it.
Well, if you're sure you're all right, ma'am, we'll be shoving off.
Oh, yeah, I'll be all right.
My wife and I will look after her until Mr. Queen gets back.
Yes, and when he does get back, I'll give him a piece of my mind. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be embarrassed like this, that good-for-nothing old...
Looks like we'll get another call here sooner or later. Yeah. Some of them just never get things straightened out somehow.
Calling car 91, car 91 at the Venice Pier. An ambulance follow up.
Trouble, Doctor?
Well, the patient is badly burned.
Burned? How'd he get burned? Just made a parachute jump, hasn't he?
Yes, he jumped from a ship and landed all right on the beach. But on the way down, some firecrackers he had in his pockets went off and caught fire to his clothes.
Shooting firecrackers 1,000 feet in the air. I wonder what city ordnance covers that.
Calling car 66, car 66 at Franklin Holly Drive, a prowler. Calling car 66 at Franklin and Holly Drive.
Right this way, officer. I have got him in the house.
Going, sir. Now, what's the trouble?
Well, I was just coming home, and I heard a noise at the back door. And I run to the house, and when I got to the kitchen, I saw the key was pushed in from the outside, and this fella was leaving to the backyard.
Oh, yeah? Well, what do you got to say about this?
Well, sir, I was looking for a guy by the name of Jefferson.
Looking for a guy by the name of Jefferson. Is that your name, mister?
I should say not. My name is Schultz.
Do you know anyone by the name of Jefferson around here?
Well, I have owned this house, and I have paid taxes on it for 15 years, and I have never known anyone named Jackson in the whole street.
Yeah, well, doggone, you know, maybe I got the wrong street.
Say, who is this Jefferson?
He's a friend of mine.
Friend of yours. You know him well enough to try to break in his back door?
Your
story sounds fishy to me. What's your name?
My name?
Yes, your name.
Smith.
I'm not surprised. Any identification?
Well,
Identification to prove that your name is Smith.
Well, no, not exactly.
Yes? Well, you're coming for a ride in a radio car. And you with your friend, Mr. Jefferson, from the Hollywood station.
Calling car 11, car 11 on Aliso Street near San Pedro. Street 390 on the sidewalk.
Where did you ever play away with him? Another dehorn. Ha! That's the sixth one today.
You can ride in the back with this one, Tim. That last baby was so gassy I can still smell it.
Sure, and I don't understand it. How these bums can stand to put their denatured alcohol into their stomachs.
Well, it's a pleasant way to kill yourself. That's about all you can say for it.
Sure, if that's your idea of pleasure.
There he is, down the block there with the kids around him.
Let's go. All right. Okay, kids, get out of here. Now, come on, Pop. The taxi's here.
Oh, what?
Come on now. You can make it now. Just a minute now. 1, 2, 3, and you're on your feet. Hop. Steady now, steady. Now, there you go. A nice, soft seat for you. Okay, partner.
Look at that poor old mug. Hasn't shaved for a week, I'll bet. How's he smell, Tim?
Elegant. Can't you tell the way you're sitting up in front?
More or less.
Well, I'm telling you, you're not missing anything. I can tell you that right away. Now, where do you live, Pop?
What'd you say?
Very nice sense. Where do you live now? Come on, think hard. Sure, wherever you flop, there.
I live at Alvarado.
Alvarado Street. Well, who do you live with?
I live with my wife. 4 beautiful children.
Sure enough. I'll bet your wife be glad to see you like this.
Sure she will. She'll take me home. You'll stay.
Sure we'll take you home. Tomorrow. Well, here we are, Pop. Come on. The City Hotel. Nicest place in town. Clean beds and everything.
We're home already?
Sure. And the sergeant's got a swell cot with your name on it. Now, come on. This is the end of the line.
Calling car 66 at the corner of Highland and Santa Monica Boulevard. A man taking a car. This is the third call, boys. Get over there.
What's the matter with that guy, third call? How's he expected to be taking that prowler into the station and be out on the street at the same time?
When you put it back in service?
After I made out that Zispo on the last call.
Oh, he's all bound up then.
Well, if he's in such a hurry, you ought to have given him a call to 15 or 65.
Where do you think that guy was?
Corner of Santa Monica in Highland.
Coming up. Here's a guy in that Ford coupe. What's the matter, buddy? Not feel so good?
What?
Been drinking, huh?
No, I haven't been drinking.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Go away and let me alone. Here's what's the matter, Ted. This empty bottle.
What was in it?
Bichloride of mercury.
Trying to commit suicide, eh? We gotta get him to the hospital fast.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Kramer?
Well, yes. What is it?
Are you married to Harold Kramer?
Well, yes. Only we've been separated for several months. Why? What's the matter?
Your husband swallowed a half bottle of bichloride of mercury tablets an hour ago.
He's dead. Is he?
The doctor said he had a chance when we left the hospital, ma'am. Mr. Kramer is asking for you. Wants to see you.
Oh, Harold's such a fool. Such a weak-willed fool. He can't understand when he's lost. I don't know what good it'll do to go to the hospital. I'm through with him forever.
Doctor thinks it'll be best if you come to the hospital to see him, ma'am.
Oh, very well. I'll get my hat. Oh, he's disgusting. He just did this to get my sympathy, that's all. Oh, pardon me while I answer the phone.
Sure.
Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Kramer. Yes. Oh, my God.
Well, what's the matter, ma'am? You're pale.
Oh, my God. He's dead.
Calling car 82, car 82 at 1825 West 28th Street. Investigate a woman crawling into the back window. Calling car 82, 82.
Hey there, come out of there. What are you doing back there?
What's that you say?
What are you doing climbing into this window?
And why shouldn't I climb into this window?
Who are you and what's your name?
What's my name? Why, you impudent young nutter.
Listen, lady, I got a report someone was trying to break into this house, and I find you climbing in the window. I got to find out about
Well,
this.
there's nothing to find out. I live here and I lost my keys somewhere, so that's all.
Oh, you live here.
Sure, I live here. Fancy place. Who did you think lived here?
Well, that's different. Here, lady, don't you try climbing through there. You're liable to rip your dress. Wait a minute. My partner and I'll fix you up. Hey, Eddie, come on back here and give me a boost through this window.
Calling car 130, car 130 at 529 Pennhurst Avenue. Investigate a shooting. Hurry, boys.
Oh, officer, thank heaven you've come.
What's the trouble?
Oh, it's terrible. It's simply awful. Come right this way. Poor Mrs. Clark. Poor Mr. Clark. Oh, it's awful. Here they are.
Shot, huh? Both dead.
I'm afraid so.
Murdered, huh? Who are these people?
Mr. and Mrs. Clark. They lived here.
And who are you?
My name is Irwin Liner. I board with the Clarks.
When did this happen?
Just a few moments ago.
Who did it?
Well, I don't know. I was out front watering the lawn, and Ed, that's Mr. Clark, was reading the paper on the front porch. All of a sudden, I heard Mrs. Clark call her husband, and he went inside, and then I heard shots. And I ran in, and Mrs. Clark was there on the floor, and Mr. Clark was standing over here. He fell over the table just like this.
Hey, don't touch anything in this room.
Why,
You wouldn't like your fingerprints to be found here, would you?
well, no, of course not.
Okay, don't touch a thing until the homicide squad gets here.
Did you see anybody in here when you got here? Why, yes, I did. One man was running out the door, and the other one was over here. I tried to stop him, but he pushed me away and ran out, too.
Say, how did your hand get cut?
What?
Your hand there, how did it get cut?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know it was cut. Must have happened when I tried to stop the man.
What do these men look like?
Well, one seemed to be a foreigner. He had about a day's growth of beard.
And what about the other one?
The other one? Oh, yes. Well, I couldn't see him very well, but he seemed to be an American. He wore a light suit.
Got a phone here?
Yes, in the next room.
Got a report of the homicide squad, Bill? Yeah.
I'll have them send out the morgue ambulance.
Okay.
Just a minute. Where are you going, Mr. Liner? Why, I just want to go in the living room and sit down. It's all too terrible.
Well, don't go too far away, Mr. Liner. You're under arrest for the time being.
Me? Under arrest? What for?
Suspicion of murder.
that picnic certainly did me in. I'm ready for bed. How about you, Henry?
Not yet. I thought I'd stay up a while and read the paper and listen to the police calls.
Listen to them police calls. What do you want to do that for?
Well, you never can tell when you hear something interesting. You know, like the night they were directing the radio cars to search for the ghetto kidnappers.
Well, it's all a waste of time, if you ask me.
Wait a minute. Here comes a call now. Let's see what
Los Angeles Police calling car 9595. At the corner of Pico and La Brea, some boys shooting firecrackers. That is all.
There. What did I tell you? Boys shooting firecrackers. That is all. Yes, and that's about all the police have been doing all day. Chasing little hoodlums with firecrackers. Oh, Henry, come on to bed.
Oh, wait a minute, Mother. Here's another call. Maybe this one's a holdup.
KGTL testing. 10:45 p.m.
Such is a typical cross-section of a day's log from the Communications Division of the Police Department. Every day in the year, your police officers are answering similar calls, and by their quickness and alertness, furnishing the often need oil to make the machinery of metropolitan life run smoothly. I have at times in the past told you citizens how you can assist your police officers in the speedy performance of their duties. Tonight, I would like to ask your assistance in behalf of the radio police. Many of your own radios, which are capable of tuning in on the police broadcast, and many of you are often tempted, when a call is broadcast in your neighborhood, to get in your cars and rush to the scene of the disturbance. This is a natural thing to do, but it often hampers the work of the policeman. You can be of the greatest assistance if you refrain from doing this. The radio police can much more successfully complete their duties if they are not hampered by crowds of curious citizens. And I feel sure that now that you, my friends, understand the many demands placed upon these men during the completion of a day's duty, you will want to cooperate with them to the fullest. And you can do this by staying away from the scene of any call you may hear over the police radio. Thank you, Chief Davis.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Chief Davis has given you an intimate picture of a day in the life of a police combat car. You have looked behind the scenes and found out just what happens in a great city, just what the dangers are that confront its citizens, and how these dangers are met and coped with by brave men, skillful direction, and modern equipment powered with good gasoline. The city of Los Angeles uses Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively for police and fire equipment. Maricopa County, Santa Barbara, San Diego, Orange, and many other cities and counties in the Southwest use Rio Grande cracked gasoline, the same powerful, dependable motor fuel that you can use in your own car. Rio Grande has prepared for your information a complete list of forthcoming cases to be broadcast on Calling All Cars. Drive into your neighborhood Rio Grande service station tomorrow and ask for the Rio Grande radio log. It's free. In response to many requests, we are pleased tonight to give you the cast of characters. It may be interesting to know that there were 34 characters in this drama, played by 12 people as follows: Mary Tuthill, Jeanette Nolan, Martha Wentworth, Ralph Scott, Joe Franz, Hanley Stafford, Sam Pierce, Charlie Lung, Richard LeGrand, Robert Frazier, Fred Harrington, and Lindsay McHarry.
Calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 35. That's all. Rosecliff.
Calling All Cars is written and produced by William N. Robeson. This is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
This is John Daly at the State House in Philadelphia. A powerful opponent of the Declaration of Independence has emerged here on this fourth evening of July 1776. An opponent strong enough to rally the latent opposition to separation from the mother country. Mr. John Dickinson, Pennsylvania's leading delegate to the Continental Congress, has just told reporters that he intends to speak on the floor before the final vote is taken. This in a supreme effort to block this declaration, which would commit our 13 colonies to revolutionary war with England. Mr. Dickinson agreed that he is staking his political future on the outcome of the vote. He anticipates that if he fails to block passage of the Declaration of Independence, he will be ejected from the Congress and be...
July 4th, 1776, the State House in Philadelphia. You are there.
John Dickinson, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson. CBS takes you back to the evening when the colonial leaders fought their showdown battle on the issue of independence from England, with the fate of a continent hanging in the balance. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there,
you are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
July 4th, 1776, the Philadelphia State House and John Daly.
Dining during the recess, which is now officially over. We hurried from the inn to this microphone here on the floor of the Congress to bring you this news. Mr. Dickinson has not arrived yet. He should be along at any minute, but meanwhile, the news has preceded him, and it's having an explosive effect on the delegates who are present. As a matter of fact, the weather isn't helping things either. It's very hot here in Philadelphia tonight, and in their heavy waistcoats, ruffles, and wigs, the delegates in the hall are perspiring profusely. Even more irritating are the horse flies from a nearby stable which come in through the open windows. These flies are nasty, so much so that Mr. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, the author of the Declaration, has said that it is not at all unlikely that this debate will be ended not by sharp logic of the delegates, but by the even sharper bite of the horseflies. Major George Fielding Eliot has been talking to the delegates and is now ready with his analysis of the possibilities inherent in Mr. Dickinson's announcement. So I switch you now to our CBS headquarters booth here in the Congress. Come in, Major Eliot.
Mr. Dickinson's views carry great weight here. His announcement therefore comes as a shock to those delegates who want the Declaration of Independence passed. Mr. John Adams from the Massachusetts Bay Colony, leader of the Independence Party, had hoped the Declaration would go through unanimously, but that's no longer possible. Indeed, the Declaration may not even pass. Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson personify the present political conflict. Mr. Adams is the son of a Massachusetts lawyer. He was educated for the law in New England. He agrees with the men who dumped the East India Company's tea into Boston Harbor. Although Mr. Adams prides himself on being a plain man, the delegates regard him as arrogant and intolerant of all who differ with his views. Mr. Dickinson, on the other hand, was born to wealth. He received his education at London's Middle Temple. He has a mild, amiable, sincere manner. He opposes independence because of his conviction that all political injustices can be righted by legal methods without recourse to violence or revolution. Just a moment. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson have entered the hall. So, back to John Daly.
Mr. Jefferson! Mr. Jefferson!
Yes?
Mr. Jefferson, you've heard the news that Mr. Dickinson will speak against independence. May we have your comment?
I have the greatest respect for Mr. Dickinson's courage and integrity. Mr. Adams and I wish we could say as much for his political judgment.
This Congress, sir, is in no mood for any more of Mr. Dickinson's temporizing. In the course of this debate, the delegates have learned to know Mr. Dickinson for what he is. A spineless aristocrat at best, at worst an agent of the enemy.
Well, Mr. Adams, we're very glad to have your comment also. Are you accusing Mr. Dickinson of being in the pay of the British?
I hardly think Mr. Adams
If you
intended
please, Mr. Jefferson. Sir, Mr. Dickinson has consistently sabotaged the work of this body by fallacious appeals to reason and by parliamentary devices. But no more of that. The Declaration of Independence will be put to a vote as soon as President Hancock arrives and calls this meeting to order. And I am confident that the gentleman will be unable to sway the Congress from the course on which it is now well launched.
Thank you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson. The delegates are taking their seats. And as you must have gathered from Mr. Adams' remarks, the long smoldering enmity between him and Mr. Dickinson has finally flared out into the open. The debate, when he and Dickinson clash on the floor, promises to be more violent than any this Congress has heard in the 2 years since it's been in existence. Mr. Dickinson has just entered the hall, and he has to pass our microphone. He's coming this way now. Mr. Dickinson, sir.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Dickinson. Mr. John Adams has just called you an agent of the enemy, Mr. Dickinson. Would you care to
Mr.
make...
Adams considers anyone who differs with him to be an agent of the enemy. But I cannot allow myself to be silenced by insults. The question is, shall our colonies declare themselves independent of the mother country? And on this question, my opponents have been utterly dishonest.
Will you explain that, Mr. Dickinson?
Certainly will. 11 times in the past 2 years, Congress pledged itself not to seek independence. In January of this year, only 6 months ago, the Congress passed a most solemn declaration to the effect that we Americans have no thought of setting up an independent nation. And now, tonight, Mr. Adams asks us to break our pledged word. Nay, he demands it.
But if the people favor independence, Mr. Dickinson,
Mr. Adams has confused the people. He has engineered coups d'etats in the provincial legislatures in order to pack this Congress with delegates favoring independence. He has organized gangs of hoodlums to roam the streets of the cities and towns, attacking those who oppose revolution.
But isn't it true, Mr. Dickinson, that at least 50% of the population favors independence?
Is it right for 1/2 of the population to impose its views on the other half by terror? Can these colonies hope to achieve victory in a revolutionary war when half of the people oppose it? I predict that if the Congress passes the Declaration of Independence, the result will be civil war, useless bloodshed, and ruinous defeat. True. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dickinson. The delegate from Pennsylvania is walking to his seat now. Mr. John Hancock, the president of the Congress, has entered the chamber, but it will very probably be a few moments yet before he calls the Congress to order. Mr. Dickinson said that a considerable portion of the people are opposed to independence. Well, Ken Roberts is outside the State House, where a representative crowd of Philadelphians are awaiting the result of the vote. So let's find out what they think about independence. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
With me at our CBS microphone is Mrs. Agnes Hatcher, who lives on Water Street. Mrs. Hatcher, do you favor separation from England?
I hate separation. My husband was killed fighting for separation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's John Adams that should be sorry, and Mr. Jefferson. Why don't they make peace and end this killing?
But, Mrs. Hatcher, would you want peace at any price?
Will you tell me why my husband should die at Boston fighting the Bay Colonies battles? If the men of New England have a quarrel with the British, let them do the fighting and dying themselves.
But Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson say they want freedom for all the colonies.
I don't care about freedom. My husband is dead.
Thank you, Mrs. Hatcher. Now, here beside me is Mr. Richard Caswell, an importer in Philadelphia. I forgot to ask you, Mr. Caswell, what do you import?
The finest of English woolens, sir. The very finest.
I see. And do you favor independence? Excuse me, Mr. Caswell. A dispatch rider has just ridden up to the State House. His horse is lathered and covered with dust and sweat. It looks as if he's been ridden long and hard. Where are you from, soldier?
New York. General Washington's headquarters.
What's the news there? What's happening?
Plenty of excitement.
Wait a minute. What's going on? The rider has gone into the State House. Whatever the news is, our reporters inside will bring it to you as soon as it's released. I'm sorry about that interruption, Mr. Caswell.
Quite all right, quite all right.
You were about to tell me whether you favored independence.
It's an illusion, sir. Independent from what? How can we be independent? We're Englishmen, my family's English, they're all in England. Or my trade, my business is with England. Look at my books, you see.
This talk about separation is ridiculous. Worse than ridiculous. It's vicious. It's ruining me. Ever since this war started, no shipments. Percentages, 76% less business than my firm did in 75.
But, Mr. Caswell, isn't it argued that if the colonies were independent, American businessmen could then trade with the entire world?
Who wants to trade with the entire world? What do we need the world for? Everything we can produce, we can sell in England. And everything that we need, we can buy from England. It's just common sense, that's all. How do you suppose the colonies have grown prosperous and strong and important? Protected trade with England. Protected trade.
Yes, but what about the heavy taxes that the mother country has imposed? What about taxation without representation?
Bad, very bad. But independence, worse, much worse, terrible. What about Pitt and Burke in Parliament? We have friends in England. They're trying to settle this thing intelligently, without violence, without bloodshed. But Mr. Adams and Jefferson, those wild men in there, hotheads, radicals, that's what they are. They want to get power, that's all, power. That's all they're interested in, power.
Well, Mr. Caswell, independence is
Independence, the worst second. Listen to him. We've already become independent of principle and gratitude to the mother country.
What's he saying?
And if this war is permitted to continue, we shall become independent of cash, clothing, laws, liberty, and... Yes, life itself.
What are you talking about? You're a liar, that's what you are, mister. You're a Tory.
I'm telling the truth. It may not be popular, but it's the truth.
Shut up, you Tory, or we'll teach you a lesson.
I'm not afraid of you.
Listen, close your mouth.
Mr. Caswell has just been struck by some man who's been heckling him. The crowd here is manhandling Mr. Caswell. The men are flailing at him with their fists. They must be members of the Sons of Liberty. The women are tearing at Mr. Caswell's clothes, spitting at him. This crowd has gone wild, and it's frightening. Mr. Caswell has been knocked to the ground. I can't see him, but I can hear his cries. The men are bending over him, swinging their fists, pounding.
This is John Daly inside the Continental Congress. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because President Hancock has just called the Congress to order. He's about to read the dispatch which has just arrived from General Washington's headquarters in New York. President Hancock.
This is the information contained in General Washington's dispatch. The news is grim indeed. A great British fleet is at this moment in New York Harbor. British Marines have seized Staten Island in the harbor, and redcoats are landing there by the thousands. General Washington advises that a British attack on New York City must be expected momentarily. The enemy appears to have overwhelming superiority in numbers and equipment. General Washington concludes with a statement that it may be impossible to defend New York City with the slender forces at his command. Gentlemen, the Congress will recess for 5 minutes.
Congress has again recessed. The sound of President Hancock's gavel has released a torrent of excitement and confusion bordering virtually on panic. Delegates have risen from their seats. They are moving about the floor, talking to each other in loud voices, often shouting in their arguments. Mr. John Adams and Mr. Thomas Jefferson have rushed up to the chair. Mr. Adams is pale, agitated. Only Mr. Dickinson, of all the delegates here in the chamber, has remained seated. Mr. Rutledge. Just a moment, sir. Here's Mr. Edward Rutledge, a delegate from South Carolina. Sir, what effect do you think the news of the British arrival will have on the independence vote?
It cannot fail to have a profound effect. It will add force and logic to Mr. Dickinson's position.
Thank you, Mr. Rutledge. Mr. Rutledge is one of Mr. Dickinson's supporters. Here is Mr. Elbridge Gerry, a delegate from the Massachusetts Bay Colony and an independence man. Mr. Gerry, what do you think of the announcement, sir?
Frankly, I don't know what to think. Mr. Dickinson may well argue now that the Declaration of Independence may not be worth the paper it's written on. But we must keep our head. We must stand.
Thank you, Mr. Gerry. Major Elliott has more news from New York, so let's switch to him in our CBS headquarters booth. Come in, Major Elliott.
We now know that the British fleet numbers 130 vessels. The troops on board are commanded by General Sir William Howe, one of England's ablest generals. The appearance of the fleet has thrown New York into disorderly confusion, and the legislature has withdrawn for safety to White Plains, 35 miles away. Our New York newsroom informs us that a short while ago, CBS correspondent Ned Kelmer passed through the British lines on Staten Island under safe conduct to interview the British commander-in-chief. He made a tape recording of this interview that our New York newsroom will play for you now.
This is the kitchen of a Staten Island farmhouse which now serves as General Howe's headquarters. A regiment of redcoats is on parade outside, marching to the music of a British military band. I can see them through an open window from where I'm standing. In their tight-fitting scarlet coats and long gaiters, these trim soldiers in perfect step to the music look like the veteran fighting men that they are. General Howe, sir, will you tell us how many such troops you have at your disposal?
14,000 on this island, and an additional 13,000 under General Carleton on their way across Lake Champlain in upper New York.
You don't mind giving General Washington this information?
Not at all, not at all. Frankly, I doubt very much that it will make any difference if Washington knows it.
I take it then, General Howe, that you're completely confident of victory.
Naturally. Those men you see out there, they are the conquerors of France and Spain. They're the finest troops in the world. They'll crush Washington's colonial militiamen at the very first encounter, utterly. But Washington, poor fellow, he's leading nothing but a rabble. They lack powder, guns. His officers are without experience. Washington himself is hardly what you might call, shall we say, a professional military man.
General Washington, sir, made quite a good showing in the war against the French.
Under English commanders, Mr. Calmer.
Chalmer.
Under English commanders. Mr. Calmer?
Chalmer. General Howe, you know, of course, that the Continental Congress is about to vote on independence from England. Would you care to comment on that, sir?
Yes, I would like to say something to that. I would like to say it as a friend and not as a soldier. I repeat, as a friend, because I think I have amply demonstrated my friendship for British America in the past, by word and deed.
Yes, if I recall correctly, General Howe, you once stated publicly that you would never lead British troops against British America.
Of course, but the situation has changed. The colonies are now being led by a pack of extremists. This rebellion by the mob must be crushed, and I have the forces with which to crush it. The greatest fleet and the most powerful force of soldiers ever assembled on American soil. I hope with all my heart that it will not be necessary to throw this array of military power into action. I pray that the counsel of the extremists will be rejected by the Continental Congress and that the advice of saner, more moderate men will prevail.
Thank you, General Howe.
This is George Fielding Eliot in Philadelphia. The interview you have just heard was a tape recording made by Ned Chalmer at British headquarters on Staten Island. The recess here in the Continental Congress continues. The delegates are confused, shaken. Mr. Adams, Mr. Jefferson, and Mr. Benjamin Franklin, the leaders of the Independent Party, are doing all they can to counteract the doubt and hesitation inspired by the news from New York. They are trying desperately to maintain their strength, to keep their pledged votes in line, and they are insisting that the final vote be taken tonight without regard for the situation in New York. On the other hand, a group of less militant delegates is urging postponement until we have more definite information from General Washington's headquarters. The Commander-in-Chief said in his dispatch that he fears that he may not be able to hold New York. The cautious delegates want to know for sure whether he will fight or surrender the city without a struggle. Our CBS correspondent, Bud Collier, is now at General Washington's headquarters. He may have some last-minute information. Therefore, we take you now to General Washington's headquarters in New York. Bud Collier reporting.
I'm waiting here on the parade ground before General Washington's headquarters. The Commander-in-Chief has promised to answer my question as soon as he comes out to address his troops, presumably to make some formal statement about the news of the British arrival. The bugles are blowing assembly. The men of the regiments are running to join their formations. I can see the flag of the 1st Massachusetts, I believe it is, the Virginia Rifles, the 5th Connecticut, and many others. But in all this mass of thousands of men, I see very few men in uniform. Most of the troops are dressed in civilian homespun, and quite a few of them wear the fringed leather shirts which mark them as frontiersmen. General Washington has still not come out on the parade ground. Oh, here's a militiaman coming by. Soldier!
Let me go. I got Paul.
Oh, just a few questions. You've got plenty of time. What's your name, son?
Look, Tom Summers. Look, let me go, will you, mister? The sergeant will give me
That's all right. I'll fix it with General Washington for you. How old are you, Tom?
17.
Ever seen any action against the British?
No, not yet.
Well, you'll probably see action soon right here in New York.
Well, I ain't afraid if that's what you mean.
How long have you been in the Army, Tom?
2 months. Look, please, mister, ask me all your questions at once.
All right, Tom, sure. How long are you in for?
Well, I'm going back home next month. That's when my 3 months are up.
Oh?
My pa enlisted me. He wanted to make himself $10.
I see.
Well, he got his $10, and I'm going home next month.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there ain't nothing wrong with that, you know.
No.
Some fellas enlisted for the money and then deserted without even serving their 3 months.
Well, yes, but what about independence, Tom? How do you feel about independence?
Well, I don't know nothing about that, honest, mister. Oh, there's the general. I gotta go.
General Washington is approaching the microphone. Wears his full dress uniform. His sword flaps against the side of his leg as he walks. General Washington, are you going to fight for New York?
It is a difficult question. Frankly, I haven't made up my mind.
If you elect to fight, General Washington, do you think you will be able to defend New York successfully?
I will do my best, and God willing, we shall be successful. In any event, I would like to say to all the people, do not yield to panic.
But, General, in view of the current situation, do you think the Declaration of Independence should be passed at this time?
That must be decided by the Congress in Philadelphia.
Thank you, General Washington. Commander-in-Chief is walking away across the field now. His shoulders slightly bent, his jaw thrust forward in the manner of a man who bears an enormous responsibility for which he is ill-prepared. This is Bud Collyer in New York. I return you now to the Continental Congress in Philadelphia.
This is John Daly of the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. This is the long-awaited climax of the debate on the Declaration of Independence. The Congress has reconvened, and because Mr. Dickinson asked to speak against the Declaration, Mr. Adams has also requested the floor. By agreement, the vote will take place when the two speakers have finished. Also, by agreement, before the session began, Mr. Adams is speaking first. He's exerting his utmost efforts to keep the votes pledged to independence from bolting to Mr. Dickinson. Will he succeed? Well, we'll only know when the vote is taken. And now let's listen to Mr. Adams.
By proclaiming a Declaration of Independence, gentlemen, this Congress will be giving official recognition to a fact which already exists, namely, that these colonies are actually, in fact, independent of England. Yet, some great brains counsel us to wait, to exercise caution. Do these cautious gentlemen plead for a postponement of a Declaration of Independence so that their Tory friends may have time to hatch plots and conspiracies against us? Gentlemen, to delay is to play into the hands of the enemy, defeating the cause for which so much blood has already been shed. There must be no further delay. The people are ready. The people wait for the Congress to lead them. The hour has struck. The Congress must proceed now to a vote, an affirmative vote, on the Declaration of Independence.
Mr. Adams has left the rostrum. Mr. Dickinson is coming up to speak. Dickinson's face is pale. His fists are clenched. He's clearly marshaling all of his strength for a supreme effort of oratory. He's waiting now for the Congress to come to order. Mr. Dickinson.
Mr. President, I accuse my opponents of cynicism. They cannot believe that these colonies will be able to endure as independent states. Their true goal is not independence. They exploit indignation against the mother country to further their own personal fortune. Mr. President, my opponents make their appeal to the emotions. I make my appeal to intelligence and logic. Mr. President, British troops are on Staten Island in overwhelming force. They are about to attack New York. General Washington's task will be difficult at best, but a Declaration of Independence now will serve only to divide the people of New York and make the defense of that city hopeless. Pass the declaration, and you will set brother against brother, father against son. The colonies will become not only the scene of warfare with a mother country, but civil war as well. And in the bloody, senseless, fratricidal struggle, there is no possibility of success. Proclaim independence this evening, gentlemen, and you gain nothing. You merely invite the whirlwind of destruction. I urge you to vote against it. I beg, I plead, I beseech you, vote against independence.
Mr. Dickinson's plea has been received without applause. The delegates are calling the question, and there seems to be no objection. Oh, but wait a minute. Several of the delegates have risen. However, they're not going to ask for the floor. These delegates are leaving the hall. 4, 5. There go 3 more. Others are leaving also, and I can recognize some of them as men who have been openly undecided. Apparently, they're unwilling to vote, caught on the horns of a dilemma, swayed, no doubt, both by Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson. This is a fearful moment of decision. Some of these men are apparently not capable of facing up to it. President Hancock.
Embodying the Declaration of Independence. The vote will be by colonies, each colony voting as a unit. A majority will decide. The clerk will call the roll.
12 votes will be cast. New York has decided to abstain. Thus, 7 votes will carry the issue.
New Hampshire, Mr. Josiah Bartlett. New Hampshire votes unanimously for independence. Massachusetts, Mr. John Adams. The Patriots of Massachusetts vote unanimously for independence. Rhode Island, Mr. William Ellery. Independence. Connecticut, Mr. Roger Sherman. Independence, unanimous. New Jersey, the Reverend Dr. Witherspoon. Mr. President, in my judgment, the country is not only ripe for independence, but is in danger of becoming rotten for want of it. New Jersey votes unanimously for independence. Pennsylvania, Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
The majority of the delegation from Pennsylvania votes for separation from England, so help us God.
Delaware, Mr. Caesar Rodney. Delaware votes unanimously for independence.
The Declaration of Independence is passed. Delaware has cast the deciding vote. There is no reaction from the delegates, and the voting continues. It will very probably be unanimous by colonies. Many of the individual delegates are shaking their heads. However, no matter what may be said against the Declaration, this document is impressive. It reads well. It begins, when in the course of human events, change is necessary, and then continues, and I quote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness."
July 4th,
these rights,
1776. John Dickinson loses his fight to block the Declaration of Independence, and the 13 colonies go forward to establish the United States of America.
They must not go alone into that burning building which today is all of Europe. Say that you go with them, spirit and heart and mind. Although the body, grown too old to fight a young man's war, or wounded too deeply under the healed and whitened scars of earlier battles, must remain behind. You, too, may not be with them, save in spirit. You, so greatly needed here in the very van in front.
You are listening to Ronald Coleman reading Edna St. Vincent Millay's poem for an invading army. A page from this after we should have said, "This is Hamilton," at the opening of today's program. After all, I am standing in for Fleetwood, or rather Captain Fleetwood, who for the next 2 weeks is fulfilling his annual summer stand with the United States Army in Boston. As our part of WNBC's special 4th of July programs, we've chosen to pay tribute to the men and women of our armed forces, who down through the pages of history have made possible this Independence Day. We begin with a salute to the Leathernecks, the Fighting Marines. The Corps was officially formed on July 17, 1786. Since then, it has played a vital role in America's task of preserving our principles of democracy whenever, wherever they are challenged. On July 8, 1941, the United States Marines, backed by the might of the Navy, occupied the country of Iceland in order to ensure its adequate protection. Herman Wouk's dramatic narrative, The Ballad of the Leatherneck Corps, not only tells of the Marines' heroism during those critical months preceding World War II, but graphically describes the history of this fine fighting force. The Ballad of the Leatherneck Corps is read for you on this RCA Victor recording by Tyrone Power.
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we fight our country's battles on the land and on the sea. Aspiration of the nation, we're the finest ever seen, and we glory in the title of United States
Oh, the wind blows cold in Iceland, but the wind's blown cold before. And it's not so hard in your own backyard to be set for peace or war. But to strike a blow at a distant foe is a job for the Leatherneck Corps. Where are you heading, Leatherneck? I'm off to Tripoli, son. It's someplace in Africa, don't know where, but an ornery pirate gang is there, and we're under orders to sweep it bare of each pirate's son of a gun. So off they went. It was 1805, and they piled in there with a mighty drive till hardly a pirate was left alive. And Jefferson said, "Well done." Oh, the shore is strange in Iceland, but the shore's been strange before. And the folks at home don't have to roam to be set for peace or war. But to challenge fear when it's far from here is a job for the Leatherneck Corps. Where are you heading, Leatherneck? I'm off to Sumatra, son. The natives there are a savage lot. Our ships have been sunk and our sailors shot. And that place which they tell me is burning hot will be hotter before we're done. So off they went, back in 32. And vengeance was had for each murdered crew, and over the isle, Old Glory flew. And Jackson said, "Well done." Oh, the sea is rough off Iceland, but the sea's been rough before. There are no rough seas where you sit at ease, all set for peace or war. But to face a fray half a world away is a job for the Leatherneck Corps. Where are you heading, Leatherneck? I'm off to China, son. A bunch called Boxers are raising hob. They're killing Christians, this crazy mob. So the U.S. Marines have got a job, and this one looks like fun. So in 1900 they sailed away and fought the Boxers in Old Cathay. Pagodas crashed, and they won the day. And McKinley wired, "Well done." Oh, the gale roars high in Iceland, but the gales roared high before. And it's cozy here by the hearthside cheer to be set for peace or war. But to make a stand in a far-off land is a job for the Leatherneck Corps. Where are you heading, Leatherneck? I'm off to Iceland, son. There's trouble brewing across the map, and it may or may not be our scrap, but we ain't gonna wait till it's in our lap. We'll head it off on the run. So off they march at a soldier's pace, and we pray that they have no fight to face. But they've gone there anyway, just in case. And America says, well done. Oh, the night may be long in Iceland, but the night's been long before. And it's not so hard in your own backyard to be set for peace or war. But to beat the worst by arriving first is a job for the Leatherneck Corps.
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we fight our country's battles on the land as on the sea. Aspiration of the nation, we're the finest ever seen, and we glory in the title of United States.
Too many poets, like authors and musicians, find fame only after death. In the case of John Gillespie Magee, Jr., death came with a sudden violence. He was killed in action on December 11th, 1941, at the age of 19. But he left for us a sonnet, 14 lines of poetry which will stand always as a fitting tribute to the airmen of the world. Pilot Officer Magee was born in Shanghai, the son of Reverend and Mrs. John Magee of Washington, American missionaries stationed for many years in China. After preparatory work at Rugby, he came to the United States in 1939, entered Yale University. A year later, he gave up his scholarship in order to enlist in the Royal Canadian Air Force. In September of 1940, he left for overseas to join an RCAF Spitfire squadron. The details of his death I've already told you. The details of the sonnet he wrote are equally simple. Returning one afternoon from a flight in the stratosphere, he tried to express the feelings he had had in a poem. These are the lines he wrote. A heritage now for the men of our United States Air Force, for men with wings across the world. This is High Flight. Oh, I have slipped the surly bonds of earth and danced the skies on laughter-silvered wings. Sunward I've climbed and joined the tumbling mirth of sun-split clouds and done 100 things you have not dreamed of. Wheeled and soared and swung high in the sunlit silence. Hovering there, I've chased the shouting wind along and flung my eager craft through footless halls of air. Up, the long, delirious, burning blue, I've topped the wind-swept heights with easy grace, where never lark nor even eagle flew. And, while with silent, lifting mind I've trod the high, untrespassed sanctity of space, put out my hand and touched the face of God. High Flight by John Gillespie Magee, Jr. Our thanks to the New York Herald Tribune for allowing us to include this poem on our 4th of July edition of Anthology. In just a moment, you will hear Edna St. Vincent Millay's Poem and Prayer for an Invading Army. First, information regarding next week's program when we return to our Shakespearean excerpts from Richard III. For instance, listen as the king plots murder.
Cousin of Buckingham, my gracious sovereign, give me thy hand. Thus high and by thy advice and thy assistance is Richard seated. But, shall we wear these honors for a day, or shall they last, and we rejoice in them? Young Edward lives. Think now what I would say? Say no, my loving lord. By Buckingham, I say I would be king. Why, so you are, my thrice-renowned liege. Am I king? 'Tis so, but Edward lives. True, noble prince. Oh, bitter consequence, that Edward should live, true noble prince. Cousin, thou wert not wont to be so dull. Shall I be plain? I wish the prince is dead. And I would have it suddenly performed. What sayest thou? Speak suddenly. Be brief. Your grace may do your pleasure. Tut, tut, thou art all ice. Thy kindness freezeth. Say, have I thy consent that they shall die? Give me some breath, some little pause, my lord, before I positively speak herein. I will resolve your grace immediately. High-reaching Buckingham, grow circumspect. Boy. My lord? Knowest thou not any corrupting gold would tempt into a close exploit of death?
My lord, I know a discontented gentleman whose humble means match not his haughty mind.
What is his name?
His name, my lord, is Tyrrell.
I partly know the man. Go, call him hither.
Yes, my lord.
Catesby.
Lord?
Rumor is abroad that Anne, my wife, is sick and like to die. Look how thou dreamest. I say again, give out that Anne, my wife, is sick and like to die. Go.
John Barrymore in a scene from Richard III, a preview of our second program in the Shakespearean cycle on Anthology. Several months prior to D-Day, NBC commissioned the distinguished American poet Edna St. Vincent Millay to write a poem and prayer to be broadcast on that long-anticipated day in history. This afternoon, we would like you to hear a rebroadcast of that special program. We believe Miss Millay's stirring lines still hold an important message for the world. They certainly stand as a glowing memorial to the men of the United States Army, to the men of all branches of our armed forces, who lived and died there on the beaches of France on June 6, 1944. Here then, for July 4th, 1954, Edna St. Vincent Millay's Poem and Prayer for an Invading Army, read by Ronald Coleman.
Grown too old to fight a young man's war, or wounded too deeply under the healed and whitened scars of earlier battles, must remain behind. You, too, may not be with them, save in spirit. You, so greatly needed here in the very van and front of duty, to fashion tools and engines, and to engineer their transports, build the ships and mine the coal, without which all their efforts would be worse than vain. You, men and women working in the workshops, working on the farms, makers of tools and of engines, fitters of wings to metal birds which have not left the nest, which yet must try their flight, sowers of seed in season, and planters of little plants at intervals, on acres newly plowed and disked and harrowed to feed a starving world. You workers in the shipyards, building ships which crowd each other down the way, you miners of coal in dark and dangerous corridors, who see the sun total eclipse each morning, disappearing as you do under the earth's rim, not to emerge into the daylight until the day is over and the lights dim. All you, without whose constant effort and whose skill, without whose loyal and unfailing aid, our men would stand stranded upon a foreign and hostile shore, without so much as a stout stick to beat away death or pain. Bullets like angry hornets, buzzing round the ears and the bewildered brain. And from the sky again and yet again the downpour of heavy, evil, accurate, murderous rain. You who have stood behind them through this hour, move strong from behind them now. Let's still the weary bones encase the indefatigable will. But how can men draw near so fierce a conflagration? Even here, across a gray and cold and foggy sea, its heat is felt. Why, touch your cheek. Is it not hot and tight and dry? And look what light climbs up the eastern sky and sinks and climbs again. Like to the bright aurora of the north, it floods and flashes, pulses, pales, then glows, lighting the entire east majestically, as if it were the sun that rose. I wish it were. Surely our fiber and sinew, the backbone and brain of us, are made of some less common stuff than clay. Surely the blood which warms the veins of heroes at the front, our brothers and our sons, runs also in our own. And are we not then capable, perhaps, of something more courageous than we yet have shown? Surely some talisman, some token of our lofty pride in them, our heavy gratitude, and so much love will find its way to them? Some messenger, the vicar and the angels of what we feel, will fly before them where they fly, before them and above, like patron goddesses in wars of old, cleaving with level, lovely brows the hard air before the eager prows, lighting their way with incandescent wings and winged heel. This is the hour. This is the appointed time. The sound of the clock falls awful on our ears, as the sound of the bells, their metal clang and chime, tolling for those about to die. For we know well they will not all come home to lie in summer on the beaches. And yet, weep not, you mothers of young men, their wives, their sweethearts, all who love them well. Fear not the tolling of the solemn bell. It does not prophesy, and it cannot foretell. It only can record. And it records today the passing of a most uncivil age, which had its elegance, but lived too well and far too long, and which on history's page will be found guilty of injustice and grave wrong. O thou Prince of Peace, this is a prayer for war. Yet not a war of man against his fellow man. Say rather, Lord, we do beseech thy guidance and thy help in exorcising from the mind of man, where she has made her nest, a hideous and most fertile beast. And this to bring about with all dispatch, for look, where even now she would lie down again to whelp. Lord God of hosts, thou Lord of hosts not only, not alone of battling armies, Lord and King, but of the childlike heart as well, which longs to put away, not the childish, but the adult, circuitous and adroit, antique and violent thing called war, and sing the beauties of this late to come, but oh so lovely spring. For see, where our young men go forth in mighty numbers to set free from torture and from every jeopardy things that are dear to thee. Keep in thy loving care, we pray, those of our fighting men whose happy fortune it may be to come back home again after the war is over, and all those who must perforce remain, the mourned, the valiant slain. This we beseech thee, Lord. And now, before we rise from kneeling, one thing more. Soften our hard and angry hearts. Make us ashamed of doing what we do, beneath thy very eyes, knowing it does displease thee. Make us more humble, Lord, for we are proud without sufficient reason. Let our necks be bowed more often to thy will, for well we know what deeds find favor in thy sight, and still we do not do them. O Lord, all through the night, all through the day, keep watch over our brave and dear, so far away. Make us more worthy of their valor and thy love. Let them come home. Oh, let the battle, Lord, be brief, and let our boys come home. So cries the heart, sick for relief from its anxiety, and seeking to forestall a certain and a greater grief. So cries the heart aloud, but the thoughtful mind has something of its own to say. On that day, when they come home from very far away, and further than you think, for each of them has stood upon the very brink, or sat and waited in the anteroom of death, expecting every moment to be called by name. Now, look you to this matter well, that they upon returning shall not find, seated at their own tables, at the head perhaps of the long festive board, trinked out in prodigal array, the very monster which they sallied forth to conquer and to quell, and left behind for dead. Let us forget such words and all they mean as hatred, bitterness, rancor, greed, intolerance, bigotry. Let us renew our faith and pledge to man his right to be himself and free. Say that
Vincent Millet's Poem and Prayer for an Invading Army, read by Ronald Coleman.
The President of the United States.
My fellow Americans, in 1776, on the 4th day of July, the representatives of the several states in Congress assembled, declaring our independence, asserted that a decent respect for the opinion of mankind required that they should declare the reasons for their actions. In this new crisis, we have a like duty. In 1776, we waged war in behalf of the great principle that government should derive its just powers from the consent of the governed. In other words, representation chosen in free election. In the century and a half that followed, this cause of human freedom swept across the world. But now, in our generation, in the past few years, a new resistance in the form of several new practices of tyranny has been making such headway that the fundamentals of 1776 are being struck down abroad, and definitely they are threatened here. It is indeed a fallacy based on no logic at all for any American to suggest that the rule of force can defeat human freedom in all the other parts of the world and permit it to survive in the United States alone. But it has been that childlike fantasy itself, that misdirected faith, which has led nation after nation to go about their peaceful task, relying on the thought and even the promise that they and their lives and their government would be allowed to live when the juggernaut of force came their way. It is simple. I could almost say simple-minded for us Americans to wave the flag, to reassert our belief in the cause of freedom, and to let it go at that. Yet, all of us who lie awake at night, all of us who study and study again, know full well that in these days we cannot save freedom with pitchforks and muskets alone after a dictator combination has gained control of the rest of the world. We know that we cannot save freedom in our own midst, in our own land, if all around us our neighbor nations have lost their freedom. That is why we are engaged in a serious, in a mighty, in a unified action in the cause of the defense of the hemisphere and the freedom of the seas. We need not the loyalty and unity alone. We need speed and efficiency and toil, and an end to backbiting, an end to the sabotage that runs far deeper than the blowing up of munition plants. I tell the American people solemnly that the United States will never survive as a happy and fertile oasis of liberty surrounded by a cruel desert of dictatorship. And so it is that when we repeat the great pledge to our country and to our flag, it must be our deep conviction that we pledge as well our work, our will, and if it be necessary, our very lives.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. For the past couple of weeks, we have been recalling to you some of the great Gildersleeve's early experiences. Tonight, the great man wants to talk about one of the biggest days in his whole life. We give you now Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Well, sir, as long as I live, I'll never forget last 4th of July. What a day. That was the day of the first annual outing of the Jolly Boys Social Club. Come one, come all, and bring your friends. I'd been up late the night before with the committee on arrangements, and I was planning to celebrate the anniversary of the independence of our country by sleeping a little late that morning. About 7 o'clock, outside my window... Leroy...
Happy 4th of July, Unc!
Yes. There was a war on then. That was only a year ago. Can you believe it? You couldn't buy fireworks anywhere in those days. But breeze there a boy with soul so dead he can't find some way to blow himself up on the 4th? I figured I'd better get down there and see what... Leroy, whatever you're doing, stop it.
I'm not doing anything, Unc.
Don't tell me that. I've got ears. Or I did have. Well, hold your fire till I can get down there. You can't deny a small boy the 4th of July. That's his day. But I still remember the time I made the mistake of carrying a 3-inch salute in my hip pocket. And my best friend sneaked up on me with a piece of punk. It was burned in my memory. I didn't want anything like that to happen to Leroy, so I got up and shaved and got dressed. put on my white Palm Beach suit and my white canvas shoes that I hadn't worn in years, and hurried downstairs. Breakfast was a rather disordered meal that day. I guess we were all a little excited. Marjorie kept jumping up and down and rushing off places. I finally told her to sit down. Marjorie, I said, for heaven's sake, light somewhere.
But I'm all through, Uncle Mort.
I don't care. Sit down. You make me nervous.
But I'm supposed to be helping Bertie make the lunch.
That can wait till after breakfast. One thing at a time here. Where's my cereal? Leroy, wipe your chin. Bertie, I'm ready for my cereal.
We ought to get a bell.
Here you are, Mr. Gildersleeve. Leroy, how about you?
What's this you've given me, Bertie?
That's your... Oh, my goodness. That's the chopped olives for the sandwiches.
Olives are my favorite fruit, Bertie, but not for breakfast.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. That's what comes from making lunch and breakfast at the same time. I only hope I didn't go and spread the oatmeal on the sandwiches.
Bertie's a scream this morning. How do you like her with that cap over her eye?
I really ought to go out there and help her.
Sit still, my dear. It'll only add to the confusion. She'll fight her way out of this.
What time are we leaving for the picnic grounds, Unky?
Well, Floyd should be coming by here for us about 11.
Floyd Munson? Are we going with him?
Yeah, he's going to get his cousin's hay wagon. We'll all ride out together. Everybody. Big excursion.
Oh, how wonderful. A hayride. I've got to run right over and tell Marshall.
Yeah, Marshall will find out. You stay right where you are.
A hayride? Oh, this is going to be more fun. Unky, I think you were a darling to arrange it.
Yeah.
And don't you look pretty in your nice white suit? Doesn't he look pretty, Leroy?
He looks like the good humor man.
I feel like the good humor man, Leroy. Yes, sir, nobody's going to make me mad today. But don't keep trying, Leroy. Well, we had work to do that morning, but all of a sudden nothing would do. We should drop everything and hang out the flag.
Well, what's the use of having a flag if you don't hang it out on the 4th of July?
All right. So you tramp upstairs to the attic. 2 flights. Extra step. Well, you rummage around till you find the flag. Then you open the front attic window. It hasn't any sash cord, so you have to prop it up with a stick. Only you can't find a stick, so you use a coat hanger.
I'll go out in the yard, Uncle Mort, and see how it looks.
Now, Leroy, when I get out the window, you hold on to my legs.
What for?
What for? What do you think? Just hold on to them, that's all. Now, don't let go.
Okay.
No, not yet, Leroy. Wait till I get out there.
I thought you said to hold on to them.
Well, use your head, my boy. Now, you lower the flag out the window, and you squirm part way out yourself. And then you look down. Hold on, Leroy. Oh, sure. That's the time the telephone always rings.
Leroy, telephone. For me. Yes, for you. I'll be back, Unc.
Okay. Oh, Leroy. You come back here. The little devil. There you are. Half in and half out. Straddling the windowsill on your stomach. In a Palm Beach suit that's just been cleaned and too tight. There's only one thing to do. You try to inch your way back in. There you are, teetering in space while your life hangs in the balance. And then it happens. Your elbow hits the hanger, the window drops like a guillotine. Oh, right in the back. You're pinned there like a rat in a trap, clutching at Old Glory. 4 or 5 hours pass. Maybe it's 4 or 5 minutes. You've been hollering as loud as you can, with the wind knocked out of you in your heart and your throat. And then some fool happens along and calls to you.
What you doing, Throckmorton?
Leela!
Shoot if you must this old gray head, but spare your country's flag, he said.
Leela, help! This is no joke, Leela. I'm stuck.
Oh, gracious.
Get help!
You stay right there, Throckmorton, you hear? I'll be up. Marjorie, Leroy, Bertie, everybody
Safe at last. Safe again in the bosom of my little family. What might have been an ugly incident was turned into a happy triumph. For Old Glory waved proudly from our attic window. We all went out front to look at it. And we all agreed that it looked just fine there.
It looks just fine there, Throckmorton. Just fine.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah.
How do you like it, Bertie?
Mr. Gildersleeve, if I had my way, I'd leave it there all the time.
Yes, sir, it looked fine. But there were other things to do, and time was wasting, so I gave a few orders. Let's get going here, Bertie. No time to lose.
Yes, sir.
Now, Marjorie, you help Bertie with the lunch.
Okay.
Leela, I wonder if you could give him a hand.
Well, I have to dress yet, Throckmorton, but I'd be glad to do what I can.
Good. Leroy, you carry out the basket and things as they get them packed.
Me?
Yes, you.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to sit down on the porch here for a while and think about the Declaration of Independence. Well, I sat down on the swing there and lit a cigar. And I thought how different this was from other 4th of Julys I'd known. How quiet and how nice. And I thought how a man's tastes change as he grows older. Why, when I was a youngster, I lived in a world of high explosives. Dynamite caps, 5-inch salutes, red devils, Roman candles, erupting strombolis, 50-cent skyrockets. I loved them. Not anymore. Suddenly I looked down the walk, and here came a little boy that might have been me at the age of 6. Only it wasn't. It was little Craig Bullard from across the street, and he was pulling a toy cannon. I knew what he was going to say before he said it.
Can Leroy play?
Well, hello, Craig. What's that you got there?
I want Leroy to play with me.
Well, Leroy's inside right now.
Tell him to come out.
Well, he has some work to do, Craig.
I want him to come out.
Later, perhaps later. Who gave you the cannon?
My father.
Oh, that's fine. Doesn't go off, does it? Now, Craig, surely your father's told you not to aim that thing at people. Craig, what are you going to do?
I'm going to shoot you.
Now, Craig, what's that string for?
I'm going to pull it.
Don't you shoot that thing.
I'm going to pull it. 1.
Craig, do you hear me? Don't you shoot that.
2.
Look, Craig, I thought of a game.
3.
I knew it wouldn't shoot.
Hi, Leroy.
Little guest to see you, Leroy.
Oh, for corn's sake. I'll see you later, Craig. I'm busy. I have a cannon. What's that? I have a cannon. Hey, pretty neat. Let's have a look at it, Craigie, old boy. Maybe I can show you how to shoot it.
You do, and I'll shine
Why, this is one of those carbide cannons. I pull the string and nothing happens. Well, no wonder. What you need is carbide. I've got some around in the garage. Come on. Hey, did you ever think of loading it with gravel?
Leroy?
Yeah?
No carbide, Leroy.
But it's meant for carbide.
And no gravel.
Okay, no gravel, just carbide.
And no carbide.
Okay. Come on, Craig. I know what we'll do.
What were they going to do? I sat there uneasily, wondering how little boys ever live to reach the age of 12. But pretty soon they were back again.
Leroy knocked over my cannon.
Wait a minute.
Leroy knocked over my cannon.
Stop it. Stop it, Craig.
Yeah, stop it, you little snitcher.
Leroy.
Well, he claims he's General Eisenhower.
Leroy, Craig's a little boy. That's no reason to get angry with him if he wants to imagine things.
I'm General Eisenhower. He's Rommel.
Yeah.
Now he wants to change sides, the dirty guy.
He must have discovered how the game comes out.
You're going to take my cannon and go home.
Yeah, well, that's all right. I think that's a very wise decision, my boy. Very wise indeed. Rommel would have been smart if he'd done the same thing. Well, so it went. A few laughs, a few fights, a little excitement, and a lot of bustle and preparation. It was noon before we knew it, and the Jolly Boys were overdue. Leela had gone home to dress, and we were standing on the front porch waiting. Leroy and Marjorie and her boyfriend and I. And the wagon hove in sight.
Here it comes, Auntie.
Oh, boy, look at it.
Yes, sir, it was Floyd's cousin's hay wagon with a nice bed of fresh hay. And there were red, white, and blue bows on the tails of the horses. And somebody had twined red, white, and blue crepe paper through the spokes of the wheels. Floyd's cousin was handling the horses, and Floyd sat on the seat beside him. And believe it or not, he had an accordion.
Oh, brother, is that corny?
Oh, it's wonderful. Don't you love it, Marshall? Oh, Unky, I'm so happy.
Yeah, don't jump up and down with the thermos bottles, my dear.
Oh, ahoy there, Commissioner.
Ahoy, jolly boys.
Climb aboard.
Oh, yes. Okay, let's get started, huh? There they all were. Good old Hooker, good old Peavy, good old Floyd, and good old Gates. I tell you to look at that good old wagon, all red, white, and blue, and all those fine fellows in it. Well, made you proud of your country, that's all. I'm glad there was a 4th of July.
Come on, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, come on, Commissioner.
Scramble up there, Leroy.
Okay.
Up you go, Marjorie.
You're next, Gildy. Give him a hand there, somebody.
Oh. Don't strain yourself, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hey!
Hold those horses there. Oh, now. All together, fellas.
Now, up to Daisy.
Well, let's go. Giddy up there.
Yeah, hey, wait. Don't forget to stop for the girls.
Are you kidding?
Oh, take me out to the loading. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me something and some Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back to the room.
Yes, sir, it looks like it's going to be a great picnic. You know, when a person's hungry, there's nothing quite so satisfying as a slice of bread with your favorite spread.
Well, parquet margarine's my favorite spread, Mr. Lang, but it's often so hard to get. And right now we're all being asked to go easy on bread, so there'll be more for hungry people who really need it. So surely you're not trying to sell me on the idea of using more.
That's right, I'm not. The point I'm trying to make is that bread and spreads are basic, hunger-satisfying foods. Two of the foods most vitally needed in the world today. Here at home, we're fortunate that there's some of both for everyone. Not all we'd like, perhaps, but enough. And by conserving bread and spreads when they're in short supply, it helps everyone to get a fair share.
That, Mr. Lang, is going to make me use parquet sparingly and to appreciate its fine flavor and food value all the more.
And I'd like to just add that Kraft will continue to make all the parquet margarine possible under present conditions and distribute it as fairly as we can. Thanks again for being so patient when supplies of parquet are temporarily limited.
Yes, sir, quite a day, the 4th of July. Everybody had a good time riding out to the picnic grounds. Leroy was up front with the driver. Marjorie and Marshal Bullard sat together, talking very seriously. Floyd was playing his accordion. Mostly requests from Eve Goodwin and Leela Ransom. Sounded pretty good. Floyd was all dressed up for a day in the country with white sports shoes. Judge Hooker had on a pair of golf knickers he dug up someplace.
I never knew the judge was bow-legged before.
That'll do, Leroy. Eve Goodwin was looking very pretty with a big straw hat on. Leela was wearing something she called a play suit.
Didn't you ever have a play suit, Throckmorton?
No, but I like it. What'll we play?
Oh, you.
Well, we got out to the grounds in about an hour. Nice woodsy spot besides a little stream. Quite a good deep pool at one point. We unloaded the baskets with the food. Everything was so peaceful for a few minutes.
Just pile all that stuff over here, boys, under the tree.
What about putting it out here in the open?
I prefer to have it under the tree, Floyd, and since I'm to be the chef...
Who said you were going to be the chef, Judge?
Naturally, I assumed that...
Well, just turn off your assumer. You're assuming too fast.
Yeah, I'm pretty fair-handed at barbecue myself.
I will attend to the barbecuing, Floyd.
Who said so? It just so happens, Gildy, that my recipe for barbecued frankfurters is acknowledged the best in town.
Not by me, it ain't. I got a sauce makes a hot dog taste like filet mignon.
Well, my sauce makes it taste like a hot dog.
I still say if you have any regard for our guests, you let me be the chef.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute,
Fellas, is this any way to behave? Why, what'll our guests think of the Jolly Boys?
Gee, I'd never thought of that.
We've got an organization with a reputation to maintain. Summerfield has its eye on the Jolly Boys Club.
Chief Gates is right, fellas. I'll withdraw my claim to the chef's job.
So will I. You take it, Floyd.
No, Judge, you take it.
Oh, no.
Well, then let Gildersleeve have it.
Oh, no, not me.
Well, for heaven's sake...
You asked for it in the first place, Judge.
That has nothing to do with it.
The idea.
I've
never seen
Well, let's be jolly boys, shall we?
So harmony finally prevailed. We made Hooker chef, and then somehow I got stuck with the job of collecting wood for a fire. So naturally, I went looking for Leroy. I finally found him down by the creek. Leroy, put your shoes on. I want you to gather some wood for a fire.
Oh, no.
Now, Leroy.
I'm working on an important project. I can't stop in the middle of it.
What is the project?
I'm improving the swimming hole. Everybody will be grateful when it's done.
There's nothing the matter with the swimming hole, my boy. It doesn't need any projects.
Are you kidding? It isn't deep enough. I can't even get over my head.
It isn't necessary to drown to have a good time, my boy. Now put on your shoes.
Oh, please, Uncle, I'll get the firewood later. Can't I just build a small dam?
Well, all right. But building a dam is harder than you think.
Well, if a dumb animal can do it, I can do it. Gosh, a beaver. They chew down trees with their teeth and then slap the mud on with their tails.
How are you going to manage that?
Sit on it. Or maybe you could sit on it. That'd be better.
Leroy! If you're going to play in the water, put on your bathing suit. Well, I finally got Marjorie and Marshal Bullard to go out and collect firewood. They'd been mooning around with nothing to do, and they seemed glad of an excuse to go off for a walk by themselves. Of course, when they came back an hour later, they'd forgotten to bring any firewood. But they didn't seem to mind going back for some more. Although by that time, the rest of us were getting ready to go swimming.
Say, Commish, that school teacher don't look bad in a bathing suit, does she?
Miss Goodwin is a lady, Floyd.
Did I say she wasn't? Ransom ain't bad either.
Are you referring to Mrs. Ransom?
Well, sure. What's the matter?
You better watch your step there, Floyd. Remember, Mr. Gildersleeve's been engaged to practically every woman on this picnic.
Now, see here, you fellas.
Only kidding, Commissioner, weren't we, Floyd?
Well, I thought so. Come on, let's go swimming.
Well, gentlemen, off for a plunge in the brook?
Phoebe. Come on, get into your bathing suit.
No, thanks, Mr. Gildersleeve. Not today.
Oh, come on, Peeve. It'll cool you off.
No, really. The fact is, I'm not much of a swimmer.
Oh, just float then. Anybody can float.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I've always had trouble floating.
Oh, there's nothing to it, Peeve. Just lie on your back and don't move.
And that's what they always told me.
Well?
And every time I try it, water goes up my nose.
Well, your head must be heavier than your feet.
That's what I say.
You two, aren't y'all going in the water?
We'll be right there, Leela. We're trying to get Peavy to come along.
What, Peavy? Not going swimming?
No, Judge, not today.
Well, good way to work up an appetite, Peavy.
Well, I dare say, but the fact is, gentlemen, I promised Mrs. Peavy I wouldn't go. She has a theory it's bad to go in the water on a hot day.
That's a lot of baloney.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Not to Mrs. Peavy, anyway. Of course, right now, she's out of town.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, Peavy. Come on, fellas. Last one into the water is a rotten egg.
Aren't you going to get your feet wet?
Well, that's no way. I want to dive in.
Well, I don't think the water's deep enough, Throckmorton.
Plenty deep enough for a good diver.
You could dive off that rock, Commissioner, if you're really good.
Let's see you dive off the rock, Unc.
Well, that's pretty high.
What's the matter? You afraid?
Well, no, I'm not afraid. I'll show you, by George.
You want to see me swim underwater, Mrs. Ransom?
Can you really?
Just watch.
Oh, my goodness, look at Mr. Munson, Eve. He's actually swimming underwater.
Hey, girls, aren't you going to watch me dive?
Oh, my ankle.
You think it was a lobster, Mrs. Ransom? It's only me.
Mercy.
You cut that out, Floyd.
Hey, girls, you want to see me imitate a whale?
Oh, I'd love to see that.
Well, watch. First, I float on my back, then...
Oh, he spouted.
funny.
Oh, that's marvelous.
Hey, girls, watch me. I'm going to die.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
You better get out of the way.
Stand back, ladies. Give the man room.
Come on, Alf. 1, 2.
Don't rush me, Leroy.
Hey, girls, you want to see me stand on my head in the water? Look.
Oh, that's marvelous. Look at him.
Oh, who can't do that?
Oh, both of them. Don't they look fantastic?
Hey, girls, watch me. I'm going to die.
Well, for corn's sake, go ahead and die.
Oh, look, Eve. Here comes Mr. Peavy.
Oh, my goodness.
That long-sleeve bathing suit is hookers. Come on in, Peeve. The water's fine.
I think I'll just sit on the bank here and dabble my toes.
Come on up here with me, Peavy, and dive in.
You'll get wet faster your way, Peavy.
What'd you say, Floyd?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, do come in, Mr. Peavy. The water's lovely.
Is it cold?
It's just right. Stick your toe in.
Well, seems nice and moderate. Guess I can risk it. I'll just rub a little water on my chest and on my forehead and my stomach.
What's that for, Peeve?
That prevents a chill.
Look at me, darn it.
I wonder if I can remember how to do a duck dive. Would you ladies care to see me do my duck dive?
Oh, we certainly would, wouldn't we?
I can't think of anything more enjoyable.
Hey, here I come.
And now you watch. When I wiggle my feet just before they go under, that's the duck's tail feathers.
Good.
Oops. There go the tail feathers.
Look out, everybody. Here I come, and this time I mean it. Oh, 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 oh.
Holy cow, he knocks half the water out of the pool.
Well, we were all having a good time in the water, but the judge made us come and eat his barbecued frankfurters. His sauce wasn't so much. I only ate 6.
You ate 7.
But I will say everybody was nice and helped clean up afterward. Even Leroy did a little work.
A little?
Leroy didn't have time to do much work because Mr. Bullard drove out and took him and Marshall and Marjorie home in his car. That just left the grown-ups to ride back in the hay wagon, and perhaps it was just as well.
Moonlight's nice tonight, isn't it, Throckmorton?
You bet.
The moon's awfully pretty tonight, isn't it, Judge?
Yes, it is, Leela. It is indeed.
Moon's awful pretty tonight. Ain't it, Peavy?
Get away from me, Floyd.
Are you comfortable, Eve?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Comfortable, Leela?
Yes, thank you. Although the hay gets a little itchy after a while.
Are you cold, Eve?
Oh, mercy, no.
Well, couldn't you pretend you're a little chilly?
Now, Throckmorton.
I can hear every word you say, Commissioner.
Well, play your accordion, Floyd, and give us a chance.
Okay.
Floyd played some nice old songs, and Eve snuggled up to me a little. But I couldn't seem to get my mind on her. Maybe it was because I couldn't help noticing the judge kept trying to slide his arm around Leela. Leela's nothing to me, of course. But just the same, when she called over to me.
Why don't you sing, Throckmorton?
Sing? By George, that's a good idea, Leela. Why don't we all sing? Come on, Floyd, something we all know.
Well, let me see. How's that?
Oh, that's just the one, Floyd.
Okay.
All together now, folks.
In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime, strolling through the shady lanes with your baby mine, hold her hand and she holds yours, and that's a very good sign that she's your Tootsie Woosie. The good old
Yes, sir. We hope that all of you can have at least a day this summer as fine as our last 4th of July. This is our last broadcast of the season, but we'll be back again for the Kraft Foods Company on September 11th. If you look at your calendar, you'll find out that September the 11th isn't Sunday at all. It's Wednesday. So you remember that and tell your friends. Next season, you'll hear the great Gildersleeve. That's me. On Wednesday instead of Sunday. It'll be the same network, and your local paper will give you the time and the station. I guess all the members of our cast are looking forward to their vacations. I'd like to thank every one of them for the nice times we've had together all this year. There's Louise Erickson, who plays Marjorie, Walter Tetley, our little Leroy, and Lillian Randolph, whom you know as Bertie. Getting outside the immediate family, there's Shirley Mitchell, who plays Leela Ransom, and Bea Benaderet, who's Eve Goodwin. Thanks, too, to the Jolly Boys, Arthur Q. Bryan, and Ken Christie, who are Floyd and Chief Gates. And to that not-so-jolly little boy, Tommy Bernard, who plays Little Craig. And to jolly Johnny Lang, our announcer. And, of course, with every season that goes by, we appreciate more and more our two fine old standbys, Earl Ross, who plays Judge Hooker, and Richard LeGrand, who is Mr. Peavy.
As we come to the close of another season of fun on the Great Gildersleeve, we'd like to leave with you this very serious thought.
How would your appetite hold up at dinner tonight if a starving child stood at your elbow? A child with hunger biting into his wide eyes and hollow cheeks. Please, just for a moment, pretend that you can see him beside you. This child who has known the worst of war and now faces famine. How when spring is back and our children frolic in the sun, these frail children of Europe and Asia long for bread. Help to feed them, and you can by buying and eating as little wheat and rice as possible, by turning in used fats and oils, eating more of the plentiful foods, as much as possible from your own garden, preserving all you do not eat, wasting not a scrap. A child in Europe, when he gets some strength back in his body, will thank you for it.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. When the 4th of July weekend arrived at Madison High Summer School, it was welcomed most enthusiastically by Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there.
I don't know why I looked forward to such a brief holiday with such keen anticipation. I like my work, and I'm very fond of my pupils. Then there's the school principal, Mr. Osgood Conklin. Well, what do you know? I just found out why I look forward to such a brief holiday with such keen anticipation. Mr. Conklin and I never have been what the scientists call chemical affinities. But last week we really reached the ultimate in mutual harassment. I would hesitate to describe Mr. Conklin's temper as volcanic, but by last Thursday I would swear I saw a thin trickle of lava flowing out of his ears. I was telling my landlady, Mrs. Davis, about it Friday morning at breakfast. He hasn't been this irritable since last month when I broke his new glasses.
My goodness, Connie, how did you do that?
It was an accident, Mrs. Davis. They broke when we both bent down at the same time.
You both bent down?
Yes, to pick up a hammer I had dropped on his foot.
Osgood is certainly hard to get along with. Oh, Connie, did you say you wanted tea or coffee this morning?
I said I wanted milk, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, of course you did. I'm getting so absent-minded lately. Almost as bad as my sister Angela.
How is Angela, Mrs. Davis?
Angela?
Your sister.
Oh. She's terribly absent-minded, poor dear. Why, the other morning, do you know what she did?
No, what?
She found herself with one foot in the bathtub and one foot out of the bathtub.
Well, there's nothing absent-minded about that. It happens to most of us, sooner or later.
But Angela couldn't remember whether she was just getting into the tub or whether she was just getting out.
Well, that is a dilemma. What did she do?
She let the water out and took a shower. Now I'd better get you that hot chocolate you wanted.
It's milk, Mrs. Davis, and it's right here on the table. Can I pour some for you?
Oh, no, thanks, Connie. I never drink milk in the morning. It keeps me up all day.
Maybe we should have gone on talking about Mr. Conklin.
Say, that reminds me, Connie. How's Mr. Conklin been treating you lately?
You should have seen him yesterday when I stopped in at his office to get my check.
Was he very disagreeable, Connie?
Not at first. That's what's so confusing. When I sat down to sign for the check, he was extremely civil to me, almost courteous. And then in a few seconds, boom, his whole attitude changed.
But why?
That's what I'd like to know. You think I spilled that bottle of ink on his coat purposely?
Oh, Connie, not a bottle of ink.
I couldn't help it, Mrs. Davis, and I tried my best to get out the spots.
With what?
With spot remover, of course. Or at least I thought it was spot remover. It isn't my fault that Mr. Conklin keeps ammonia in his desk, is it?
Ammonia? But, Connie, ammonia will just burn right through the cloth.
Please, Mrs. Davis, you sound just like Mr. Conklin. But I won't be running into him for the next few days, thank goodness. I'm going away for the July 4th weekend.
But, Connie, can you afford to go away?
On my salary, I can't afford to stay home. But I've made up my mind to do it if I have to go without lunch for a week. And guess where I'm going, Mrs. Davis?
Where?
To Eagle Springs. And guess what bashful scientist is going to get the surprise of his life because he's going there, too, and doesn't know I'm coming?
It's not Mr. Boynton.
It ain't Al Einstein. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mrs. Davis, I'll get ready for school. Walter Denton should be picking me up pretty soon.
Oh, I'm sorry, Connie, but there's something I forgot to tell you. Walter called while you were in the shower and said he can't pick you up this morning.
Oh, great. And my car won't budge.
What's the matter with it, Connie?
I don't know exactly. Last time I went out to the garage to look at it, it was lying on its side, panting.
Walter said he hoped you'd understand, but he had to drive Mr. Conklin to the doctor's this morning.
The doctor's? Why, that's a shame. I wonder what's wrong with poor Mr. Conklin.
Well, Osgood, I can't seem to find anything radically wrong with your physical condition, outside of a slightly elevated blood pressure, that is.
What is my blood pressure, Dr. Haney?
Oh, nothing to worry about, Osgood. Around 180, I'd say. Of course, if it gets to 200, I'd advise you to sell.
If there's one thing I've always wanted, it's a comical physician. Now tell me, Doctor, what's wrong with me?
Well, I can't discover any physical symptoms, Osgood, but there's no doubt about it. Something seems to be troubling you mentally. Now, what is it?
It isn't a what, it's a who. And what a who. Even when we're not together, I can still see her face before me.
But, Osgood, who is this woman?
It's Miss Brooks, Doctor. She teaches English at Madison.
It seems to me, Osgood, if Miss Brooks grates on your nerves so much, you shouldn't let her cross your path. Avoid contact with her whenever possible. As a matter of fact, I recommend that you leave town for a few days.
That's it. I'll do it. I'll go away for the 4th of July weekend. But where?
Oh, it doesn't matter where. Do your world of good to get away for a few days. Say, now, maybe I can help you.
You?
Why, sure. I know the squaw in charge of reservations on the Chief. Oh,
it will be good to get away.
Hello, Miss Brooks. You're just the person I wanted to see.
Good morning, Harriet. What can I do for you?
It's Daddy, Miss Brooks. I'm real worried about him. Last night he cried out in his sleep several times. Mother had to keep waking him up, and once in his sleep he screamed out your name.
My name?
Yes. That's when Mother had to tie him to the bed.
I think I can explain your father's nocturnal penchant for screaming my name, Harriet. We've spent the better part of this week exchanging unpleasantries.
Then Daddy did have words with you?
Harriet, your daddy had words that I wouldn't repeat in front of a sailor.
He was extremely nervous this morning when Walter Denton drove him to the doctor's.
Well, I hope his doctor has a good doctor. Now, if you'll excuse me, Harriet, I'll run along to class.
Just a minute, Miss Brooks. Here's Daddy now.
Oh, good morning, Harriet. Well, the doctor says there's nothing wrong with me physically at all.
I knew it. You look better already.
Thank you, my dear.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin. He just took a turn for the worse.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. So far. I'd better get into my office now. I'll see you later, Harriet.
All right, Daddy. But what's the umbrella for?
It looked like rain when I left for the doctor's. Oh, by the way, it's a rather sturdy umbrella, Miss Brooks. Care to whack me over the head with it to start off the day?
Oh, of course not, Mr. Conklin.
You're sure now?
I'll take a rain check. I'm positive. Oh, hold still a minute, Mr. Conklin. There's a thread hanging from the lapel of your coat. I'll pull it out for you.
You needn't bother.
It's no bother. I'll pull it out in just a second. There, that does it. No, there seems to be more. Hold still, please.
I'm waiting, Miss Brooks.
I'm pulling, Mr. Conklin.
This lapel looks all right, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I'm getting it now. This a new suit, Mr. Conklin?
Yes. Yes, it is. No doubt you remember my old suit, Miss Brooks. The one with the ink spots.
Ink spots? How in the world did you get... Oh, that one.
Yes, that one. I thought you'd like to know that I cleaned Walter Denton's windshield with it this morning.
Well, it certainly needed it. I'm sorry about your suit, Mr. Conklin, but say, this is funny. There doesn't seem to be any end to this thread.
So I see. Miss Brooks, would you be good enough to give me the ball of thread you're holding in your hand? I'll have another lapel sewn on.
Oh, forgive me, Mr. Conklin. I didn't realize
My brand new suit. 2 pairs of pants and 1 lapel. Let me in that office immediately. Step aside, Harry.
But, Daddy... Daddy seems quite annoyed at you this morning, doesn't he, Miss Brooks?
I think so. In fact, there's an old Eskimo saying that describes his feelings toward me perfectly. It goes, Pulikamu konakrio exo.
What does that mean?
Baby, it's cold outside.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous Beauty Lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance. For new allure, new charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive soap the way doctors advised for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful Beauty Lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's Beauty Lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big bath-size Palmolive in tub or shower.
Well, I had no further encounters with Mr. Conklin during my first class, and while waiting for another session to begin, I was bolstered by the thought that I'd soon be on my way to Eagle Springs for the 4th of July weekend. While I was marking some composition papers, Walter Denton returned from the errand I'd sent him on.
Excuse me, Miss Brooks, but I'm back.
Did you get me a ticket to Eagle Springs, Walter?
Sure, Miss Brooks, but first I told Mr. Boynton I was going to the railroad station on an errand, and then I volunteered to pick up his ticket to Eagle Springs for him. And when he gave me the money, I just added what you'd given me and bought 2 tickets. Seats 208 and 209 in the parlor car. Right smack up against each other.
Why, Walter Denton, where did you ever get such a diabolical scheme?
From you. Now, don't you remember, Miss Brooks? You laid the whole thing out for me.
Never mind, Walter. Are you sure the seats are together?
Positive. And it was a lucky break I got any seats at all. The trains are sure crowded for this 4th of July weekend. Gosh, the station was alive with travelers.
Those are the best kind. Now, look, Walter. You have got to promise me you won't mention my trip to a Seoul. I don't want Mr. Boynton to know I'm going to Eagle Springs until he sits down next to me on that train.
You have my word as a gentleman and a scholar.
I've just read your composition. Your word as a gentleman will do.
No, all kidding aside, Miss Brooks, how did you like my composition? Great baseball yarn, isn't it?
Frankly, Walter, it's a little hard for me to judge. I know how crazy you are about baseball. I'd like to be fair in marking your composition, but, well, this time you've really got me stumped.
But why?
Maybe it's because the first 6 pages contain nothing but the American League box scores.
I just put that in to make it more dramatic.
Well, some of it is pretty exciting at that. I remember one very eloquent phrase that keeps recurring in the story. Had me right on the edge of my seat. Let me find it. Oh, here it is. Coleman to Sternweiss to Phillips.
That's a famous double play combination. You know, on the Yankees.
Oh, Yankees, of course. The northern team. Now, you'd better be getting on to your next class.
Now, okay, Miss Brooks. Oh, before I go, is there anything I can do for you while you're out of town?
Yes, Walter. Come to think of it, there is something you can do. You'll probably be seeing a lot of Harriet Conklin over the weekend, won't you?
That's for sure.
Well, you can do me this one big favor. Whenever Mr. Conklin's in the vicinity, please don't mention my name.
When Mr. Conklin's in the vicinity, I'm usually not. He hates me, you know.
You're not the only one. But just don't talk about me when he's around. I'm hoping he'll cool down a bit while I'm away. Oh, there's that pesky fly again. He's been in here all morning.
I'll be darned if I'd hang around summer school all day if I was a fly.
Maybe he needs the credits. Hand me that fly swatter, Walter. Thanks.
Oh, he lit over here on the door, Miss Brooks. I'll open it and let him fly out.
No, don't, Walter. He looks like a germ carrier. I think I've got a good bead on the little pest. Here goes.
Fortunately, I get my glasses wholesale.
Mr. Conklin.
And now that you've warmed up, Miss Brooks, how about trying the umbrella?
It was an accident, Mr. Conklin. Miss Brooks didn't mean to hit you. She was after that other pest. I mean, the fly.
Well, if it isn't Walter Denton. I've hit the jackpot this time.
Oh, please, Mr. Conklin, if you'll just sit down a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Conklin, just have a seat. I'll gather your glasses for you.
Yes. Oh, Denton.
Yes, sir?
Get out!
Yes, sir! That is, yes, sir.
Miss Brooks, the reason I came in here was to inform you, as I have the other members of the faculty, that I'm going away for a while.
Away? For how long, Mr. Conklin?
Well, this morning I planned on staying away for just 3 days. But then, when you siphoned off one of my lapels, I decided to make it 4 or 5. And just now, when you flogged me with that fly swatter, I realized I'll need at least a week.
Mr. Conklin, I won't deny that a series of extremely unfortunate incidents have occurred.
How very broad-minded of you. Well, there won't be any more of them for me, at least not for the next week. I always thought I was a man of more than average courage, Miss Brooks, but I've discovered recently that I'm not.
Please, Mr.
Conklin. It's true. I am a coward, Miss Brooks. But be that as it may, I am determined to live long enough to be an old coward. Hence, I am about to flee the city.
But where are you going, Mr. Conklin?
I don't know yet. I've called the railroad station, but their trains are all jammed with 4th of July weekenders. However...
Yes, I know. It's very crowded on almost all the trains.
I haven't finished talking, Miss Brooks. I was about to say, however, I'm going to try the airport this afternoon. Maybe I can get a plane for somewhere. Oh, that's a very annoying fly.
Oh, I've got the swatter, Mr. Conklin. I'll get it this time. You just sit still.
No, I'll get out of this seat if you don't mind.
You got up, Mr. Conklin.
As I was saying, Miss Brooks, I'll go to the airport. If I can't get a plane from somewhere, I may fly somewhere without a plane!
And so, class, it only requires a little concentration to avoid embarrassing mistakes in conversation. We'll take up next the works of Lord Byron. That's all for now. Class dismissed, and have a nice weekend.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Brooks. Could I see you for a minute?
Why, Mr. Boynton, you may see me for longer than that. Come in, won't you?
I just wanted to say goodbye, Miss Brooks.
Oh? Going somewhere?
Yes. Walter Denton just got me a ticket on the 4:15 to Eagle Springs. I'm going to spend the 4th of July weekend up there.
How nice for you, Mr. Boynton. It should do you a world of good.
Yes, I really need the rest. I've been working pretty hard lately. Still, I want you to know I'll miss our regular Friday afternoon date, Miss Brooks.
I don't see why. That was a pretty tiresome crowd we were running around with.
Miss Brooks, we went to the zoo on Fridays.
That's what I mean. Every week, the same old hairy faces.
It does a man good to get away from town every so often. Gives him a chance to think things out. Commune with nature, as it were. You know, I like to get next to Mother Nature once in a while.
Now, isn't that funny? I feel the same way about Father Nature. That is, I'm sure you'll have a lovely time, Mr. Boynton.
I knew you'd understand, Miss Brooks. Walter got me a seat in the parlor car. They usually come in twos, you know.
Do they?
Yes, I hope someone nice sits next to me. It's quite a long trip, and a friendly traveling companion can make the time pass much more pleasantly.
I'm sure you'll draw the doll of the world.
No, not me. Just my luck. I'll probably wind up alongside some big fat dunce.
I mean, it's silly to even speculate about your train partner, Mr. Boynton. Forget it for now.
Well, if only he has a good sense of humor. I remember the last trip I took to New York. On my way back, I sat right next to George S. Kaufman, the famous playwright.
Really? How was his sense of humor?
You'd be surprised. It wasn't so good. I told him one of my best gags, too. You know the one where I make my shoes squeak on purpose? Well, when Kaufman asked me if they were new shoes, I said, shoes nothing. Those are my Blue Jay cornplasters chirping. Now, you know that's funny.
It's a scream. How did Mr. Kaufman react?
He took 2 Alka-Seltzers and went to sleep.
Probably jealous because he didn't make it up.
Well, I guess I better be leaving now, Miss Brooks. I've still got to say goodbye to Mr. Conklin.
Well, whatever you do, don't mention my name to him. This is one of my bad days.
Miss Brooks, you shouldn't fight with Mr. Conklin.
I'm not fighting with him, Mr. Boynton. Why, Mr. Conklin would be the first to admit that we'd get along splendidly together if it weren't for just one thing.
What's that?
Me.
Come in.
Oh, I just dropped in to say goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, sit down a minute, Boynton. I'm just getting some information from the Travel Bureau. What did you say the name of that train was again? The Snake Eyes Limited? No, I'm afraid I don't care to go as far as Las Vegas. Goodbye. Now then, you were saying?
Just goodbye, Mr. Conklin. I'm going up to Eagle Springs for the weekend.
Eagle Springs? But you won't be able to get a train ticket. I've tried every which way to get out of this town. It's just impossible.
Oh, not for me, it isn't. I've got my ticket right here. Seat 209 in the parlor car on the 4:15.
Let's see that ticket, Boynton. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'll be running along now, if you don't mind.
Just a moment, Boynton. Boynton, I've always looked upon you as one of the outstanding members of Madison's faculty. Not just as a teacher, mind, although you're one of the best.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Conklin.
But also as a human being. You, Boynton, are the type of chap who would never let anyone down.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Conklin.
That's why I know you'll sell me that ticket and postpone your own vacation.
Postpone it? But, Mr. Conklin, I can't.
Can't? In the vocabulary of a Madison High School teacher, there is no such word as can't.
Well, then I won't. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but I've worked very hard for this vacation,
Of course you have, my boy. It was selfish of me to even suggest that you give me your ticket on the train. The fact that I'm on the verge of complete mental breakdown should not sway you in the slightest.
Mental breakdown? Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Coleman.
Oh, chin up, boy. Wipe that frown from your face. You should be smiling. You're going on a trip. A happy, carefree trip. Forget about me trembling in my stuffy little office. You're on the train, boy. I can see you now, sitting there in that plush parlor car, the sun streaming through the windows. What's this? Conductor is approaching. Tickets? Tickets, please. Where's your ticket?
Here it is.
Thanks, Boynton. I knew you'd come through.
Here you are, miss. Seat 208.
Thank you.
Now, this bag belongs to the gentleman in the next seat. He went back to the smoking car just before we pulled out.
Oh, that's perfect. Now I can really surprise him.
Oh, you know him?
Not as well as I'm going to. That is, we've never been on a vacation together before.
Oh, that's the fellow coming down the aisle there. Oh, yes. He's got adhesive tape on his glasses.
What? Are you sure that's the man who has seat 209?
I'm positive. I parked him here myself.
Oh, well, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to face the window before he sits down.
What for?
If he sees me before he sits down, he'll fall down.
Oh, I get it. It's a rib. Tickets, please.
205, 207. Ah, here we are, 209. Hi-ho, to Eagle Springs we go. Well, I have a traveling companion. Yeah, I don't blame you for gazing out the window. Lovely scenery, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing like taking a little trip, eh?
Mm-mm.
I don't mind telling you I was a candidate for the Mayo Clinic before I got on this train. But it's going to be different now. Hi-ho, to Eagle Springs we go, and as we go I sing ho, ho. Hey, look at the sun coming from behind that cloud.
Hmm?
Shining on the window that way, it's beginning to reflect your features. Yes? There are your eyes. Nice eyes. There's your nose. Pretty nose. There's your mouth, your chin. Put them all together, and they add up.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, to the Mayo Clinic we go.
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid, Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier, fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after I found out the identity of Mr. Boynton's summer replacement on the train, I altered my plans for the weekend. Computing the wind velocity and the rate of speed at which we were traveling, I decided not to get off until the first stop. Then I took the next train back to town. And when I arrived at the depot, I ran right into Walter Denton.
Miss Brooks, what are you doing here? You should be halfway to Eagle Springs by now.
I was, Walter, but I found out that Mr. Boynton isn't going, and I couldn't bear the thought of letting him spend the weekend alone.
Alone? But, Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton got a last-minute cancellation and left for Eagle Springs 5 minutes ago.
What?
Sure, I drove him down.
Oh, great. Well, there's only one way I can celebrate the holiday now. I'll make an anonymous call to Mr. Conklin on Monday.
An anonymous call?
Yes, Walter. That's the 4th of July, and I'm really going to shoot off my mouth.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Here's a money-saving offer, men. A giant tube and a large tube of Palmolive brushless shaving cream for 49 cents. Yes, a 70-cent value for only 49 cents. This offer is made solely to prove you, too, can get smoother, more comfortable shaves the Palmolive brushless way. Just follow directions on the tube and treat your face to wonderful shaves. Yes, for extra shaving comfort at extra low cost, don't miss this Palmolive brushless bargain. At drug and toilet goods counters, get both giant and large size Palmolive brushless. A 70-cent value for only 49 cents.
Last year, forest fires laid waste 30 million acres of America's timberland. This year, only you can keep it from happening again. So when you or your family are camping, motoring in, or even near a forest area, remember these 4 rules. 1, crush out, completely out, all cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. 2, break matches in 2 after using. 3, drown all campfires, then stir and drown again. 4, before going near timber, ask fire authorities where campfires or even smoking are permitted. Remember, another 30 million acres will burn this year unless you are careful. For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again at the same time next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Albany, July the 4th, 1831. The reading of the Declaration of Independence in the Methodist Church was really a fine spectacle. There was, in the reading of these promises of independence so well kept, in this return of an entire people toward the memories of its birth, something deeply felt and truly great.
The 4th of July in Albany, 1831. A study in American independence. Item 3 in the series Democracy in America, prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University, under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American independence. The 4th of July in Albany, 1831.
What is it? What's the matter? Are they at the barricades? Quiet, Beaumont. This is not France. We are in America. It is Independence Day, 1831. And the loyal citizens of Albany seem to be saluting the dawn with a fusillade of artillery.
Not a very pleasant awakening for me. The guns made me dream of the Reign of Terror.
The Reign of Terror was over years before you were born, Beaumont.
I know, but my family has told me many stories of the Revolution.
So has mine. My own father and mother, imprisoned, barely escaped the guillotine. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, an uncle and an aunt, all guillotined. And since then we have had Napoleon, the restoration of the Bourbon, the July Revolution last year, Louis Philippe back again with his damned umbrella. All that in 40 years. When we were living on the estate at Verneuil, There was an evening which I shall never forget, though I do not think I was very old. Napoleon still ruled Europe, and Waterloo was still only a village near the outskirts of Brussels. There was a family celebration. I don't know what it was, but I do remember that the chateau was full of people, most of them relatives. It was evening. The servants had been sent out, and the whole family had collected around the hearth. My mother was singing the royalist song from the opera Richard Coeur de Lion. It made them think of the misfortunes and the suffering of His Majesty King Louis XVI and his death at the guillotine. As my mother sang, each person in that room was weeping, not over the private misfortunes every single one of them had suffered, not even over the many relatives every single one of them had lost in the civil wars and upon the scaffold. No, they were weeping rather over the fate of this man who had died more than 15 years before. Many of those who were weeping over him had never seen him. But Beaumont, these were the ladies and gentlemen of France, and this man had been the King of France. No wonder the Count, my father, was somewhat taken aback when I proposed a visit to America to study equality. Equality he himself had closely studied already, and its supposed associations with liberty and fraternity.
And yet, equality in America led to no reign of terror.
Evidently not. It is strange how the very same principle can lead to such widely differing results.
Now, they're ringing the church bells, and it cannot be 6 o'clock yet. How these Americans are full of zeal. And how fortunate they are to have a fine day in Albany for their celebrations. Oh, come to the window, Tocqueville, and enjoy the morning. Throw away your nightcap as I have done, and throw away your gloomy memories with it. Today, we are in America, and in America the only revolution was a glorious one.
So glorious, in fact, that it was not even a revolution. It was a war of independence.
I stand corrected. Look at all the flags. I wonder if it's going to be hot today. I hear there will be processions today and a band. Well, let us get dressed quickly and go downstairs. How I long to hear that band. Come along, Tocqueville, a little more brandy. You'll never be able to stand the strain of an American celebration unless you're first 45 with an American breakfast.
No, thank you. I'm not hungry. I mean thirsty.
Oh, come, Tocqueville. You must bring your mind back from France. This is July the 4th, not July the 14th. Independence Day, not Bastille Day. We are about to witness the national celebration of a happy democracy.
And how much of this happiness and democracy can we teach to France? Now we have a constitutional monarch with an umbrella. Now we have the beginnings of a democracy. Will that make us a happy and contented people, Beaumont?
I don't know. What little I've seen of it among the Americans makes me think it certainly suits them. Whether it suits us, well, that is something else again. It depends what we do with it.
You may be right.
Well, I shall keep an open mind. Pass the cold beef.
Morning, gentlemen. Early breakfast, that's the thing.
Mr. Flagg.
What a pleasant surprise.
Nothing like a good breakfast to start a good day. Mr. Tocqueville, Mr. Beaumont, meet the Lieutenant Governor of the state of New York, Edward P. Livingston.
Delighted to make the acquaintance of the countryman of Lafayette.
Oh, of course. Delighted, sir, to make your acquaintance.
You must forgive our early intrusion, but Mr. Flagg felt, and I agree, that you must be spoken to at once before you'd made other arrangements.
Spoken to, sir?
Well, we're very anxious that you gentlemen will march with us and with various other dignitaries at the head of the procession. Mr. Flagg felt, and I agree, that it would be most fitting.
And a friendship between the nations, a very fine thing.
I agree.
Sir, we should be most honored, but will not such a thing sadly disturb your table of precedence?
Table of precedence? Oh, not here, not over here. Plague take such a thing. The nearest we get to a table of precedence is that meeting we had last night in your house, Ned.
I agree.
And, you know, we just sat down with half a dozen of the leading citizens and thrashed it all out, where the wagons were to go, where the 4th of July orator was to march. I hope you're ready for some long speeches. And that just about settled it. Wait a minute. I forgot the militia.
You're right. We better get along and see that they're going to turn out on time.
Militia, what is that? To maintain order?
Maintain order? What for? It's just for show. The militia's the National Guard. You're aware the Constitution gives every man the right to bear arms. Citizen army, that's the militia, citizen army.
Do you not have an army in France?
Oh, indeed, yes. We have an army and an armed police force, several police forces. But we have no such thing as a citizen army. There have been occasions when the army has ruthlessly suppressed the citizens.
Happily in the past.
In the past, yes. Come, Beaumont. You must excuse us, gentlemen. This Independence Day of yours is awakening in my breast feelings of patriotism and remorse. No doubt I shall feel better when the actual ceremonies begin.
Now then, where's the Lieutenant Governor?
Here I am, Azariah.
Oh, good for you. Now, we shall be in front, the Lieutenant Governor and you gentlemen and I, and the Chancellor and the Controller and all those people. Then we shall have the fire department.
All of them?
All 9 companies.
What if there's a fire?
No American house dare burn on the 4th of July. Fire department has a new banner and a miniature engine, very fine. Then the Sons of St. Andrews. There they are, over there. What time do you have now?
5 and 20 of 10.
What time does the procession start?
10 o'clock sharp, Mr. Beaumont, with any luck. And if they can get all the wagons and floats ready in time.
Look, step over this way, gentlemen, and take a look at the printer float.
We should be very glad to. Come, Beaumont.
Now, here, gentlemen. Look. Look at all this.
How splendid. How superb. But what does it all mean?
I know what some of it means, but the master printers can tell you what it all means. Hey, here now. Here's your chance. Distinguished visitors from France come to see America. Tell them what all this means.
Well, this, is the wagon of the Association of Printers and Albany Typographical Society. At the front end, we got a gilt bust of Benjamin Franklin. I guess you should know him all right.
He spent a great deal of time in France. But while recognizing that Franklin was a great man, why do you choose to carry his bust on the printer's wagon?
Because he was a printer himself, that's why. In this country, men can rise to greatness and still be proud of their old trades. Now, in the center of the wagon, you'll observe we have a flagstaff set up and the flags of various nations. The U.S. colors, of course.
And those are France.
And Belgium. And what is that other one?
Well, that will be the flag of Poland, sir. Gallant country, very brave. Keen interest here in Polish independence.
That's the truth. There's a keen interest here in countries that are fond of liberty themselves. Or fighting for liberty. Or anything of that kind.
No call for you to fret, gentlemen. Your flag's there. France has overthrown her tyrants.
Has she? I do not think that the American Revolution and the French Revolution are truly comparable.
Now, I want you to come with me this way. See, this way.
Oh, but I want to make some notes.
Oh, this will give you something worth noting, Mr. Tocqueville. Now, look, near the head of the procession, we have a carriage with the veterans of the War of Independence. There are very few left now. After all, it's 55 years ago. But there's one old fellow that's very spry, considering he's very well preserved. He's the man you should see before the procession starts. He'll be too tired when it ends and may have drunk a great many toasts into the bargain, if you take my meaning. Old soldiers, you know, military reunions. Let's catch him now.
Mr. Flagg hurried us past the other groups that were forming for the parade. the Mechanics Benefit Society, the Painters Association, the Apprentices Society. And I could not help reflecting, as we walked along, how unlike France this country has become. The American Revolution produced a Washington, not a Napoleon. It had no reign of terror, and General Washington was followed not by counter-revolutions and plots within plots, but by an orderly succession of constitutional presidents. Then we reached the place where an old gentleman was sunning himself beside his carriage, waiting for the procession to start.
And these gentlemen are from France to study whatever we have to offer.
It is an honor, sir, to meet a survivor of the armies of the American Revolution.
No such thing.
I beg your pardon?
No such thing. It wasn't a revolution. That's what the British called it. We called it by its right name, the War of Independence.
I stand corrected. And only this morning I corrected my friend, Monsieur Beaumont, for the same error.
Did you see General Washington?
I surely did. I was a drummer boy in the retreat across New Jersey. That was a cold campaign, that was. December. We all thought the game was about up then. Later on, we heard the general about thought so, too. I was writing dismal letters to his friend about it. You heard of Tom Paine?
Tom Paine? The infidel?
Well, I don't know whether he was an infidel. I never got to ask him. I know he was all for an independent America, and I know General Washington thought a lot of him. Of course, he was a friend of his. Right in the middle of that New Jersey campaign, when we was all cold and sick and miserable, the general paraded us by regiments. Well, we hoped we were going to get an issue of brandy or rations or powder or something we could have used. But what we got was something written by this Tom Paine read out to us.
A very famous passage. These are the times that try men's souls.
We knew that without some scribbler telling us so.
Well, no doubt he was trying to put heart into you. You have heard of our great General Napoleon. He was always addressing his troops to put heart into them.
And he got beat in the end, though, didn't he?
He did. But he knew that the armies did not run on speeches. An army, he once said, marches on its stomach.
Well, the general knew that, too. He was the greatest man the world has ever produced.
And he served only 2 terms as president. And then he went home to Mount Vernon and lived as a private gentleman.
Now, there they go with some more of those confounded firecrackers. I hate the things. I'd rather be back in a retreat across New Jersey than to listen to those infernal contraptions. Every 4th of July, this place is like a town under siege. One damn fool after another, firing off muskets from the front door and pistols from the window. Rockets come whizzing into your bedroom and blazing grasshoppers jump at you on the sidewalk. I'm scared to death the horses are going to bolt and all us veterans will be killed at one go. When we fit the war, we never reckoned that for the rest of our lives, every living soul from the senator to the chimney sweep would let off his patriotism in gunpowder.
Yes, well, it's 5 minutes of 10. Time to be moving along, gentlemen. You'll be walking near the head of the procession with the lieutenant governor and myself. Oh, just one thing before we go. Look at that.
An old flag, torn and scarred.
Yeah. Those holes were made by bullets.
Some of them certainly were. That's a flag that's come down from the War of Independence. You have no idea, gentlemen, what it's like to overthrow a tyranny.
I could have told him that in France we had had too much experience of overthrowing tyrannies. But why should I worry him with the dark thoughts that preyed upon my mind? In America, these old soldiers who fought with Washington are themselves looked on as precious relics, and whom all the citizens delight to honor. And at 10 o'clock sharp, a band struck up, and the procession moved away, with Beaumont and myself marching proudly near the head.
here we are, Tocqueville, marching in the 4th of July parade in Albany.
We swing around here onto North Pearl Street. Now look behind you in a moment. Gentleman marching behind.
Oh, yes. The preoccupied-looking gentleman.
Yeah, that's the one. Mr. John B. Van Shake, leading lawyer in town. He's the Independence Day orator. I believe he has some telling remarks prepared on the independence of the Poles and also on this little revolution of yours last July.
Last July? Oh, yes. The July Revolution. The July Revolution. Do you remember, Beaumont, our talk after last July? We are resolved, then, Beaumont.
Absolutely resolved.
I've already explained to my father that my position as a magistrate of France has been rendered intolerable by the July Revolution.
To say nothing of their testing our loyalty by making us take the oath of allegiance twice. That was nothing but a deliberate insult.
It certainly didn't make us any more loyal. My friends are sufficiently outraged at my having taken the oath once.
Brother's hand is set against brother.
Our position in France has become intolerable. This trip to America will form a sort of voluntary exile.
To study the American prisons. Well, that is a legitimate occupation for a pair of young magistrates.
I think we have more to learn from America than information about prisons.
What?
The principle of equality. It may be that in America we can get a glimpse of the destiny of France.
The exercises will begin with a prayer from one of the Protestant ministers.
I noticed that they begin everything with a prayer.
Probably things don't go any the worse for it.
Let us pray. Almighty God, the fountainhead and origin of human liberties here on earth, the foundation and the buttress of all just governments, we humbly thank Thee for having preserved our nation for yet another year. We pray further that the liberties and freedoms so dearly won by our forefathers will be maintained under Thy guidance and extended to Thy glory, not only within our own nation, but to the other nations of the earth, and especially we pray at this time for the people of Poland. In the name of Jesus Christ our Lord, amen.
Amen. Judge Waterton will commence the exercises by reading the Declaration of Independence.
When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That
of all the events which occurred, I was most impressed, first, with the honor and respect accorded to the veterans of the war, and secondly, with the reading of the Declaration of Independence itself, which was done with warmth and dignity. It was really a fine spectacle. A profound silence reigned in the meeting. When, in its eloquent plea, Congress reviewed the injustices and the tyranny of England, we heard a murmur of indignation and anger circulate about us in the auditorium. When it appealed to the justice of its cause and expressed a generous resolution to succumb or free America, it seemed that an electric current made the hearts vibrate. This was not, I assure you, a theatrical performance. There was, in the reading of these promises of independence, so well kept, in this return of an entire people toward the memories of its birth, in this union of the present generation to that which is no longer, sharing for the moment all its generous passions, there was, in all that, something deeply felt and truly great.
And of right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved, and that as free and independent states they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
Amen. Fellow citizens of Albany, the 4th of July oration will now be delivered by our silver-tongued 4th of July orator, Mr. John B. Van Shake of this city.
Hello, Americans! Consider, first of all, ancient Egypt. Oh, my fellow Americans, how readily does ancient Egypt spring to the tongues, the hearts, and the eyes of every one of us here today. In this very
They should have stopped with the reading of that noble declaration, but no. No sooner was it concluded than a lawyer stepped up to make us a long rhetorical harangue in which he pompously passed the entire universe in review to get to the United States, which in all respects he made the center of the world. This had all the appearance of a farce, though of course we see such things in France at the funerals of our great men. I came out cursing the orator whose flow of words and stupid national pride had succeeded in destroying a part of the profound impression that the rest of the spectacle had made on me. But before we left, the proceedings ended with an ode called The Progress of Liberty, set to the tune of our Marseillaise, and accompanied by an orchestra which consisted, I assure you on my word of honor, of nothing whatever but one single flute.
Then onward be thy way, unstayed thy progress be, empires and thrones shall on thy sway triumphant liberty.
Well, Tocqueville, what did you make of our day?
For me, a day of contrasts. I saw and heard America, but I thought of France. It was a strange irony that these two lines of thought should have intersected at last in that peculiar ode to American liberty that they sang to the tune of the Marseillaise.
And think of all those toasts, the symbolic 13 toasts, to Washington, to Lafayette.
And the 13th, the fair sex, always entitled to our protection.
So far, so good. But surely the voluntary toasts were the most peculiar, when the most directly opposed political sentiments were solemnly proposed in perfect and rapid succession.
That was simply because, on Independence Day, all shades of political opinion unite in praising the Union. Well, there is more brilliance in our ceremonies, but in those of the United States, there is more truth. I am still trying to compose my thoughts after the stimulation I have received from the sacred day of the nation of equality. What are we to make of it all? The nations of our time cannot prevent the conditions of men from becoming equal, but it depends upon themselves whether the principle of equality is to lead them to servitude or freedom, to knowledge or barbarism, to prosperity or wretchedness.
You have just heard The 4th of July in Albany, 1831, a study in American independence, item 3 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. For information about the use of these de Tocqueville dramatizations for study or discussion, and how to secure these new materials about American democracy at a reasonable charge, write to the American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. Now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to join us next week for Item 4, The Arc of Civilization, on Democracy in America.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Yankee Doodle Dandy.
This is James Cagney.
Joan Leslie.
Walter Houston.
And this is Jean Cagney.
Lady Esther and all the stores who bring you Lady Esther face powder and Lady Esther face cream present the Screen Guild Players, starring James Cagney and Joan Leslie, with Walter Houston, Jean Cagney, Richard Wharf, S.C. Sockall, and Charles Irwin, in musical highlights from Warner Brothers' forthcoming brilliant motion picture, Yankee Doodle Dandy, based on the 50-year theatrical career of George M. Cohan.
Yankee Doodle Dandy, a Yankee Doodle do or die. A real
This is the story of a real Yankee Doodle Dandy, a man who told the world proudly, I am an American. It is the story of George M. Cohan, who loved and understood his country, and through singing his songs, that country learned to understand itself.
I'm glad to hear people say I understand my country. However, not long ago, I created a misunderstanding without meaning to. It really had me worried. I was impersonating the President of the United States in a play called I'd Rather Be Right, when I received a summons to appear at the White House. Well, I was really upset when I walked into the President's office.
Well, how's my double?
I'm not sure, Mr. President. You'll have to give me time to work on that one.
Are you sure you'll realize why I sent for you, Mr. Cohan?
No, Mr. President, I don't know. But if it's because you object to my impersonating you on the stage, why...
Well, you know, Mr. Cohan, I remember seeing you and your family, the four Cohans, when I was going to school near Boston.
Oh, I was a pretty cocky kid in those days. Regular Yankee Doodle Dandy, always in a parade or following one, wherever there was a flag.
I hope you haven't outgrown the habit. It's a great quality.
Well, I guess I got the idea from my father, Mr. President. He ran off to the Civil War at 13. Well, some years after the war, he married my mother, and they toured the variety theaters of the country as Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Cohan, the Irish Darlings. And on the 4th of July, 1878 in Providence, Rhode Island, my father was playing a variety theater alone.
Larry O'Leary is me name by trade. I am a dancing master. There's no one can teach the same, nor teach it any pastor. It's easy, very easy, if you'll watch every twist, every turn. Keep your eyes upon me, and surprised you will be at the dancing you have yet to learn. Keep your eyes upon me, and surprised you will be at the dancing you have yet to learn.
Mother should have been with him on the stage, but she was busy in a smaller production. Father hurried to her as soon as he had finished his turn. But that was once I made an entrance ahead of Father.
Are you all right, Nellie?
Yes, Jerry.
Is everything all right?
Everything's grand, Jerry. You're the brand new father of a brand new boy.
A boy it is. And born on the 4th of July. Praise be. We'll call him George Washington Cohan.
Well, Jerry, the George is fine, but the Washington may be too long for billboard.
Yeah, that's right. Well, now, how about a good short Irish name? Dennis or Michael?
George Michael Cohan. I like that name.
You know, Mr. President, I was 6 or 7 years old before I realized they weren't celebrating my birthday on the 4th of July.
I can understand that.
In fact, life to me has been a roundup of parades and songs. Often, of course, they went together, but not always. When I wrote Mary, the only parade I had in mind was the one that takes a man and the girl down the aisle. And I'll never forget the night my Mary sang the song I'd written for her.
My mother's name was Mary. She was so good and true. Because her name was Mary, they called me Mary too. She wasn't gay or airy, but plain as she could be. I hate to meet a Mary who calls herself Mary. For it is Mary, plain as any name can be, but with propriety, society will say Mary, but it was Mary, long before fashion came, and there is something there that sounds so swell. It's a grand old name. Oh, gee, it's a wonderful feeling, having a name set to music. You know, I'd like everybody to know that it was written for me, that I'm being Mary.
Well, that's easy. How would you like a lifetime job? George M. Cohan's leading lady. Run of the play contract and no option.
I think I might like it, Mr. Cohan. Could I be a sample of my part in the script?
Well, here's how it starts. How'd you like the first reading?
Couldn't we have another rehearsal?
It was Mary, Mary, long before the passion came. For there is something there that sounds so square. It's a grand old name. Well, I didn't get as quick or effective results every time, though, Mr. President. Another parade I used to lead was the parade of frustrated playwrights marching from one producer to another. I had just about given up hope of ever getting my musical show, Little Johnny Jones, produced when I walked into Rector's famous restaurant one night. Sam Harris was seated at a table talking to another man who didn't appear too interested in the sales talk Sam was giving him. I didn't know Sam's name then, but I'd met him in several producers' offices trying to sell his play, so I knew what he was after.
Then, Mr. Walt, Schwab, when the villain tells the boy, I'll tell your girl who you really are unless you help me hold up the stagecoach, you'll have the audience in the aisle.
Sure, just like me, walking out of the theater. I tell you, before I put $10,000 of my wife's money into a show, it's got to have songs, dances, and lots of girls.
That was my cue. Schwab wanted songs, dances, and lots of girls, and I had a musical comedy under my arm. So I moved in and told Harris under my breath, listen, mister, I have a musical. Schwab won't buy your play, but if you help me sell him the musical, we're partners. What do you say?
What can I lose? Well, partner, did you sell the musical to Deaton Golf?
Well, they're ready to sign the contract as soon as we can get over to their offices.
Oh, come on, then, let's go.
But for that, did you say something about the musical? Why haven't I heard about it?
Oh, you wouldn't be interested. It's nothing but a lot of hit tunes and thousands of girls.
Thousands of girls.
Yeah, and lots of music.
I don't mind music under those circumstances. Why ain't I producing it?
That's a good question.
I will give you my check for $10,000 right now.
That's the perfect answer.
Let me be the first to congratulate you, Mr. Schwab.
Oh, thank you, thank you. You are both very kind to let me in on this. By the way, does our musical have a name?
It's called Little Johnny Jones, all about Todd Sloan, a famous jockey. There's, give my regards to Broadway. Remember me to Herald Square. And tell all the gang at 42nd Street that I will soon be there. And whisper of how I yearn to mingle with that old-time throng. Give my regards to old Broadway and say that I'll be there ere long.
We'll give your regards to Broadway. Remember you to Herald Square. Tell all the gang at 42nd Street that you will soon be there. To whisper of how you're yearning to mingle with the old-time throng. We'll give your regards to old Broadway and say that you'll be there ere long.
That was a pretty good tune this day, Mr. President, but my favorite song from Little Johnny Jones was Yankee Doodle Boy. You remember? That's all the candy. I'm a Yankee Doodle dandy. I'm glad I am. I'm a real-life Yankee Doodle, made my name and fame and boodle just as Mr. Doodle did by riding on a pony. I love to listen to the Dixie strain. I long to see the girl I left behind me. That ain't a Josh. She's a Yankee, by gosh.
Oh, say, can you sing?
Anything about a Yankee, that's all for me.
Little Johnny Jones, a jockey from the USA.
Well, ride the pony, Yankee Doodle, English Derby Day.
Johnny broken records every track and every meet.
So Yankee Doodle gonna be the boy they have to beat.
Sportsmen of the British Isles who followed his career have offered Johnny anything to keep him over here.
But all the money in the Bank of England couldn't pay enough to keep young Johnny Jones away from old Broadway.
If you want to take a tip, be sure of some sure things.
Have your house mortgaged, hop your watches, pawn your rings.
And put it all on Yankee Doodle, Johnny Jones is up.
I am going to give America the English Derby Cup.
He's going to give America the English Derby Cup.
I'm a Yankee Doodle dandy. Yankee Doodle do or die. A real-life nephew of my Uncle Sam, born on the 4th of July. I've got a Yankee Doodle sweetheart. She's my Yankee Doodle joy. Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the ponies. I am that Yankee Doodle boy.
He's a Yankee Doodle dandy, a Yankee Doodle do or die. A real-life nephew of his Uncle Sam, born on the 4th of July. He's got a Yankee Doodle sweetheart. She's his Yankee Doodle joy. Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the pony. He is a Yankee Doodle boy.
Horses for the Derby are now on the paddock. Take your pick, ladies and gentlemen.
Good luck, Johnny, success to you. All the best of the best to you. We'll make our bets and leave the rest to you. 'cause you've got what it takes to win.
There they are, going to the post, all in good condition. That's Yankee Doodle on the end, a wonderful position. Look at him rear, he's broken line, he's simply wild to run. Now he's back in line again, there's the starting gun. They're off!
Come on, Yankee Doodle, we have got to hold the poodle on you. Run, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Yankee takes the lead.
Come on, break away there, show them how to earn their hay, they're on the run. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, show a little speed.
At the quarter, he's gaining. At the turn now, he's reining his horse.
Go, 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 go.
The half mark, he's cruising, but he seems to be losing his lead.
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, you simply have to win.
He'll never win, he'll never win. The other nags are closing in. Down to third, from second place. Looks as though he's thrown the race. Got him in a pocket, he can't get in the clear. But in the stretch, here they come, he's falling to the rear. Lost the race, it's a frame, he'll find out who's to blame. Clear the name of Johnny Jones. That's it, ladies and gentlemen, it's all over. Yankee Doodle let him down. They'll either pasture him in clover or have him hauling rubbish in London town.
Goodbye, Johnny, we're through with you. We'll have nothing to do with you. See here, young fellow, you've been dishonest, and we, the judges, find that you be suspended for throwing the race.
I am a Yankee Doodle dandy. Yankee Doodle, do or die. Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the ponies. I am that Yankee Doodle boy.
Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the ponies. He is that Yankee Doodle boy.
We will continue in just a moment with the second half of the Lady Esther Screen Guild play, Yankee Doodle Dandy. But first, a brief message from Lady Esther.
I am very happy and really quite a bit thrilled to present to the women of America this new Lady Esther program, the Screen Guild Players. Now, you know, of course, that you yourselves, you who are listening out there tonight, have made this program possible. For millions of you have chosen Lady Esther face powder and Lady Esther face cream as your favorite aids to beauty. Yes, more lovely women today use Lady Esther face powder than any other kind. And millions of women, busier than they have ever been before in their lives, have chosen my one cream, Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream, for the complete care of their skin. So you see, it has been your own loyalty to Lady Esther Cosmetics that now brings you the leading screen stars and the best directors and writers of Hollywood in this new Lady Esther program. Every Monday night, this new Lady Esther program will bring you your favorite stars in the most popular movies and plays of the year. I hope you are enjoying tonight's presentation, and I hope you will continue to enjoy Lady Esther Screen Guild plays for a long, long time to come.
Now the curtain's ready to rise on the second act of Yankee Doodle Dandy, starring James Cagney, Joan Leslie, Walter Houston, and Gene Cagney.
He's a Yankee Doodle dandy, a Yankee Doodle do or die. A real life nephew of his Uncle Sam, born on the 4th of July.
Back in the White House office of the President of the United States, where he has been summoned by presidential order, George M. Cohan is nervously continuing the story of his life.
Well, Mr. President, little Johnny Jones is a great financial success. And it wasn't long before the four Cohans, Mother, Father, my sister Josie, and I, were appearing in George Washington, Jr. We all sang the big number in that production, The Grand Old Flag.
There's a feeling comes a stealing, and it sets my brain a-reeling when I listen to the music of a military band. Any tune like Yankee Doodle simply sets me off my noodle. It's that patriotic something that no one can understand.
Way down south in the land of cotton.
Melody untiring, it's so inspiring.
Hurrah, hurrah, we'll join the Jubilee.
And that's going some for the Yankees by gum. Red, white, and blue, I am for you. Honest, you're a grand old flag. You're a grand old flag. You're a high-flying flag. And forever in peace may you reign. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's never a boast or brag. But should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on that grand old flag.
You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever in peace may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's never a boast or brag. But should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on that grand old flag.
Listen to that applause, George.
Oh, they'd like to see. Wonderful.
No, they won't stop, George. Yes? Right. Go out and thank them.
Well, what can I say to that?
Well, tell them anything. Just so you tell them, well, thank you. That's
all right, but you all have to come with me.
My mother thanks you. My father thanks you. My sister thanks you. And I thank you. That was just the beginning, Mr. President. Life from then on was a series of new shows, new theaters, new towns, trains. And all of a sudden, it was 1917. Our enemies of today were our enemies then. We declared war on Germany. Like every other man, I tried to enlist, but they turned me down. As I walked out of the Army doctor's office, one of the fellows standing outside said,
"Don't worry, pal. We'll take care of them over there."
Give me an idea. Over there. I kept repeating that phrase to myself. Over there, over there, over there. It sounded like a great title for a song. And I hurried home to work on it. The drums rum-tummy everywhere. So prepare, say a prayer, send the word to beware. We'll be over, we're coming over, and we won't come back till it's over there. Well, that war was over, but gosh, Mr. President, I've got a lot of nerve taking up your time with the story of my life. Why did you stop me?
Why, I wanted to hear the story of your life. It has a direct bearing on my sending for you. Here.
Huh?
Do you know what this is?
It's a Congressional Medal of Honor, isn't it?
Yes. Now, let's see what the inscription says. To George M. Cohan for his contribution to the American spirit. I congratulate you, Mr. Cohan.
Are you sure there hasn't been some mistake?
Quite sure.
This medal's only for people who've given their lives to their country. I'm just a song and dance man. Everybody knows that.
A man may give his life to his country in many different ways, Mr. Cohan. Your songs were the symbol of the American spirit. Over there was just as powerful a weapon as any cannon, as any battleship we had in the First World War.
Mr. President, I'm just beginning to earn this medal. Quite a thing.
Well, it's the best material we could find, what with priorities and all.
Mm-hmm. Well, goodbye, Mr. President. My mother thanks you. My father thanks you. My sister thanks you. And, of course, I thank you. And don't worry about this country, Mr. President. Where else in the world today could a plain guy like me sit down and talk things over with the head man?
Well, that's about as good a definition of America as any I've ever heard. Is there something wrong, Mr. Cohan?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's the same old trouble. Thought I heard a parade coming down Pennsylvania Avenue.
It is a parade. Don't you recognize the music?
I ought to.
The marching song of 1917 is a marching song of 1942. If I were Hitler, Hirohito, or Mussolini and heard that, I'd take one long look at history and start running.
And we won't come back till it's over there.
Thank you, James Cagney, Joan Leslie, Walter Houston, Gene Cagney, Richard Wharf, S.C. Sockhall, Charles Irwin, and Arthur Gilmore for your contributions to the opening show of our new season with the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players. Our sincere thanks, too, to Warner Brothers for permitting us to begin our season with highlights from Yankee Doodle Dandy, one of the year's greatest pictures, with words and music by George M. Cohan. 2 hours of grand movie which will be playing in your community, a picture which every American must see. And now, the star of our show and the newly elected president of Screen Actors Guild, James Cagney.
Ladies and gentlemen, my mother thanks you. My father thanks you. My sister thanks you. And on behalf of George M. Cohan, I thank you. His presence has been strongly felt by all of us here tonight, and we sincerely hope that his story has helped you to understand this great man who, through his songs, has helped our country to understand itself. I'm sure you'll be happy to know that all the benefits derived from this new series of Lady Esther Screen Guild plays go to the maintenance of the Motion Picture Relief Fund's country house for the members of the profession he loves and serves so well. Now, as president of the Screen Actors Guild, I would like to extend a warm welcome to Lady Esther, whose sponsorship makes these programs possible. We can assure you that this is going to be a great series, bringing to your loudspeakers the brightest stars in Hollywood in the most successful screenplays. Jack Benny, Robert Taylor, Barbara Stanwyck, Cary Grant, Rosalind Russell, Bing Crosby, Bob Hope, Hedy Lamarr, to name just a few. Next week, for instance, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will bring you Tyrone Power, Betty Grable, and John Sutton in A Yank in the RAF. And we want you to know that the stars who are contributing their time and services on this program have only one wish. And that wish is the hope that you listeners will enjoy the plays as much as we enjoy the opportunity of bringing them to you.
Walter Houston will soon be seen in Warner Brothers' Edge of Darkness, and Richard Wharf is now making assignment to Brittany at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Next Monday night, then, same time, same station, Lady Esther will present the Screen Guild Players in a Yank in the RAF, starring Tyrone Power with Betty Grable, John Sutton, and Pat O'Malley, with music by Wilbur Hatch. This is Truman Bradley saying good night for the Screen Guild Players and Lady Esther.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We hold these truths.
This is a program about the making of a promise and the keeping of a promise. This is a program about the rights of people. This is a program coming to you over the combined radio networks of the United States, bringing you the voices of Americans, bringing you the voice of the President of the United States. This is a program for listeners in all zones of continental time, for listeners on ships away from home, for listeners in uniform, for listeners on the American islands in the two great oceans. This is a program about the guarantee made to the people of America 150 years ago. A guarantee that has been kept through peace and war and peace and war. A guarantee we call the Bill of Rights.
My name is Barrymore. I'm one of several actors gathered in the studio in California near shores that face an enemy across an ocean now Pacific in name only. We are here tonight to join 130 million fellow Americans in praise of a document that men have fought for, that men are fighting for, that men will keep on fighting for as long as freedom is a strong word falling sweet upon the ear. What we enact here tonight has been enacted many times before in living flesh and blood. The people we portray have walked the world. The drama is an ancient one, the endless one, the struggle for men's rights to live their lives out peacefully and profitably in a decent world. It may be many of us people here are known to many of you people there, for with us, honored to have a part in this program of commemoration, are some whose names you may have heard. Such names as Edward Arnold, Walter Brennan, Bob Burns, Norman Corwin, Bernard Herrmann, Walter Houston, Marjorie Main, Edward G. Robinson, Corporal James Stewart, loaned to us for this occasion by the Army Air Corps, Rudy Valley, and Orson Welles. In New York City, waiting to join us is Dr. Leopold Stokowski in the Symphony Orchestra. In Washington, the highest name in the land, the President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Navy, Mr. Roosevelt. But this is not a night of names, of personalities. Our names or any names are meaningless unless your names are added, unless you join us. You, for whom the sacred rights were written, and to whom their keeping is entrusted. You, the guardians of what has been bequeathed to you by millions like yourselves, and by the toil of centuries as dark and menacing as this we live in. You, the people of the Federated States.
150 years is not long in the reckoning of the hill, but to a man it's long enough. 150 years is a weekend to the redwood tree, but to a man it's 2 full lifetimes. 150 years is a twinkle to a star, but to a man it's time enough to teach 6 generations what the meaning is of liberty, how to use it, when to fight for it.
Have you ever been to Washington, your capital? Been there lately? Well, let me tell you, it's a place of buildings and of boom and bustle, of the fever of emergency, of workers working overtime, of windows lighted late into the night. It's a handsome city, proud of its sturdy name, proud of the men who stopped there and made decisions, proud of its domes and lawns and monuments. Of course, Washington is like some other cities you've seen. It has streetcars, haberdasheries, newsstands, coffee shops, and slums. At busy intersections, there are neon traffic signs which, when the light's against you, say, "Don't walk." And when the light changes, walk. It's a tourist city, which is proper when you think how much of history a busy guide can cover in a day, and when you realize that the District of Columbia belongs to all the people of the states. The tourists know that here their voices have been heard from clear back home, that here their votes are put to work. The tourists go to see the sights they've seen in 1,000 pictures of, sights so famous and familiar that they're thrilled to find they look, well, they look just like they thought they'd look. Washington Monument, for example, or the Lincoln Memorial, where the seated and relaxed Abe Lincoln sits between 2 mighty murals of plain words, his own words.
With firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations.
The city moves on busily outside the monument. The tourist goes to see the Capitol, the White House, the museums, sees all about him statues and inscriptions with more sayings than he's ever seen in his life before. They're wise sayings, profound sayings. At Union Station, for example.
A man must carry knowledge with him if he would bring home knowledge. Samuel Johnson.
The Archives Building.
What is past is prologue.
The Supreme Court.
Justice, the guardian of liberty.
But one of the best is in the Library of Congress.
The noblest motive is the public good. Virgil.
The tourist thinks that over.
The noblest motive is the public good.
And with this in mind, he climbs the marble stairs inside the library to come at length upon a case containing a handwritten document.
The engrossed original of the Constitution of the United States of America.
He sees the manuscript is aging, that its words are worn as though from use. The writing's dim. It's hard to make it out. It's getting on in years.
We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Article 1, Section 1. All legislative...
The words are dim, but not the meaning of the words. The pens that put this down are dust, but not the marks they made. There was a time when this was shining parchment, when the text was easier to read, when the ink was not yet dry. Suppose that we, stopped here in modern Washington before this shrine, were to return, go back a little north by east in time and space to one bright afternoon in Philadelphia. That fine fall day when deputies from 12 free states subscribed their names to a new blueprint of a new society.
Our Lord, 1787, and of the independence of the United States the 12th, in witness whereof we have hereunto subscribed our names, George Washington, President, and Deputy from Virginia.
Now, gentlemen, we are ready for your signatures by geographical progression north to south. The deputies from New Hampshire will please sign first. John Langdon.
John Langdon.
Nicholas Gilman.
Nicholas Gilman.
The delegates from Massachusetts.
Good-looking men, these. They're mostly lawyers. 2 or 3 of them surgeons.
Rufus King.
The gentleman from Connecticut, please. William Samuel.
Broome, there. Broome of Delaware. He did surveying for a while.
Roger Sherman.
And now our representative of
Sherman,
New York.
who just signed. He was a shoemaker before he studied law.
The gentleman from New Jersey.
That's Washington calling the delegation.
David Brearley.
David Brearley.
The gentleman from...
The man behind Ben Franklin is Alexander Hamilton. Ben's getting old now, 81. Hey, he slept off and on throughout the whole convention, but when it was important to be awake, he was awake all right, and active.
Pinckney. Charles Coatsworth Pinckney. The gentleman...
There have been men assembled in a room before,
William...
but never to a greater purpose.
Now, gentlemen, the others.
Well...
Abraham Baldwin.
Here comes the last to sign now.
William Jackson, Secretary.
So, the Constitution has been drafted, signed, and presently will be submitted to the states for their approval. Now, the convention's all relaxed now. There are handshakes, felicitations. Is everybody happy? Will they celebrate, do you suppose? Will Rufus King go home to Boston and be welcomed by a welcoming committee from the city? Will appreciative Virginians hoist James Madison on their shoulders and parade him through the streets, shouting, "Father of the Constitution"? Will a thumping band march up and down the town making a noise like this? No. There will be no band.
And I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, the heart of every man and woman, nay, of every child in each and every one of our 13 states, from the rock-bound shores of Maryland to the golden sands of Georgia, should fill and swell with pride on reading the noble and glorious Constitution which our wise and prudent and far-sighted representatives in solemn assembly have framed and admitted to our glorious states for their approval. And I say to you...
No. There will be no speeches. There will be no celebration. No confetti from the windows. Fireworks saluting cannon. Roses strewn beneath the coaches of the delegates. Instead, suspicion. Suspicion by the very men who fought the long fight so that there could be a constitution drawn for the emancipated states. The farmers and the clerks and the hackmen and the artisans and the grease-grimed blacksmiths in their shops. These men who only lately put away their guns and powder in a good dry place. These men who won a war of freedom, but who know that freedom must be guarded to be kept. And they're suspicious. And they're talking in the common, in the tavern, and in the parlor, and in the foundry room.
All right, what else does it say?
Well, that covers it. That's the whole thing.
Constitution. I don't like it.
Why?
Come here with me. Come over at the door. See that spire?
Yes?
That's a church I go to.
Well, what about it?
I like it. I'm a God-fearing man. I want to keep on going there.
Well?
Don't want anybody telling me I have to pray his way.
Well, who'd think of doing that?
It's been done. It's happened often. You ever hear of state religion?
Yes.
Bad. I don't like it. Don't think we should have it.
Well, we haven't got it.
Nothing in that thing you read me guarantees we won't get it.
Say, this here Constitution gives us order and authority, huh?
Yeah?
But we had order and authority under King George before the Revolution. Shucks, the Romans had order and authority under Nero, too. Only the wrong kind and too much of it.
Oh, yes, but surely you can trust the men.
Oh, no, it ain't that I don't trust the men who wrote the Constitution. Oh, sure, I trust them, but them fellers won't always be around.
Oh, yeah, well, you don't seem to understand. This is our own authority. Now, if you...
The fact that it's our own don't make no difference. Constitution's fine as far as it goes. But the time to talk authority is after you put it down in black and white that we're all free men. Then we'll give you all the authority you need to keep us that way. What's more, we'll back it up with guns. That fair enough?
Well, the way you talk, you'd think that...
The way I talk? I think it all depends on who's handing out authority. Whether it's to keep men slaves or keep them free.
Didn't think it was necessary. The English thought it was necessary 100 years ago. They've got a Bill of Rights. Where's ours?
Well, maybe they'll get around to that. Maybe they'll amend the Constitution later.
How do we know they will?
Well, maybe they're planning some...
I don't like this maybe business. When my husband Robert got killed at Trenton, there was no maybe about it. He got killed. He knew what he was fighting for, and he was glad to die for it. Now the fighting's over. I want to see it.
I don't know, Jerry. Sometimes I wonder whether you use your head for anything else than to keep your ears apart.
I got my opinion, and I stick to it. The Constitution looks good to me. I don't think it needs no adding to.
Hand me that brick there.
It's a foundation, that's what it is.
Sure, it's a foundation. That's just what I'm talking about. But do you build the foundation and then go away and not build the house? Do you clear the woods and then let the ground go barren?
Ah, Pipple.
Ah, the way you argue. Pipple, eh? Is that all you can say? Hand me that brick there.
What's the hurry? Give them time. It's not an easy job to get a new country running right.
That's just the point. It's a lot easier to get it running wrong.
Rights, man. Can't you get that through your head? Why shouldn't rights be written into the Constitution just as much as rules on how to meet and when to vote and how much a senator should get paid? Not they alone. Not only little men like they, whose names escape us, whose names will never be recalled. The men who left their bloody footprints in the snows of Pennsylvania and buried their comrades in a clearing back of a clump of evergreens. The little men who took it, gave it, stuck for the duration, saw it through. Not they alone are doubters, wondering and grumbling. No, there are big names, too. Names now bandied on the tongue, but later to be lustrous, later to be sainted. Tom Jefferson, George Mason, Jimmy Madison, Pat Henry. Now, take Jefferson, for instance. You know what he says?
Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against any government on earth.
I'll take Pat Henry.
I cannot give my oath to support this Constitution without a Bill of Rights.
I'll take Mason, a wealthy planter of Virginia who'd rather plant a seed of liberty than 20,000 acres of tobacco.
Government to be lasting must be founded in the confidence and affections of the people. Without a Bill of Rights, this government will end either in monarchy or a tyrannical aristocracy. This Constitution has been formed without the knowledge of the people, and it is not proper to say to them, take this or nothing.
Well, then, the Constitution is in peril. This document, so handsomely engrossed in Philadelphia, there are doubts about it and suspicions. Will the states approve of it? Approve by ratifying? Will they throw it out? Or will they ratify providing certain changes will be made? The writing's fresh, still fresh upon the parchment. The text is clean, the ink is bold, the meaning clear. Only the worth of the Constitution is uncertain. All the points, the articles, the regulations are well put, but will they be well taken? The states decide. Not one man, two men, three men, but the states united. They decide. What says South Carolina?
We ratify but offer 4 amendments.
What says Massachusetts, where she stands?
We ratify but offer 9 amendments.
New Hampshire, you.
We ratify but propose 12 amendments.
Rhode Island.
We ratify but 21 amendments, please.
North Carolina.
26 amendments and the Declaration of Men's Rights.
Virginia.
We ratify, but we're suggesting 29 amendments and a Bill of Rights.
New York.
33 amendments in full places, red, and we ratify.
Now, Congress may begin. May call itself First Congress. May go to work. May tackle the new job of running a democracy. But it has one thing to remember. A promise is a promise. The people have been promised changes, promised amendments, promised that their freedoms should be written down in black and white for all to see, for all to know, for all to live and prosper by. Well, it'll take time. No quorum to begin with. Bad roads, New York City hard to get to. There's some indifference, too. So, well, days go by. No quorum. Month of March goes by. No quorum. Well, patience. Good things grow slowly. Good things don't come running when you whistle to them. Good things are always fought for, worked for, grown. The acorn to the oak is not an overnight procedure, you know. God himself took several days to make the earth. But one day they begin. They sit down in a drafty hall in New York City and they go to work. At first they're busy with 100 other things, but Madison, he keeps after them. He's a stickler for this Bill of Rights. Madison remembers what the people want. And by this time, carpenters are making changes in Federal Hall, adding more room. Now, the place has got to be enlarged. The government's growing, you know. And the representatives, all 55 of them, they work through the noise. They're making some additions of their own. They're working on the Bill of Rights.
Do you think 55 representatives of the American people sat in a hall in New York City, in a drafty hall, and made up articles of freedom? Do you think the congressmen from 13 states made up those freedoms out of their own heads, debated there, deliberated there, without assistance, all by themselves, from their own experience? Oh, no. They had much help. From many nameless and unknown, from dust in quiet places, from broken bones deep in the earth, deep in forgotten earth, mixed with the empty clay, from bleeding mouths, burnt flesh, cropped ears, from numberless and nameless agonies. The delegates from dungeons, they were there.
I said that men were born equal. That is all I said.
The delegates from ashes, at the bottoms of the stakes, they were there.
The king did not approve.
The gallows delegates, whose corpses lifted gently in the breeze, they too. The exiled wanderers, the Christians killed for being Christians, Jews for being Jews, the Quakers hanged in Boston town, They made a quorum also.
Present. We are present.
The murdered men, the lopped off hands, the shattered limbs, the red welts where the whiplash bit into the back. Must you know what they said? Must you know how they argued? Must you be told the evidence? The silent testimony of the raised? Must it be told verbatim? Listen then! That was an argument for an amendment. That was a speech in favor of an article of freedom. That praised the passage of a Bill of Rights. How much of all this must be told to be believed? Must it be drawn on diagrams? X marks the spot where decency was last observed. The dotted line shows how the victim staggered. The arrow points to blood. The headsman, he was there in Federal Hall. The man who turned the ratchets on the rack. He sat in the assembly too. Nero was there. Caligula, King Philip, Torquemada, Cotton Mather, all the tyrants and the martyrs who had gone before. Sat quietly, unseen among the representatives. Read from their memoirs, expert testimonies, found their ways into the records and between the lines. All the long and bloody history of fanaticism, murder in the name of God, torture in the name of love, crucifixion in the name of safety to the crown.
My God, my God.
He, too, sat in the Congress. The mild man with the scars in his hands and feet where the spike went through. He was a consultant in the business at hand. Had he not died because the rulers of a realm denied free speech? Was he not nailed up on a cross between two thieves because his preachments were considered treason? He, the Son of God, was he not executed over an issue of the rights of man? Make no mistake about it. He was there. He sat beside James Madison and Elbridge Gerry and John Page in Federal Hall. Unseen he was. The men of Congress were collaborated with. They added up the gains and losses, and the brave words spoken, and the brave songs sung. They weighed the drawn and quartered flesh. They took into account the hemlock and the crucifix, the faggot and garrote. And then they framed amendments to the Constitution out of the agonies, out of the crisscrossed scars of all the human race. They made a Bill of Rights for their own people, for a new, a willful, and a hopeful nation. Made a Bill of Rights stand against the enemies within, connivers, fakers, those who lust for power, those who make of their authority an insolence. The Congress of the 13 states, instructed by the people of the 13 states, threw up a bulwark, wrote a hope, and made a sign for their posterity against the bigots, the fanatics, bullies, lynchers, race haters, the cruel men, the spiteful men, the sneaking men, the pessimists, the men who give up fights that have been just begun. The Congress wrote a 10-part epic of amendments.
Amendment 1. Congress shall make no law regarding an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances.
Mr. Redburn.
I move this amendment be accepted in its present form without qualification.
These are the voices of Virginians. We are debating Congress's amendment on this mild December afternoon, this 15th of December, 1791, debating in the State Assembly in the capital at Richmond. Only one more state is needed now to ratify. Just one more state and the amendment becomes law. The victory is close at hand. Virginia likes these articles. Virginia, the home of Washington and Jefferson, of Madison and Mason. Virginia has fought to win these rights for many years, has waited for this day. This is December the 15th, 1791. Virginia will ratify the Bill of Rights today, and freedom will take hold, take root, begin to burgeon in the rich earth of America. Today, the 15th of December.
Now the people of the states breathe easier. It's all down in black and white. A contract. It's a deal between the future and themselves. Americans don't make a promise lightly, or take it that way either. A promise made by honest men to other honest men is like a hand clasp and a vow. Meant to be understood. Meant to be remembered. Oh, look about the country now. Suspicion thaws like frost beneath the frank diplomacy of spring. The people read the new amendments slowly, pleasurefully, as they'd read a letter from a son just set up in business who'd written home to tell how he was making good.
Oh, well, now that's more like it. Yes, sir, that's more like it.
Got your sleeve in the soup, dear. What's more like what?
Listen to this. Amendment 2. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
That mean you can keep your gun?
That means if somebody gets into office and turns sour on the people that put him there, why, he can't vex us with a standing army the way George did before the war. No, sir, we people of the states, if we got arms, nobody's going to order us to do things the majority of the country ain't voted for. Not without a fight.
Better eat that soup before it gets cold. Shouldn't read when you eat anyways. Put down the paper.
Oh, all right.
That's a good law, ain't it, Jasper?
Yep.
Go on reading it. Why'd you stop?
Well, how can you hear me when you're hammering?
Concentration. Go on.
Amendment 3. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law.
Gives me elbow grease just hearing things like that. Makes the old hammer handle easier.
The way this sounds, you'd think we was expecting another war. In a time of war, this says. Why, I thought we'd just been all through that a little while ago.
Why, the more these amendments make us free, the more they'll be hated by those who don't want freedom because it spoils their game.
Think nobody's going to try and break us up because we're united and agreed? Some people are just ornery that way. Wouldn't surprise me none if we had to fight more wars.
Why, you mean to say we're maybe going to have to fight all over again to keep our independence? Well, I hope it don't get to be a habit.
I hope it does. Pretty good habit to get into, fighting for your rights. Always somebody waiting for a chance to steal valuables. And if freedom ain't a valuable, I don't know what is.
Yeah, well.
Go on, read some more.
Amendment 4. The rights of the people to be secure in their persons, homes, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause supported by oath and affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized.
I brought you these, Robert. I grew them myself inside the house. Don't smell much, but they're awful pretty. Everything's going on about the same at the house. Except I'm a year older since I was here last. Guess you don't have to worry anymore, Robert. Guess you can rest in peace now. Looks like it's going to be all right. They didn't trick you, Robert. Looks all right.
The voices of Americans in Maryland, in Pennsylvania, Connecticut, the Carolinas, Georgia. Up and down the little seaboard nation, the voices of Americans together now. Together in a new way, in a strange new way, a way men had never lived together in before. Proud men, unsuspicious, trusting men. They're fighting over, and they're living just begun. They're building, and they're working, and they're singing, just now getting started.
Here strangers from 1,000 shores, compelled by tyranny to roam, shall find amid abundant stores a nobler and a happier home. Rejoice, Columbia's sons, rejoice. To tyrants never bend the knee, but join with heart and soul and voice for Jefferson and liberty. Here art shall live
the song make good its promise? Does this folk tune hold a truth? Shall strangers from 1,000 shores be compelled by tyrannies to roam? Shall they find here, amidst abundant stores, a nobler and happier home? 150 years from this beginning, how much of what is said and of what is sung and what is written down shall still be good? This parchment of the Bill of Rights, with the word resolved so plainly written on it, how long will it endure? Is it a passport to a greater day? Will future generations read it, sanction it, and pass on it? Will children's children live by it, work by it, and profit by it? Look it over. Look it over. It is new. The parchment shines. The text is easy reading. The words are not yet worn with trial and experience. The writing's fresh, the meaning's clear. The parchment gleams in the December sunlight like a burnished shield upraised against oppression.
Amendment 5. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life and limb. Nor shall he be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without...
Let's go ahead 150 years from now. Let's rush headlong, unstopping down the corridors of time. Let's go ahead to 1941. writing dims. The parchment cracks and curls up at the edges. The splotch of time is on it. And now it's in a case in Washington, D.C. It's in a case behind a pane of special glass protecting it from the light. You see that tourist bending over it there? He's trying hard to make out the writing. He's tracing the rights of persons accused of crime.
Amendment 6. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense.
Where does this tourist come from? Oh, maybe from a place undreamed of when the Bill of Rights was born. A land as far away from Federal Hall as Europe. Oh, California. What lies tonight between that place and here? 4 dozen states without a yard of fenced-in border. 130 million people. People working, people resting up to work some more. People working in a mighty unison to prosecute a war. All right, now let's move along. Let's move among them. Let's hear them living lives and thinking thoughts and giving off opinions. Let's see now what they have to say 150 winters after Richmond. Let's see what happens to the Bill of Rights through their 33 administrations, 77 Congresses, and a half a dozen wars. Has anybody anything to say about the status of men's rights December 15th, 1941?
I have something to say, if you don't mind. I'm in jail tonight, but I'm joining in your celebration and cheering as hard as anybody else.
Uh-huh. Well, if you don't mind my asking,
Well, a trumped-up charge. The old routine in the city. And I'm getting out on bail tomorrow, and when I'm finally tried, it'll be by a jury and in public. And none of this Gestapo stuff. Although they wouldn't try it if they could, but that little 450-word matter you're celebrating tonight stops them short of that.
Yeah, well, what did they chuck you in the clink for? I mean, what the charge?
Making a speech for the Fusion Party against the mayor. First, we hired a hall, but they took away our permit, said the building was unsafe under an old fire ordinance. So then we went down to Garrison Square, where no permit is required to speak in public. And within 10 minutes, we were on our way to the police station on charges of blocking traffic, disturbing the peace, and inciting to riot.
Oh, it's a fine thing.
Yes, but listen, we'll beat him. He's scared of us. He's scared the people will find out the truth. And with good reason, because when they do, he's finished. That's why he doesn't want us to be heard.
Uh-huh.
It's only the crooks and the frightened little big shots who need to shut up their opponents. That may work all right in some other countries, but not here.
Yeah, well, how are you going to beat him?
Well, there's such things as rights on our side. And not even the mayor's machine is powerful enough to stop us. We'll fight that fight on every front. Carry it to the highest courts if necessary. And we'll win!
Is this the talk of servile men? Of tamed and gutless and obedient men? Is this the kind of talk you hear from slaves and witless followers? No, not quite. Not exactly. This is what they meant in Federal Hall and what they voted for 150 years ago today in Richmond. Those 10 amendments are not dusty statutes loafing in retirement. They're a pep talk to the fighters and a fortress to the undefended. They double bar the front door of the home against culprits and searching parties. Stand the drinks for everybody toasting freedom. And of all things, they are not a set of legal clauses, dry and dusty. Although that's Amendment 7, that makes us wonder.
Amendment 7. In suits at common law where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law.
Uh-huh. Well, except for that, not like a lawyer's brief at all, but mostly Mostly like a kind of a freestyle ode to liberty. 10 verses long.
Amendment 8. Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishments inflicted.
That's treason in most of your sentiment like that today.
Amendment 9. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
Do you notice how many times it says the people? Well, now, can it be because it means the people? Yeah, it can.
Amendment 10. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people.
Powers reserved to the people in the Bill of Rights. How the mighty and the proud have fallen. Why, King John, who threw a fit when barons made him sign the Magna Carta. Barons, mind you, were heedless of the common people. John, the tough old monarch. Well, he would have died 1,000 deaths of apoplexy at the mention of the thought of it. The pharaohs of old Egypt, masters of the blackest arts of slavery. They would have crawled inside a pyramid and shut 147 secret doors behind them in a panic.
A promise is a promise. Has America's been kept? Has it come through peace and war untarnished and unbroken? Has it worked, and is it working? For the people and by the people? Is it going anywhere from here? Are the rights the right rights? Are they rolling? Do they function? Do they click? Well, who knows the answer better than the people? Who better can we ask than ask the great custodians themselves, the 100 million keepers of the promise? And we shall ask them. Ask a few of them who stand for many more than few, the high and the low among them. Ladies and gentlemen, an office clerk.
Well, we know what freedom is now. Looked for a while there like a lot of us had forgot what it really meant and how much we had of it. But the news that kept piling in from the four corners of the earth, that reminded us all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, an editor.
There have been attacks on the freedom of the press and strangleholds of various sorts, but they've been broken every time. And today a man is free to start a paper, run it as he pleases, differ from the next man, all he wants. That would make it seem to me, for one, that our rights have come down undamaged.
Ladies and gentlemen, a worshiper.
I go to the church of my choice. When I don't wish to go, I don't go.
Ladies and gentlemen, an auto worker.
We got the right to organize. We got the right to bargain collectively. Those are good rights, and we're proud of them. We're better workers on account of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, a manufacturer.
There is nothing in any law which forbids us to forget class differences and work together to strengthen the sinews of our country.
Ladies and gentlemen, an Okie.
I got a right if I'm hungry and out of work, which I has been, to go looking for work anywhere in my country. The big court says nobody can't stop me from looking. Dang it, that's my right.
Ladies and gentlemen, a mother.
I might be afraid to bring a child into the world, but not to bring a citizen into the population of the United States.
Yes. And from men beneath the rocking spars of fishing boats in Gloucester, from the vast tenancy of busy cities, roaring with the million mingled sounds of work, from towns spread thinly through the Appalachians, from the assembly lines, the forges spitting flame, the night shifts in the mines, the great flat counties of the prairie states, from the grocers, from the salesmen, from the tugboat pilots and the motor makers, acclamation! Yes! United proudly in a solemn day, knit more strongly than we were 150 years ago this day. Can it be progress if our Bill of Rights is stronger now than when it was conceived? Is that not what you would call wearing well? The incubation of invincibility? Is not our Bill of Rights more cherished now than ever? The blood more zealous to preserve it whole? Americans shall answer, for they alone they know the answer. The people of America, from the east, from west, from north, from south. ladies and gentlemen, the President of the people of the United States.
Free Americans. No date in the long history of freedom means more to liberty-loving men in all liberty-loving countries than the 15th day of December, 1791. On that day, 150 years ago, a new nation, through an elected Congress, adopted a Declaration of Human Rights which has influenced the thinking of all mankind from one end of the world to the other. There is not a single republic of this hemisphere which has not adopted in its fundamental law basic principles of freedom of man and freedom of mind enacted in the American Bill of Rights. There is not a country, large or small, on this continent and in this world which has not felt the influence of that document, directly or indirectly. Indeed, prior to the year 1933, the essential validity of the American Bill of Rights was accepted everywhere, at least in principle. Even today, with the exception of Germany, Italy, and Japan, the peoples of the whole world, in all probability 4/5 of them, support its principles, its teachings, and its glorious results. But in the year 1933, there came to power in Germany a political clique which did not accept the declarations of the American Bill of Human Rights as valid. A small clique of ambitious and unscrupulous politicians whose announced and admitted platform was precisely the destruction of the rights that instrument declared. Indeed, the entire program and goal of these political and moral tigers was nothing more than the overthrow throughout the earth of the great revolution of human liberty, of which our American Bill of Rights is the mother charter. The truths which were self-evident to Thomas Jefferson, which have been self-evident to the 6 generations of Americans who followed him, were to these men hateful. The rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which seemed to the founders of the Republic, and which seemed to us inalienable, were to Hitler and his fellows empty words, which they proposed to cancel forever. The propositions they advanced to take the place of Jefferson's inalienable rights were these: that the individual human being has no rights whatever in himself and by virtue of his humanity, that the individual human being has no right to a soul of his own, or a mind of his own, or a tongue of his own, or a trade of his own, or even to live where he pleases, or to marry the woman he loves. That his only duty is the duty of obedience, not to his God, not to his conscience, but to Adolf Hitler, and that his only value is his value not as a man, but as a unit of the Nazi state. To Hitler, the ideal of the people as we conceive it, the free, self-governing, and responsible people, is incomprehensible. The people to Hitler are the masses, and the highest human idealism is, in his own words, that a man should wish to become a dust particle of the order of force which is to shape his universe. To Hitler, the government as we conceive it is an impossible conception. The government to him is not the servant and the instrument of the people, but their absolute master and the dictator of their very act. To Hitler, the church as we conceive it is a monstrosity to be destroyed by every means at his command. The Nazi church is to be the national church, a pagan church, absolutely and exclusively in the service of but one doctrine, one race, one nation. To Hitler, the freedom of men to think as they please, and speak as they please, and worship as they please, is of all things imaginable most hateful and most desperately to be feared. The issue of our time, the issue of the war in which we are engaged, is the issue forced upon the decent, self-respecting peoples of the earth by the aggressive dogmas of this attempted revival of barbarism, this proposed return to tyranny, this effort to impose again upon the peoples of the world doctrines of absolute obedience, of dictatorial rule, of the suppression of truth, of the oppression of conscience, which the free nations of the earth have long ago rejected. What we face is nothing more nor less than an attempt to overthrow and to cancel out the great upsurge of human liberty, of which the American Bill of Rights is the fundamental document, to force the peoples of the earth, and among them the peoples of this continent and this nation, to accept again the absolute authority and despotic rule from which the courage and the resolution and the sacrifices of their ancestors liberated them many, many years ago. It is an attempt which could succeed only if those who have inherited the gift of liberty had lost the manhood to preserve it. But we Americans know that the determination of this generation of our people, our generation, to preserve liberty, is as fixed and certain as the determination of that earlier generation of Americans was to win it. We will not, under any threat or in the face of any danger, surrender the guarantees of liberty our forefathers framed for us in our Bill of Rights. We hold with all the passion of our hearts and minds to those commitments of the human spirit. We are solemnly determined that no power or combination of powers of this earth shall shake our hold upon them. We covenant with each other before all the world that having taken up arms in the defense of liberty, we will not lay them down before liberty is once again secure in the world we live in. For that security we pray. For that security we act, now and evermore.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard the President of the United States speaking from the White House in Washington, D.C. Our national anthem.
You have been listening to We Hold These Truths, a special program commemorating the 150th anniversary of the ratification of the Bill of Rights and presented over the combined radio networks of the United States. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt spoke from the White House in Washington, D.C. The Hollywood portion of the program, written and directed by Norman Corwin, starred Edward Arnold, Walter Brennan, Bob Burns, Walter Houston, Marjorie Main, Edward G. Robinson, Corporal James Stewart, Rudy Valley, and Orson Welles. The original music score was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. The national anthem was performed by the NBC Symphony Orchestra, conducted by Dr. Leopold Stokowski, and came to you from New York.
Down the long path of history, tramping across centuries and continents and the graves of kings and the necks of dictators, seeking always a way of life where the people have their freedom, believing, praying, fighting, dying, we came this way. The NBC University of the Air, a public service feature of the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations, presents another chapter in the historical series, We Came This Way, a dramatic account of man's struggle down through the ages for a democratic way of life. For listeners at home and overseas, we present Chapter 4, Walt Whitman, Poet of Democracy, on We Came This Way.
I, Walt Whitman, poet of democracy, the tendency of whose pages is to destroy those old landmarks which pride and fashion have set up, making impassable distinctions between the brethren of the great family, to make us love our fellow creatures and own that all those social distinctions place others far higher or far lower than we, yet are human beings alike as links of the same chain. Starting from fish-shaped Paumanok, where I was born, well-begotten and raised by a perfect mother, after roaming many lands, lover of populous pavements, dweller in Mannahatta, my city, or on southern savannas, or withdrawn to muse and meditate in some deep recess, and happy, having studied the mockingbird's tones and the flight of the mountain hawk, solitary, singing in the west, I strike up for a new world. The boy said you want to see me, Mr. Van Anden.
Come in, Walt, and shut the door. Pull up a chair.
Mr. Van Anden, if this is another warning about what you're going to let me put in the paper and what you're not.
Now, see here, Walt Whitman. You'll grant that I am the proprietor of the Brooklyn Eagle?
You're the proprietor, but I'm the editor. And I put whatever I please in the Eagle so long as I am editor.
Yes, but you listen to me for a minute. I've given you a pretty free hand.
Not on the question of free soil.
I've let you be any kind of a crank you wanted to be in the columns of the Eagle for 2 years now. You're getting out of hand, Walt.
Mr. Van Anden, you make it sound as though I was some bird in a cage. I've never been in hand. Now, about that editorial concerning General Cass's letter to Nicholson.
It's a fair proposition, Walt.
I don't think so.
Well, I agree with General Cass. As the new territories open up, let them decide for themselves whether they want slavery or not.
And I say, well, you've got the editorial there on your desk.
Yes. I was looking it over for the 10th time when you came in. And we don't have to go all over that again. It's a dangerous issue.
And so we'll just avoid it? Mr. Van Anden, the new territories have got to be free by law. And I'm going to keep on saying that in the Eagle just as long as I'm editor.
Walt,
You are not editor of the Eagle anymore.
Well...
Sorry, Walt.
No regrets, Mr. Van Anden. And no hard feelings. I'll just move on. Afoot and light-hearted, I take to the open road. Healthy, free, the world before me. The long brown path before me leading wherever I choose. Henceforth I ask not good fortune, for I myself am good fortune. Henceforth I whimper no more, postpone no more, need nothing. Strong and content, I travel the open road. It was 1848 and 49 that I was occupied as editor of the Daily Eagle newspaper in Brooklyn. The latter year, I went off on a leisurely journey and working expedition through all the Middle States and down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers.
What widens within you, Walt Whitman? What climbs? What persons and cities are here? What do you hear, Walt Whitman?
I've got an old new learned English gal, 15 years on the Erie Canal. She's got worker and a good old pal, 15 years on the Erie Canal.
I hear the workmen singing and the farmer's wife singing. I hear in the distance the sound of children and of animals early in the day. Yes, and I hear also the wheeze of the slave couple as the slaves march on, fastened together with wrist chains and ankle chains. Yes, I hear America singing, the varied carols I hear. Those of mechanics, each one singing his as it should be, blithe and strong. The carpenter singing his as he measures his plank or beam. The mason singing his as he makes ready for work or leaves off work. Singing with open mouths their strong, melodious songs.
What do you see, Walt Whitman?
I see diminuate farms, hamlets, ruins, graveyards, jails, factories, palaces, hovels, huts of barbarians, tents of nomads. I see the constructiveness of my race. I see the results of the perseverance and industry of my race. I see the ranks, colors, barbarisms, civilizations. I go among them. I mix indiscriminately. And I salute all the inhabitants of the earth. I lived a while in gay New Orleans and worked there on the staff of the Daily Crescent newspaper. It is time now, Grisette. I must go back to the Crescent office.
No, you stay with Grisette.
I want to, ma chérie, but I must put down my impressions of the carnival for the newspaper. Let's skip down this side street and get away from the crowd. I must get to work. Already the gentlemen who own the Crescent grumble because I...
They do not like the piece you write about Grisette, no?
It's not bad.
I know. You go back to your Brooklyn. You leave Grisette alone.
Now, ma petite, now.
But you will?
Suppose we go now to the place where the old woman sells us coffee. I have a poem. I'll read it to you there.
Is it about Grisette?
You wait and see.
No. You read it to me now. Here.
Well, all right.
What is it about?
It's about a city.
Oh.
And a woman.
Oh.
Once I passed through a populous city, imprinting my brain for future use, with its shows, architecture, customs, traditions. Yet now of all that city, I remember only a woman I casually met there who detained me for love of me. Day by day and night by night, we were together. All else has long been forgotten by me. I remember, I say, only that woman who passionately clung to me. Again we wander, we love, we separate again. Again she holds me by the hand. I must not go. I see her close beside me, with silent lips, sad and tremulous. After a time, I plodded back northward, up the Mississippi, and around to and by way of the Great Lakes, to Niagara Falls and Lower Canada, finally returning through central New York and down the Hudson. In 1855, I commenced putting Leaves of Grass to press for good at the printing office of my friends, the Brothers Rome, in Brooklyn. I had great trouble in leaving out the stock poetical touches, but succeeded at last.
Well, Walt, there's your book. The first copy of Leaves of Grass, fresh from the printing press. And it better be the way you want it this time, Walt. Andrew and I have made up our minds there'll be no more changes.
It looks good to me, James. Very good.
My brother and I think so, too. But the real question is, how many copies are going to be sold? How will folks take it?
That depends upon the kind of folks they are.
Professor, have you read the new book by this fellow Whitman?
I regret to say I have. And to think he calls himself a poet. Why, this dreadful stuff doesn't rhyme. Besides, it's licentious drivel.
Now, my dear, I don't mean to gossip, but...
Are you referring to that nasty book that Lucy Morris bought?
Yes, I understand she keeps it hidden away in her bureau drawer for fear it will fall into the hands of her daughter.
Or her husband.
Well, Walt, what does this letter say? If it's like all the others...
It's not like all the others, James.
No? Well, who's it from?
Ralph Waldo Emerson.
No. You mean the Concord sage himself? Why, I always thought of him as sitting up there in that rarefied Boston atmosphere and... Well, what's he say?
Well...
Oh, come on.
Now, let me see. Oh, yes, this much will do. I am not blind to the worth of the wonderful gift of Leaves of Grass. I find it the most extraordinary piece of wit and wisdom that America has yet contributed.
Why, that's a mighty big thing to say.
It's a mighty big book he's talking about, James.
Oh, go ahead. What else does he say?
Oh, just that I am very happy in reading it, as great power makes us happy. I greet you at the beginning of a great career.
Fine words, all right. But what I want to know is, will it sell the book?
Sell the book or not, James, I'm going on in my own way as well as I can. I haven't wavered so far, and I'm not going to. I shall speak my mind as God meant me to. On the night of the 13th of April, 1861, I had been to the opera on 14th Street, and after the performance was walking down Broadway on my way to Brooklyn. When I heard in the distance the loud cries of the newsboys. Boy! Boy! Boy, give me a paper.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's happened. They fired on Fort Sumter. The volcanic upheaval of the nation, after the firing on the flag at Charleston, proved for certain something which had been previously in great doubt, and at once substantially settled the question of this union. Even after the bombardment of Sumter, however, the gravity of the revolt and the power and will of the slave states were not realized in the North, except by a few.
Walter, I know you say I shouldn't, but I can't help worrying about your brother George.
I know you can't help it, Mother, but it does no good.
This dreadful war, all this fighting is so wrong.
Better to fight than to be slaves.
You may be right, Walter, but I'm an old woman. Just an old, weary woman.
You speak of age in a reproachful way.
Can there ever be good in it?
Of course. Listen to this, Mother. Women sit or move to and fro, some old, some young. The young are beautiful, but the old are far more beautiful than the young.
Oh, sure. I knew it.
Don't you like it?
Why, of course. It says that every woman is beautiful. And I am a woman. And an old one, too. Which, according to your poem, is something extra desirable.
Every woman is beautiful, and all women are men's equal.
Perhaps, Walter. I know you've told me that before, but
I'll go, Mother. Yes?
This the home of Mrs. Louisa Whitman?
Yes, I'm her son.
Here's a message for her.
Oh. I'll take it. Thank you.
Walter, what is it?
It's a message, Mother. I don't know what it is, but...
Oh, maybe it's about George. Walter, maybe George is...
Mother, it is about George, and he's all right.
Oh, thank God.
He's been wounded, but he's all right. He's in a hospital in Washington. I'm going there to take care of him. Washington, December 29th, 1862. Dear Mother, I succeeded in reaching the camp of the 51st New York. I've stayed in camp with George ever since, till yesterday when I came back to Washington. And now that I've lived 8 or 9 days amid such scenes as the camps furnish, and had a practical part in it all, I realize nothing we call trouble seems worth talking about. How your heart would ache to go through the rows of wounded young men as I did, and stop to speak a comforting word to them. One young man was very prostrated and groaning with pain.
Nurse.
What's the matter, soldier?
I feel like I'm about to faint.
Well, maybe if I...
You're not a nurse.
No, but I can try to help you, soldier.
Bad enough to be dying in a Yankee hospital with Yankee nurses and doctors.
Easy, lad, easy. Don't wear yourself out being bitter. Maybe you'd like some of this fruit I brought along for my brother. There's some candy, too.
No, I don't want anything. I just want somebody to write a letter for me. That's all. I feel like I'm dying.
Don't think about dying, soldier. You'll pull through.
I ain't so sure.
Of course. I can write that letter just the same.
No, but I'm not a Yankee.
I don't care who you are. You're a man. That suits me. What's your mother's name?
Mrs. Eliza Robbins.
Mrs. Eliza Robbins.
Dear Mother, I want you to know that I'm here in this northern hospital in Washington. I don't like being with Yankees, but I get stronger every day. I keep on thinking of you, of the old place, of the old place.
Don't talk, boy. Try to rest. Just lie back and... Gone. He's gone. Bearing the bandages, water and sponge, straight and swift to my wounded I go. To the rows of cots up and down each side I return. To each and all, one after another, I draw near. Not one do I miss. I am faithful. I do not give out. I see President Lincoln almost every day now, as I happen to live where he passes by. He always has a company of 25 or 30 cavalry, with swords drawn and held upright over their shoulders. Mr. Lincoln in the saddle generally rides a good-sized, easy-going gray horse, dressed in plain black, somewhat rusty and dusty, wears a black stiff hat, and looks about as ordinary in attire as the commonest man. And I see very plainly Abraham Lincoln's dark brown face with a deep-cut line. The eyes always to me with a deep, latent sadness in the expression. They passed me once very close, and I saw the president in the face fully, and his look, though abstracted, happened to be directed steadily in my eye. He bowed and smiled. I bowed and whispered, Mr. President. But far beneath his smile, I noticed well the expression I've alluded to. None of the artist of pictures has caught the deep, though subtle, and indirect expression of this man's face. Over the college rose prophetic a voice. Be not disheartened. Affection shall solve the problems of freedom yet. Those who love each other shall become invincible. Sons of the mother of all, you shall yet be victorious. You shall yet laugh to scorn the attacks of all the remainder of the earth. One from Massachusetts shall be a Missourian's comrade. From Maine and from hot Carolina shall be friends triune. And so goodbye to the war. Future years will never know the seething hell and the black infernal background. It was not a quadrille in a ballroom. The real war will never get in the books. Its interior history will not only never be written, its practicality, its deeds and passions will never even be suggested. But although the war was over and the nation at peace, in the midst of happiness and joy came tragedy.
Six Semper Tyrannis!
All aboard. All aboard. Oh, Walt. I wasn't sure it was you wrapped up in that blanket that way.
Come inside the tram, Pete. The horse car business isn't very good tonight. And I want to talk to you.
Well, you're the only passenger, Walt. I guess the conductor can lay off work a few minutes.
Sit down. Pete, I understand you were at the theater when it happened.
Yes. I was there.
Tell me about it, son.
Well, everything happened so fast. I had a seat in the second gallery. The place was packed.
But could you see the president?
I could look right at him. Matter of fact, I was more interested in watching his face than I was in the play.
I know.
And then, well, all of a sudden I heard the pistol shot.
Did you know what had happened?
I didn't have any idea what it was, Walt, or what it meant. The shot was sort of muffled.
Then when did you know?
I knew when Mrs. Lincoln leaned out of the box and shouted.
Well, I'll ride to the end of the line and then back. I want to think. By many has this union been helped, but if one name, one man must be picked out, Abraham Lincoln, most of all, is a conservator of it to the future. He was assassinated. The Union is not assassinated. One falls and another falls. The soldier drops, sinks like a wave, but the ranks of the ocean eternally press on. Death does its work, obliterates 100, 1,000, president, general, captain, private. But the nation is immortal. Listen, Pete, there's only a little more.
I'm listening, Walt. You're the only passenger left now.
And you can give all your attention to my poem.
Go on.
Yet each to keep and all, retrievements out of the night, the song, the wondrous chant of the gray-brown bird, comrades mine and I in the midst, and their memory ever to keep, for the dead I loved so well, for the sweetest, wisest soul of all my days and lands, and this for his dear sake. Lilac and star and bird twined with the chant of my soul, there in the fragrant pine and the cedars, dusk and dim. What do you think, Pete?
Well, it's hard to put it into words, but, well, it's big.
It has to be for him.
Yes. Yeah. And a common man, even a man like me, can understand it. I don't know, but I'd guess it was great. Sort of a masterpiece, maybe. What'd you say you called it, Walt?
It's called When Lilacs Last in the Dooryard Bloom. The times are full of great portents in these states and in the whole world. The horizon rises. It divides, I perceive, for a more august drama than any of the past. All men have played their part. The act suitable to them is closed. Frontiers and boundaries are less and less able to divide men. The modern inventions are interlinking the inhabitants of the earth together as groups of one family. Never did the idea of equality erect itself so haughty and uncompromising amid inequality as today. Never was there more eagerness to know. Never was the representative man more energetic, more like a god than today. What historic denouement are these we are approaching? No man knows what will happen next. Who shall play the hand for America in these tremendous games?
Would you like to know more of the life and times of Walt Whitman portrayed in the program you just heard? A handbook containing life stories of 13 great leaders in the struggle for human liberty has been prepared as an interesting supplement to the broadcast series. To obtain your copy, write for We Came This Way. Address your requests to Columbia University Press, Station J, New York 27, and enclose 25 cents in coin to cover costs of printing and mailing. Tonight's script was written by Myron Golden and was directed by Norman Felton. Original music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and conducted by Joseph Galicchio. The role of Walt Whitman was played by McKay Morris. Others in the cast were Philip Lord, Rita Ascott, Claire Baum, Art Seltzer, Bertha Creighton, Sidney Breese, and Art McConnell. This series is presented each week as a public service of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. Next week, We Came This Way will be heard at a new time over some of these stations. Consult your newspaper for complete details. Your announcer is Dave Rogers. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Before an American Revolution can occur, before the dream of independence can take shape, a new man has to be born, something called an American. But who was this man before he became an American?
Me? I'm a New Yorker. Just cleared me 30 acres here in the valley.
Virginia joined with the other colonies? Joined together against the Crown? Well, that's absurd.
Here in North Carolina colony now, we know how to enjoy life.
On my recent trip through the southern colonies, I was appalled to discover that cards, dice, the bottle, and horses seem to engross the populace much of the time.
Those in the North, they're just too, well, they're not like us at all. It's hard to believe we came from the same sauce, so to speak.
Don't give tuppence what goes on in Boston or Philadelphia.
A real man has never intended to grub away his days.
Nasty little gray men. And they're women. Why, their embroidery is so crude, and they don't even know how to dance.
It is so pleasant to be back once again in the cultural center of the colonies, Philadelphia.
No, I'm a North Carolinian, and the less I have to do with the other colonies, the better.
I'm a New Yorker, loyal to the crown. That's that.
Nasty little gray man.
Don't care what goes on in Georgia.
Nasty little
Maryland.
gray man.
Don't care
Virginia.
what goes on in Georgia.
Down here, we know how to enjoy life.
Virginia.
Cards,
Down here,
dice,
we know how to enjoy
horses.
life.
Don't care what goes on in Maine.
Down here, we know how to enjoy life.
They don't even know how to dance.
What made them Americans? What happened in the years just before the Revolution? Perhaps some things change a man without his knowing it. Perhaps the land he stands on makes itself felt, seeps into his boots and makes itself felt. Slowly, through the alchemy of circumstances, the American is forming. A black woman in one of the southern colonies talks about her cooking.
Poke salad. Why, that's a bowl of wild greens. Turnip tops, cresses, dandelion, all them things. 'Cause we like cooked turnip greens, too. And with 'em, always corn. Some kind of corn. Hominy, hush puppies, corn dumplings, corn pones. They say corn was here when we all came. Was here even before the white folks, too. Well, now, I reckon we all got a little corn in us.
Corn picked sweet and shucked and boiled immediately. No, not in an hour or two, but right away. That's what my men like.
A Yankee woman in New England talks about her cooking.
And cornmeal mush at dawn before the plowing starts can carry 'em till mid-morning. Especially if there's a little pat of butter and some maple syrup in the middle. And the old grains? Well, look at my chickens there. They're corn-fed. And you don't see chicks like that in England, now do you?
Slowly, the American is forming in his hopes, his speech, his tastes.
Homebred! She's homebred! Born and raised right here in the colonies. Come and see her for yourself. Right this way, please. See for yourself. She's homebred. She weighs 825 pounds. Only the colonies could produce such a hog.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
The art of dancing, carefully taught by Samuel Pierpoint at his school next door to Mr. Brindley's hatter in Chestnut Street, where for the recreation of all gentlemen and ladies there will be country dances every Thursday evening. Likewise, he teaches small sword.
Is being formed by common experiences and common grievances.
Tell me, Pinckney, exactly what is the cause of all this ill feeling in Charleston?
Don't you know? We feel we're being taxed to death. First, Parliament passed the Acts of Trade and Navigation, and now this latest, this Revenue Act.
But the money collected will help defray the cost of defending and protecting His Majesty's dominions in America, namely you.
But as a loyal subject of the Crown, I feel I must warn you. You are beginning to tread on dangerous ground.
How is that?
You're trying to change our drinking habits. Imagine a customs duty of 7 pounds per double hogshead of Madeira wine. And as an alternative, what do you offer us? English port.
Oh, I say.
Common experiences and common grievances in the North.
That French and Indian War cost Great Britain a great deal in both blood and money. A war debt of 130 million pounds. Now, who's going to pay for it, eh? Since the war was fought in the interests of the colonies, it seems only just that they...
In the interest of the colonies? In the interest of the crown, you mean? Oh, what's the use? Tax us more and our businesses will fail, our ships will rot in harbor, our mills will shut down. We just don't have the money for your great taxes. You can't get blood out of a turnip.
As subjects of the crown, you will do as you are told.
As subjects of the crown. It never occurs to most of the colonists at this time that they may one day no longer be subjects of the crown. But without quite knowing where it will lead, they are joining together in resistance. In Boston, young Joshua Bascom is well into his 12-hour day as a clerk in a large merchant firm. With sleep in his eyes, he has swept out the offices and shined the big brass doorknobs, started the fires and sharpened the quills. And then, still in the dimness of the early autumn morning, he has opened the huge ledgers and begun meticulously scratching in the accounts. But now, a senior partner steps from the inner office.
Bascom.
Sir?
Records for the customs house. Step along now and don't dawdle.
Yes, sir.
As he leaves the merchant house, Joshua moves along the street with a brisk and businesslike stride. But as he gets out of sight of his employer, his walk loosens, his arms swing a bit more freely, and he sniffs the morning air, enjoying its salty tang and the smell of codfish that lingers around the wharves of Boston Harbor. He reaches the long wharf, and looking out past the pilings, he sees a swarm of sailors off a newly arrived merchant ship. They carry their sea chests and their bundles, their monkeys and mattresses. Moving along the wharf, Joshua sees a friend of his, an old sailor, now landlocked, who spends his days sitting in the sun, dreaming of
Madagascar, Calcutta, Zanzibar.
Good morning to you, Patty.
Good morning yourself, young Bascom.
She's a pretty ship.
Aye, she's a beauty. The Leopold out of Bristol, loaded with linens, woolens, dry goods mostly.
Well, then maybe she won't be here long. It's the boycott I'm referring to. Do you think it'll work, Patty?
Well, I can tell you that right at this minute there are fine Boston gentlemen doing without their Madeira wine and their laces and ruffles, and their wives without their fancy dresses because of all these British taxes.
But do you think the people here in Boston will really keep on doing without like that?
Joshua, Boston men have always been an ornery lot. Been fighting for free seas as long as there's been Boston. There'll be real trouble here if old King George don't let us be.
Maybe you're right about Boston. But what about the other towns in the colonies? Do you think all those other people will refuse to buy British goods because of the taxes?
I don't know about that, Joshua. All I know about is Boston. Don't know what those others will do. Not at all.
New York Gazette, 22nd November, 1764. The young gentlemen of Yale College have unanimously agreed not to make use of any foreign spirituous liquors. The gentlemen of the college cannot be too much commended for setting so laudable an example. This will not only greatly diminish the expenses of education, but prove, as may be presumed, very favorable to the health and improvement of the students. A New England rum does not come under this boycott.
Vanity may call for lace and silk and ruffles, but self-respect in the face of British oppression dictates that I shall be clothed in homespun. Vanity can wait the day of justice. Besides, my neighbors would cut me dead.
In a large home near Williamsburg, A group of Virginia aristocracy gather together to dine and to discuss the current situation in the colonies. Out in the kitchen, last-minute preparations are underway for serving dinner in the grand dining room. The smoky air, laden with the smell of cooking meat and seafood, simmering greens and savory pies, wafts out the open door into the early Virginia evening. The head cook stands before a huge brick fireplace that almost fills an entire wall of the kitchen. He stoops to the ham and pokes an edge of the crackle, and then lifts a ladle down from the wall and dips it into the great pot of turtle soup swung out over the fire on an iron crane. He bobs from copper pot to kettle to pot, and a large bead of sweat falls from his forehead into the oyster sauce. Nearby, a young boy, a kitchen slave, sits cross-legged on the floor and grinds the coffee in a big coffee mill. Next to him stand the serving slaves, waiting to carry the procession of platters over to the dining hall. The cook looks up from his pots and calls out to them.
Soup be ready to carry out in a minute now. Be ready here.
Be ready? He always shouting at us, be ready. What else you think we can be, standing around here all the time waiting on him?
The folks won't care if we take all night. Never saw them so deep in their talk.
What are they talking about?
Never you mind, boy. Just keep grinding that coffee. Wouldn't surprise me none we'd serve them folks pig jaws, and they never know. They on something big. Keep grinding, boy.
Yeah, there is something big going on. I seen it myself. Young Martha Jefferson, he looking worried. Martha Henry getting red round the ears. Martha Washington scowling away and clearing his throat. And the older ones, they all talking at the same time. You know what it's all about?
Oh, they talking about someone stood up in some meeting and he said there shouldn't be no New Yorkers no more and no New England men no more. Everybody should just be an American.
What'd it mean, an American?
You just hush and keep grinding. Are you sure going to be field boy again?
Yeah, but what'd it mean? American.
Never mind, boy, never mind. You don't need to know.
Resistance is organizing. The radical sons of liberty move through the colonies, gathering together the strands of dissent. In Boston, trouble grows on the waterfront, and 2 regiments of British infantry land in town. Then, on a March evening in 1770, the tension explodes.
Listen, I'll tell you what happened. Those soldiers waving their guns around, an insult to every man in Boston.
What rot! Radicals filling people's head with rubbish, calling it a massacre. A riot, plain and simple, that's what it was. I had this from Captain Preston himself, so I know whereof I speak.
Peaceful citizens shot down in cold blood.
A lot of unruly boys and rough seamen with nothing better to do than cause a ruckus.
Peaceful citizens.
Throwing rocks and sticks. Did your radical friends tell you that? Crowd attack soldiers, naturally they'll be fired upon.
In cold blood by those lobsterbacks.
Lobsterbacks? You're speaking of Crown regulars, sir.
I'm speaking of a group of bloodthirsty pigs. We won't forget this massacre.
5 men were shot. I wouldn't exactly call that a massacre, would you? 5 men? One of them a black man? Well...
And now I'll tell you how it really was on that March evening. I am Crispus Attucks, dead since that day. What happened? A sudden pain, the final horror of my mouth full of blood, and then, well, I was the first man to fall, wasn't I? Do you think they'll remember?
In London, Benjamin Franklin sits with a friend in a tavern, sharing a glass of wine. He has been in England for some time now, pleading the case of the colonies, trying to preserve harmony between England and America. He has heard the angry voices from across the sea, and he thinks of home.
I learned to hate candles from him. The stench of that tallow still clings to my nose. Have a pinch of snuff, Joseph.
Thank you.
Yes, I learned from my father to hate candles, and I learned from my brother to hate tyranny.
Tyranny, Ben?
I was apprenticed to him when I was 12. My brother James, you see, he was a tyrant.
But what does all this mean?
Oh, nothing in particular, except I suppose that you could say we learn to hate some things and love others as we go along, depending on our experiences.
Even in the colonies?
Especially in the colonies.
And who taught you about electricity, my friend?
Ah, the sky, my kite, and my curiosity. Those three were near the death of me once. Flipped me flat onto the ground, dead to the world for hours.
Back in Boston, the next year, on a cold, drizzly December night, an upstairs window of a white frame house is cautiously slit open. Something that looks in the darkness like a thick gray snake slithers from the window to the street, and then a boy comes sliding down. When his feet touch the ground, he runs along the cobbles and around the corner and blends in with the other shadowy figures slipping noiselessly down the street.
Peter, over here. Otis. Thought I'd be late. Old man Gray locked me in. He's a proper grim old Tory, all right. How'd you get out? Out of my bed close. Slid right down. Did you now? Wouldn't have missed this tea party for anything. Look at Mr. Hancock up ahead. Where? Which one? The one in all the feathers and the blue paint. What a sight. Boys, be quiet. This is sober business we're on.
Overboard she goes, my boys, heave-ho, where darkling waters roar. We love our cup of tea full well, but love our freedom more. With a ring-tum-ding-tum, fa-la-ling-tum, love our freedom more. With a ring-tum-ding-tum, fa-la-ling-tum, love our freedom more.
The British reaction to the Boston Tea Party is swift and brutal. Parliament passes a series of laws meant to punish Boston and to assert the power of the mother country over all its American colonies, the coercive or Intolerable Acts.
The Boston Port Bill, closing that port to commerce until compensation for the loss of its tea has been granted by the inhabitants of the
Government and Administration of Justice Acts, to regulate the government of Massachusetts Bay, whereby the provincial council is made a party, as in other royal colonies,
in uninhabited houses, barns, or other buildings that are more suitably located than barracks for the particular purpose in mind.
On June 1st, 1774, the Boston Port Act goes into effect. The harbor is closed with the intent to starve the colonists into submission. The wharves fringing the waterfront stand deserted. Not so much as a skiff moves upon the surface of the harbor. Nearly everything upon which Boston depends, food, fuel, even fodder for her livestock, comes to her by boat. And now the people of the town begin to wonder how long they can hold out.
Looks bad for us, Patty. Unless the other towns in the colony send us food.
I don't be counting on our rivals now, the folks of Salem or Marblehead. With Boston closed, they stand to make a tidy profit.
How about the other colonies, then? Remember how they joined in on the boycott?
I do, but I expect they'll be shrinking from showing their hand in this, fearing they'll get the same treatment from old King George. But then, I could be wrong.
Hold out, Boston. The citizens of Philadelphia are sending money and provisions.
Baltimore, Maryland is sending bread and grain.
The colony of Virginia is sending 8,600 bushels of corn and wheat and several hundred barrels of flour.
The lowland planters of Carolina are sending rice.
And while provisions are flowing into Boston during the summer of 1774, colonial leaders throughout the colonies are deciding it is time for them all to meet together in a general Congress. The first Continental Congress is planned for September 5th, to be held in Philadelphia, One of the delegates must cross the sea from London itself. Ben Franklin says goodbye to his friend.
So you're going home, Ben?
Yes, going home. Hand me that little case there, will you, Joseph? Going home a failure, one might say, and plenty will. I could make a dandy stove and bifocals and electrical batteries and all the rest. But I couldn't keep a lot of stubborn fools from stepping on each other's toes.
I think the forces at work were just too much for you. This idea of independence, it was bound to come.
Perhaps you're right.
You're sure you won't stay with us, Ben?
Dear Joe, how could I stay in England at a time like this? After all, when all's said and done...
Friends, last Sunday we spoke of the first of the three philosophies of life involved in this war, the totalitarian. Today and next Sunday, we speak of the second, the secularist and materialist culture of the Western world. By the secularist ideology, we mean the attempt to preserve human and democratic values on a non-moral and non-religious foundation. The condemnation of secularism of the Western world is not a condemnation of the Western world. There is the same distinction to be made between the two as between a ship and its barnacles. The ship in its passage through the seas picks up barnacles which impede its free progress through the waters. Every now and then, that ship must be brought into dry dock to have the barnacles scraped away. The ship is good. The barnacles are bad. Now, Western civilization, or what we call democracy, may be likened to a ship. America, in particular, is a good ship. It carries the precious cargo of belief in inalienable rights and liberties. This ship of America is good. It carries the burden of the four freedoms of which our president spoke. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom from want, and freedom from fear. This ship of America is good. And it is freighted down with the cargo of the right of sanctuary. For America has been a sanctuary in the past, and is a sanctuary now to the oppressed peoples of the world. There's no other land on the face of God's earth has been a sanctuary. This ship of America is good, and it is freighted down with the precious cargo of all those fine and noble things which make you and me proud to call ourselves Americans. But in the course of sailing, this ship has acquired some barnacles. And these barnacles or superstitions, of which I shall speak, constitute what we call the passive or soft barbarism from within. And they are a danger to Western civilization, not quite as open as totalitarianism, but just as insidious. Today we shall describe three of these barnacles: the superstition of progress, of scientism, and materialism. After we have described them, we hope that we will be able to scrape them off. First, the barnacle or the superstition of progress. It runs some such way as this: man is naturally good and indefinitely perfectible. By the mere fact that he lives, and thanks to great cosmic floods of evolution, he will be swept onward and onward until he becomes a kind of a god and this earth becomes a paradise. Goodness increases with time, while evil and error decline. Progress is automatic. Such is the superstition of progress. Now, why is it wrong? It is wrong because it confuses mechanical advancement with moral betterment. Progress in things is not necessarily progress in persons. Planes may go faster, but man does not necessarily become happier. Mastery over disease is not necessarily mastery over sin. Conquest of nature does not mean conquest of selfishness. Time does not always operate in favor of betterment. Because a man is sick, time does not make him better. Unless the evil is corrected, time may operate in favor of disease, decay, and death. True progress is morally and not mechanically conditioned. It depends not on vitamins, more playgrounds and better milk and ductless glands, but on the will to goodness. There is, therefore, only one real, true progress in the world, and that consists in the diminution of the traces of original sin. History does not prove that we are making progress. Notice the intervals between wars in modern times. The interval between the Napoleonic Wars and the Franco-Prussian War was 55 years. The interval between the Franco-Prussian War and the First World War was 43. The interval between the First World War and this one, 21. 55. 43. 21. And each war more destructive than the other, and at a time when man had all the material conditions essential for happiness. Is this real progress? The sad and tragic fact is that modern man, under sufficient stress, and even among comforts, will do deeds of evil as terrible as any that have ever been recorded in human history. Barbarism is not behind us. Barbarism is beneath us. And at any moment, it can emerge unless our wills, aided by God's grace, repress it. Our own mechanical ability to move quickly can go hand in hand with the power to do more evil. Let no one deny it. Our scientific progress has outstripped our moral progress. The myth of necessary progress has exploded. But because the evil in the world does not evolve right, does not mean, as they say, that there is no right. What it does mean is that we must put it right. And in order to do this, we may have to learn the lesson of the cross and the agony of Gethsemane. Maybe we had all better get back again to God. Then there is the second barnacle, or superstition. The superstition of scientism. I do not say science. I say scientism. And by scientism, I mean that particular abuse of science, which affirms that the scientific method is the only way of knowing anything. It is this particular superstition which makes people say, science tells us. But they never say, Scriptures tell us, or the Church tells us, or the commandments tell us. Science is supposed to be the very last word on any subject. Hence, there's no place for values, tradition, metaphysics, revelation, faith, authority, or theology. The only true knowledge is that which comes from counting. Such is the superstition of scientism which has gripped America. Now, science is, of course, a very valid way of knowing, but only of knowing those things which are subject to experimentation and the methods of the laboratory. The great values of life, such as justice and truth and charity, are beyond experimentation. No one has yet ever been able to put a mother's love into a test tube. But who will deny that it exists? We cannot put a man into a cauldron and boil him and stew him until he gives forth the unmistakable green fumes of envy. The great values of life are beyond the laboratory. And scientism of this kind is ruining higher education in the United States. It is doing it by assuming that anyone who has counted something that has never been counted before is a learned man. It makes no difference what you count in higher education. But in the name of heaven, count. A certain Western university awarded a Doctor of Philosophy degree to a student who wrote on the thesis the microbic content of cotton undershirts. A Midwestern university has counted the ways of washing dishes. Eastern universities have counted the infinitives in Augustine, the datives and the ablatives in Ovid, the four ways of cooking ham, and another, to quote their own words, the psychological reactions of the post-rotational eye movement of squabs. Go into any Catholic school in the United States tomorrow and take out any child in the first or second grade and say to that child, why are you here? Where are you going? What is the purpose of life? And the child will be able to answer your questions. But ask this PhD student who counted the microbes and cotton undershirts why he's here, where he's going, what is his destiny. He would not be able to tell you. He would not have a 5-cent gadget in his house 5 minutes without knowing its goal or its purpose, and yet he will live 10, 20, 60 years without knowing why he is here or where he is going. It is not true that modern youth is revolutionary because he lacks sufficient economic advantages. Never before has modern youth had so many. The modern youth is revolutionary because he has no purpose in life. And unless, as a nation, we restore purposes and values in education, we will end only by educating for chaos. Oh, we are paying a terrible penalty for divorcing our science from God. Nature which studies science belongs to God. When man turns against God, nature or science turns against man, as Francis Thompson rather beautifully put it. I tempted all his servitors, but to find my own betrayal in their constancy, in faith to him, in fickleness to me, their traitorous trueness, and their loyal deceit. That is the true story. Nature will be false to anyone who is untrue to its maker. For years, science has been discovering the wonders of nature But instead of glorifying God as forgotten God, and scientists thought themselves the authors of the book of nature instead of only its proofreaders. And tearing nature away from God, nature now turns against them. And the result, that science, which was supposed to be our servant, is now our master. Why is it that millions today shrink in terror from a machine in the air? Why does man use his technique to destroy man? Why do children crouch in bed and mothers dig holes in the bowels of the earth as bombs fall from the skies and all hell is let loose? If it is not because science has gotten beyond our control. Maybe we had all better get back again to God. And the third barnacle, or superstition, is materialism. This superstition affirms that man has no soul, there is no future life, man is only an animal. As our modern psychologists tell us, he is a psychoanalytical bag filled with physiological libido. Or he is a stimulus-response mechanism, the end of whose life is the acquisition of money, the enjoyment of pleasure. There are no standards outside of the material. Now, it simply is not true that peace follows material prosperity. There is more frustration among the rich than among the poor. Sin and evil do not disappear with the advent of prosperity. Society can become inhuman while preserving all the advantages of a material prosperity. And if there are no standards outside of the material, how shall we judge the new acquisitive society which is arising, based on the acquisitiveness of power as against the old acquisitiveness of money? As fortunes dwindle, as taxes eat up inheritances, and as bureaucracies begin to administer vast sums of money formerly administered by capitalists and bankers, envious, greedy, and lustful men will seek to become dispensers of that social booty. And who shall say that these new financiers of power are wrong? Given no other standard than that of materialism, wherein power is disjoined from conscience, and we lose the right to protest in the name of justice. Our world is sick of materialism. It is pathetic to hear people ask, what can I as an individual do in this crisis? These people who have been told that they are only animals. Many of them feel like cogs and machines. They want to get away from it all. Some of them would like to climb back into catacombs. Like Jews in exile, they hang their harps on the trees and ask how they can sing a song in a foreign land without a soul. There will be a change. The millions of boys on the battlefronts of the world who are fighting for their lives and for great moral issues will recover their souls. Amidst wounds and death and fire and shell, they will get close to the meaning of life and to that something within them which really makes them human. And then they will look back, and they will be angry at those who educated them. They will come to hate not only the enemy in battle, but they will hate still more the intelligentsia at home who told them that they were only animals. They will begin to realize that these so-called educators rob them of their greatest possession, faith. And for a while, they will wander around the battlefields like Mary Magdalene in the garden, saying, they have taken away my Lord, and I know not where they laid him. But when they do stumble on him, as Magdalene did when she saw the red, livid marks of nails, they will enter once again into the possession of the soul, And when they come marching home, there will be a judgment on those intelligentsia who told them that they had no soul. They will begin to live like new men. There will be a rebirth of freedom under God. For maybe, and only are they right, maybe we had all better be right and get back again to God. Why do I speak about these barnacles on the ship of democracy? Because they are endangering the American way of life. Because they are outmoded ways of thinking. Because we are called upon in this world war to be the moral leaders of the world. Never before was a greater task thrust into any nation's hands than into our own. We have a great vocation, and we must be worthy of it. We do not want the ship of America to be held up in its mission by barnacles and false superstitions. May I therefore ask you, Jews, Protestants and Catholics, to spend an hour a day in prayer, that America may be worthy of its calling. Catholics should include daily Mass and communion in this hour. And to anyone who wishes a prayer book for wartime, entitled The Shield of Faith, we will send it with our compliments. For how else except by prayer? Realize the pledge of our President when he said, "The United Nations seek to work for the restoration of the international order in which Christ guides the hearts of individuals and nations." That is a tremendous responsibility. America, awake! You have a high summons. Walk worthy of your vocation. Purge yourself. Repent. Your greatness is in your return to God. God love you. O Lord Jesus Christ, who in thy mercy hearest the prayers of sinners, pour forth, we beseech thee, all grace and blessing upon our country and its citizens. We pray in particular for the President, for our Congress, for all our soldiers, for all who defend us in ships, whether on the seas or in the skies, for all who are suffering the hardships of war. We pray for all who are in peril or in danger. Bring us all, after the troubles of this life, into the haven of peace, and reunite us all together, O dear Lord, in thy glorious heavenly kingdom.
The address you have just heard was entitled, Some Barnacles on the
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
This is John Daly at Convention Hall, Richmond, Virginia. On this 25th day of June, 1788, the Virginia Ratifying Convention has been taken completely by surprise. Mr. Edmund Randolph, present governor of Virginia, has come out publicly in favor of the proposed federal constitution for the United States of America. As a delegate to this crucial convention, and up to now an avowed enemy of the Constitution, Governor Randolph has been a leader in the campaign against ratification. But he has just told reporters that he will speak and vote for ratification when the convention reconvenes to vote a few minutes from now. Thus, the Constitution, which would unite the 13 American states under a strong central government, has found a powerful friend in an unexpected quarter.
June 25th, 1788, the Convention Hall, Richmond, Virginia. You are there.
Virginia,
key state in the plan to form the 13 original states into a united America stands undecided, torn by dissension, and the Constitution hangs in the balance. CBS takes you back 160 years to the day that determined whether Americans could go forward from revolution and establish a stable central government. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on authentic historical facts and quotations. And now,
Virginia, the Richmond Convention Hall, and John Daly.
For a group of reporters hurriedly summoned to the governor's executive chamber a few minutes ago. Asked why he is turning from the party of Patrick Henry to the party of James Madison, Governor Randolph would not amplify his statement, saying only that he will give the reasons which prompted his move on the floor of the convention. And we hurried from that news conference to this microphone here on the convention floor to bring you this news. There's Mr. James Monroe, one of Mr. Patrick Henry's chief lieutenants, in the fight against ratification. Mr. Monroe. Sir? Sir, are you aware that Governor Randolph has gone over to the Federalist Party?
I am indeed.
Would you care to comment on it, Mr. Monroe?
Any remarks on Governor Randolph's strange conduct will come from Mr. Henry, the leader of our party.
But how do you think Governor Randolph's action will affect the vote on ratification, sir?
No comment, sir. No comment.
Mr. Monroe has turned away from the microphone. Our brief conversation, a mark of the confusion Governor Randolph's change of mind has produced here. Ned Calmer's been analyzing the possibilities inherent in Governor Randolph's action and is ready now with his report. So over to our CBS headquarters booth here in Convention Hall and Ned Calmer.
Governor Randolph's sudden allegiance to the Federalists may have a decisive effect on this convention. Roughly half of the delegates represent the cities, towns, and the tidewater planters, and the other half come from the rural districts. Generally speaking, the planters and the businessmen are in favor of a national constitution. They are haunted by memories of Daniel Shays' rebellion in Massachusetts last year, and they want the Constitution as an instrument to end social chaos. On the other hand, the rural delegates, by and large, oppose the Constitution. At present, they're paying their debts with cheap state paper money, and they fear that national currency reforms would work to their disadvantage. But Governor Randolph has much influence and prestige among the country delegates. His change of position may very well swing the necessary votes from among them to carry the ratification. Thus, what happens here in Virginia today may decide the destiny of America. As you know, 9 states must ratify the proposed Constitution if it's to supplant the Articles of Confederation. 8 states have already ratified, and 4 others probably will not. If Virginia fails to ratify, the Constitution is likely to be doomed. And in that case, just a moment, Governor Randolph, at his executive mansion, has consented to grant our reporter, Don Hollenbeck, a brief interview before departing for this convention hall. So over to Don Hollenbeck at the governor's mansion.
Governor Randolph, sir, will you tell us why you've made this last-minute turn from the anti-Constitution party to the Federalists?
I have joined the Federalists because the anti-Constitution party has caused far too much delay on the pressing issue of a strong central government.
Why do you feel that we need a strong central government such as the proposed Constitution outlines?
It is imperative. The union of the states sags apart for want of it. Mr. Henry fails to see the danger. He occupies himself with legalistic assaults on various phases of the Constitution without realizing that the measure as a whole is desperately needed.
Well, Governor, do you endorse the proposed Constitution in toto without amendments?
No, I do not. I hope and trust that certain amendments will subsequently be adopted, such as a Bill of Rights and a clause absolutely forbidding the importation of Negro slaves. But all that can come later. Time is running out, and we cannot go on under the Articles of Confederation.
Thank you, Governor Randolph. This is Don Hollenbeck returning you now to John Daly on the floor of Convention Hall.
About 80 delegates are here now, and among them is Mr. Patrick Henry, former governor of Virginia, leader of the anti-Constitution party. He's wearing the ill-fitting wig and shabby black coat for which he is famous, and his hawk-like face is grim and forbidding. Mr. Henry! Sir, would you care to comment on Governor Randolph's repudiation of the anti-Constitution party?
Governor Randolph, bah! My opponents are welcome to him. He, like they, has turned his back on the revolution. He's divorced himself from the common people and embraced that hydra-headed monster property.
Well, do you mean to suggest, sir, that the Constitution favors the property-holding classes of the nation?
Yes. May I charge you? The worship of private property is implicit in every article of that infamous document. 1 year ago, sir, at Philadelphia, the Constitution stank so noisomely that Governor Randolph refused to sign it. Does it smell any sweeter now? No. The Constitution remains unchanged. It is Edmund Randolph who has changed. Randolph. An empty sail billowing with the wind from the tidewater.
Are you implying, Mr. Henry, that Governor Randolph has yielded to pressure from the Tidewater plantation?
No. Randolph was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. He is rich. He has many slaves. He is also a politician, and as such, he flirted briefly with the ideas of liberty and equality. But the governor has seen the light. Property is the thing that counts.
Well, wouldn't you say, sir, that the protection of private property is important for the welfare of the country?
Important, yes. But human rights are equally important. And where, I ask you, where do you find one single mention of human rights in this Constitution that we are asked to ratify today?
But if that is so, Mr. Henry, how do you explain that 8 states have already ratified the Constitution?
Citizens of those 8 states would bargain away their heritage of freedom for a mess of pottage. For my part, give me liberty, greatest of all earthly blessings. Give me that precious jewel, and you may take everything else.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Here comes Mr. Madison. He's a small man and quiet of voice, but Mr. Madison yields to no man in intellectual capacity. Indeed, he is as famous for the logic of his arguments as Mr. Patrick Henry is for the brilliance of his oratory. Mr. Madison! Mr. Madison, Mr. Henry has just charged that the Constitution places property rights above human rights.
An interesting phrase. But then Patrick Henry is a master of interesting phrases. One of them helped to start our revolution. The trouble is, Mr. Henry is in a constant state of revolution. He should remember that the war is over and that his antagonists in this hall are not redcoats.
Yes, Mr. Madison, but what about his argument, sir?
Yes. Property rights above human rights. Well, now, suppose we examine that without the benefit of oratory, shall we? Mr. Henry would give you the impression that this is a struggle between the rich and the poor, the strong and the weak. The fact is, sir, that there are wealthy men who hate the Constitution and poor men who love it. The point is that all Americans, rich and poor, are in dire straits today because we have no strong central government. Mr. Henry poses as the shining knight of liberty. But where, sir, is liberty without order? Order is what we need, not at the expense of human rights, but precisely to render them secure.
Well, Mr. Madison, it's been reported that Mr. Thomas Jefferson, our ambassador to France, is against the Constitution.
That, sir, is a distortion. Mr. Jefferson is a friend of mine. I'm in constant correspondence with him. It is true that he disagrees with some aspects of the Constitution, but on the whole, he favors it. As a matter of fact, it would be well for Mr. Henry to remember there are other patriots of the war for independence who stand behind the Constitution. Not only Thomas Jefferson, but General Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Alexander Hamilton, John Dickinson, and a host of others.
Thank you, Mr. Madison.
A pleasure, sir.
Well, you've heard that the Constitution would be of great benefit to all Americans, and you've also heard that it will benefit only the rich. Outside this Virginia hall, there's a representative crowd waiting for the result of the vote, and Ken Roberts is out there. So let's switch to him and find out how these people feel about the Constitution. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
In this crowd, judging by their dress, are people from every section and class of Virginia. I see men who are obviously planters, others who must be tradesmen, and a large number of farming folk. Some of them must have come a long way to be in Richmond at this fateful hour. Here, for instance, is a tall man wearing a fringed shirt and a coonskin cap. Where are you from, sir?
I be from Pineville, in the Western District.
You're a delegate, sir?
Nay. I come here to watch all the delegates.
Oh?
I want to be sure they vote the way they're supposed to.
And, how are the delegates of the Western District supposed to vote, Mr.
Holloway, Thomas Holloway, and they're still supposed to vote against the Constitution when Governor Randolph will be paying for turning his coat on us come next election.
Would you mind telling us why you're against the Constitution, Mr. Holloway?
See this bullet wound in my left arm? I received it 10 years ago, come September. I received it fighting to free Virginia from the rule of King George.
Don't you mean that you were fighting to free the United States?
Nay, to free Virginia.
But aren't you a citizen of the United States?
Nay, I'm a citizen of Virginia. We fought to be rid of the third George, and we want no fourth to take his place.
Then you think the Constitution would result in a king being imposed on the American states?
Aye.
What makes you think so?
If there be a Constitution, there'll be a president. If there be a president, he'll waste no time making himself into a monarch.
But, Mr. Holloway, it's generally agreed that if the Constitution is ratified, the first president of the United States will be General George Washington.
Aye. He'll waste no time making himself into a monarch.
You think that General Washington, if elected, will establish a monarchy?
Aye. There'll be nothing in the Constitution to stop him if he's a mind to. And I reckon he'll have a mind to. Power would be spoiling a man, say I. There's always that.
It's a ridiculous statement.
Mr. Holloway has just been interrupted by a well-dressed man in the crowd.
Trapped in the jail for talking that way about General Washington.
Would you have the mind to be crying at me, fine bucko?
Searching the reputation of the best kind of
Gentlemen, just a moment. Sir, we'll be glad to have your opinions on General Washington and the Constitution after Mr. Holloway has
Speak for himself. I have no
Now,
pleasure
Mr. Holloway, you were just saying General Washington will make himself king if the Constitution is ratified.
Aye, and he could do it. According to the Constitution, the President would have his own standing army.
Yes, but wouldn't the army be subject to the decisions of the Federal Congress?
With a gun at its throat, what could the Congress do? He'll be making himself monarch, Congress or no.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. Now, sir, now you have your opportunity.
You tell you now, he's an empty head, that.
Empty head, there you see. Abuse, canard, that's the way with you rascals. You impute the most dastardly motives to the patriots who frame the Constitution. You don't want the truth.
Don't want the truth.
You're a rival, troublemaker, that's all you are. Scum of the backwoods.
Be holding your tongue now, you find that empty head.
Please, gentlemen, we were discussing something else. Let's get back to the Constitution.
Yes, the Constitution. I predict, sir, that unless the Constitution is ratified, the merchants of this country will be ruined, wiped out utterly.
Are you a merchant, sir?
Yes, sir, I am.
I wouldn't call him that.
I am a merchant, sir. I trade in tobacco, fine Virginia leaf, sir. Ask anyone in Richmond, you'll find that Ralph Barker handles only the best.
And you feel that the Constitution, if ratified, would be a boon to business?
Absolutely, sir. Business is bad today. Oh, bad, very bad. And my warehouse is bursting with unsold tobacco. The country is in a depression. And it's because of the money situation. It's scandalous. Absolutely.
Would you explain that, please, Mr. Barker?
Yes, you explain.
I will if you will only give me a chance. My word, there are so many different kinds of money in circulation. It drives a man insane. That was it. Doubloons, pistoles, gold Johannes's, English, French crowns, English guineas, Spanish dollars. Yes, and to cap it all, the states are issuing money that isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Now, how on earth can a merchant do business under such conditions?
It must be difficult.
Difficult? Why, it's impossible. It's confusion compounded into an unholy mess.
And you feel that the Constitution, if ratified, would restore order in interstate commerce and regulate the currency?
Yes, sir, I do. Of course I do. The Constitution specifically...
This is John Daly in Convention Hall. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because Governor Randolph has just come in. He entered by a side door to avoid the crowd outside. Now he is walking down the aisle, and the tension here is so thick one can literally feel it. Mr. Henry has just snubbed Governor Randolph, and the snub was unmistakable. His face pale, the governor has walked to his seat, sits down, shakes hands with Mr. Madison. Now the gavel sounds. Mr. Pendleton, president of the convention, is calling the delegates to order. The final debate will begin in a few moments. As you know, the resolution embodying the Constitution has already been debated clause by clause in the 3 weeks this convention has been in session. And now, Mr. Pendleton.
The ratifying convention is hereby declared to be officially convened. By previous agreement, the final speech in opposition to ratification will be made by Mr. Patrick Henry. And he will be followed by Mr. James Madison, who will speak in favor of ratification of the proposed federal Constitution. I now recognize the first speaker, Mr. Henry.
And Patrick Henry rises, walking slowly up the aisle. He's moving toward the front of the hall. Now he's mounting the rostrum. His hawk-like eyes under that ragged wig look out piercingly around the room, and they have come to rest on Governor Randolph. Mr. Henry stares at the governor now with an expression of, well, you might almost call it contempt. And now Mr. Henry is about to speak.
My concluding remarks in behalf of the anti-Constitution party, the party of liberty, will be brief. But I would first make a few observations on the conduct of one of the delegates. I am referring to none other than Governor Edmund Randolph. Last year in Philadelphia, Governor Randolph denounced the Constitution. It seems to me very strange that which was then the subject of his denunciation should today become the object of his praise. Something extraordinary must have happened to operate so great a change in his opinion.
Mr. President! Mr. President!
Governor Randolph is calling for the floor. He's been ruled out of order. Now, Mr. Henry.
I yield to the member. Let us hear what the honorable member has to say.
The honorable speaker hints that I have changed my opinions for some hidden and therefore discreditable reason.
I have no personal intention of offending anyone. I merely do my duty.
The gentleman smiles when he says that. His conduct is malicious, and it is not compatible with the least shadow of friendship. Very well. If our friendship must fall, let it fall like Lucifer, never to rise again.
Does the member accuse me of malicious behavior?
I believe the meaning of my words is clear.
Is the member prepared to back up his remarks with deeds?
If the gentleman seeks satisfaction, he will find my seconds ready.
I thank the gentleman for his willingness to render satisfaction. Mr. President, I request a short recess in order to arrange the details of a matter of honor.
This is unprecedented. However, due to the member's request is granted, I hereby declare a 5-minute recess.
Mr. Randolph and Mr. Henry are leaving the hall, no doubt to choose and confer with their seconds as is traditional in these affairs of honor among gentlemen. This is a startling turn of events, and we'll try and bring you the developments just as fast as we can. The floor here is a scene of confusion. The delegates are milling about, shouting and arguing, shaking their fists at each other, and from the look of things here, it would almost seem that there'll be more affairs of honor out there on the floor of this convention hall unless this convention is called back into order, and very soon. And there's Mr. Pendleton. Mr. Pendleton, sir, will the session resume in spite of this conflict between Mr. Henry and Mr. Randolph?
Yes, I will reconvene in 5 minutes.
And the vote will be taken as scheduled, sir?
Certainly.
Do you have anything to say on that?
No, not now, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pendleton. The debate will continue. The vote will be taken despite this dramatic interruption. As you know, Mr. Henry is one of the principal speakers, and he must be back before the convention can properly be reconvened. As I said before, the floor is a scene of confusion, and there is a chance there'll be more of these affairs of honor unless the convention is indeed called back into session, and very soon. But now I've seen Ned Calmer out there circulating quickly among the delegates to learn how Mr. Henry's attack on Governor Randolph will affect the vote. So let's go over to our CBS headquarters booth and Ned Calmer.
Thanks. Well, on the basis of my brief conversations with the delegates just now, it's safe to say that Mr. Henry, by his open attack on Mr. Randolph, has restored the situation to what it was before the governor came out in favor of the Constitution. Yes, I'd say there's no doubt about that. The delegates from the rural districts admire forceful speech and prompt action. They saw it today, and no matter what outsiders may think of Mr. Henry's conduct, well, his action sits well with the country people. These rural delegates who might have been shaken by Governor Randolph's new allegiance to the Federalists now seem to be back in the anti-Constitution fold, definitely. And it does look as if the Constitution may fail of ratification. And now Mr. Pendleton has called the convention to order again, so back to John Daly on the convention floor.
The Republic itself.
The delegates are again seated. The convention has reconvened, and Mr. Henry has resumed the floor and is speaking on the resolution embodying the proposed federal constitution of the United States of America. Now let's listen to Mr. Patrick Henry.
Exclusion of the 4 remaining states. Congress, under this proposed constitution, would have a tyrant power and more. It could lay whatever taxes it chooses. With a standing army, it could keep the people in submission. The president, if he should be ruthless and able, could make himself an absolute ruler. I would rather have a king, lords, and a House of Commons than a government replete with such insupportable evils. Gentlemen, my opponents ask you to surrender not only the sword and the purse, but the very scales of justice. Ratify this Constitution, and you place our state courts at the mercy of federal courts. A monstrous creation. I dread popular resistance to this proposed government. So vague, so indefinite, so ambiguous in its assurances of liberty and human rights. Let me warn you in the most emphatic terms of the dreadful effects which must ensue should the people resist. I beg, I beseech the delegates to search their consciences and vote nay on this resolution, lest they rouse the people to rebellion in defense of their God-given liberties.
Mr. Henry has left the rostrum, and Mr. Madison is coming up now to speak. He carries his hat in his hand. Now he's taking some slips of paper out of the hat. They are the notes for his address, and he's waiting for the convention to come to order.
Order. The chair recognizes Mr. James Madison.
Mr. President, fellow delegates, I yield to no man in my respect for the previous speaker. Yet in these brief concluding remarks, I would point out that his objections to the Constitution arise out of misunderstanding. This is not strange because the form of government we are proposing is new, unique in the history of the world. Let the delegates, therefore, not measure it by outmoded standards. Mr. President, the American states have stirred the admiration of the world by setting up free governments under the pressure of war. How much more will they win admiration if they should be able peaceably to establish one central government when not cemented by common danger? But will the states achieve that goal? Suppose only 8 states ratify and Virginia refuses to become the 9th except on her own terms. Then even if the others agree to our terms, which is doubtful, every state must call new conventions to consider the amendments. There will be endless disagreements. Every state will be encouraged to offer its own amendments. Agreement will be even more difficult to reach than it was in Philadelphia. In short, Mr. President, if Virginia holds out today, the United States may never have a functioning central government. But if Virginia ratifies the Constitution, it may bring the most fortunate event in the history of mankind. I therefore respectfully submit that the honorable delegates vote yea on the resolution before us, the resolution containing the Constitution of the United States of America.
Mr. Madison replaces his notes in his hat and leaves the rostrum, and from the floor, many voices calling the question. Mr. Pendleton is raising his gavel.
The convention will now vote on the resolution embodying the proposed Constitution for the United States of America. The vote will be by a show of hands. A simple majority will decide. Those delegates who are in favor, those who wish to vote aye on the proposition, will raise their right hand.
Hands are going up all over the hall, and the tellers are moving about counting. A total of 166 votes will be cast. 84 are necessary to carry or defeat the resolution. And it seems now as if half the number of delegates here have their hands up, but it's impossible to tell exactly. However, it's going to be close. You can be sure of that. Very close. We'll know the result in a moment from the aye count. If it's 84 or over, the ayes will have it, and the Constitution will be ratified here in the Virginia Convention and will become the law of the land. The tellers have completed their count now and are moving up to report to the rostrum. They're at the rostrum. Mr. Pendleton is receiving their reports, checking the totals, and we'll know in a moment. Mr. Pendleton.
The tellers report in favor of the resolution, 89 votes.
The resolution carried by 89 votes. 5 votes more than necessary. The United States is now federal government. We're to have a president, a Congress, a federal judiciary, a national army under the Constitution. I have a copy here in my hand, and its preamble begins, "We, the people of the United States, in order
June 25th, 1788, Virginia ratifies the Constitution and government of, by, and for the people begins."
The ratification of the Constitution was another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The program was written by Michael Sklar. Thomas Chalmers played Patrick Henry, Richard Waring was James Madison, Eric Dressler played Governor Randolph, and the cast included Carl Swenson, Chester Stratton, Bernard Lenroe, Guy Sorrell, and others. Footnote: the Virginia Convention debated and voted under the impression that it was the 9th necessary ratifying state. The 9th necessary state was actually New Hampshire. It had ratified 4 days earlier. Mr. Madison, Mr. Henry, and their colleagues did not know this because in those days news traveled slowly. Beginning next week, You Are There will be broadcast regularly over most of these stations at a new time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for You Are There next week and thereafter. Next week,
November 7th, 1637, Puritan, New England. The trial of Anne Hutchinson. You are there.
This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
There are people in most countries who would like to live in the Republic of the United States or the Dominion of Canada where that good Olga coal is sold. The citizens of our free countries are the envy of many people elsewhere because of the personal freedom which we have enjoyed. Why, then, doesn't every country adopt a form of free government? One answer is that, unfortunately, there are people and parties in many nations who are so greedy for power that they will sacrifice the freedom of their fellow countrymen to obtain power for themselves. History, even recent history, is replete with such instances. That is why the citizens of the Republic of the United States and the Dominion of Canada must be careful to recognize at its very beginning any movement to steal or limit their freedom. That is not always easy. The man who would enslave a free people doesn't begin by saying, "Now I'm going to be your dictator." Instead, he probably will claim that he is a devoted supporter of personal freedom, but all the while he will support policies that weaken and undermine personal freedom. Such a man will deny any totalitarian aims, but free citizens must not be deceived by such denials. Apparently, it is a cardinal principle of every sincere totalitarian that he is justified in lying, if such lies will advance his plans. In these times, no public figure and no party or organization supporting such a person can be accepted without careful consideration. Every public figure and organization must be carefully scrutinized, and if their real aims are to limit or to destroy our freedom as individuals, they must be opposed and defeated.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The National Broadcasting Company, in conjunction with the Fund for Adult Education, presents Democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville.
Charge your glasses, gentlemen, for the 13th and final toast, whose sentiments are time-honored and traditional. I give you the fair sex, always entitled to our protection.
Albany, New York, July the 4th, 1831. How true that if you want to understand American manners and American society, you must first understand the situation of the American woman.
Any woman is a lady. A study in American manners. Item 5 in the series Democracy in America. prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. A series designed to bring to life the America of 1831, as recorded by Alexis de Tocqueville, and so to illuminate the image of democracy itself. A study in American manners. Any woman is a lady.
Beaumont and I had not been in America long before we noticed that the first and most intense passion that is produced by equality is the love of that same equality. Indeed, everybody has remarked that now, in 1831, and especially in our native France, this passion for equality is every day gaining ground in the human heart. But the principle may be established in civil society without prevailing in the political world. In America, there is a good deal of both, and the signs of both are to be found everywhere in society.
One class, one price. But the best cars are, of course, reserved for ladies and folks with them. The roughest character understands that a lady, and I need hardly tell Frenchmen that any woman is a lady, has an absolute right to the front seat at the show, the head of the table, the best cabin, and so forth. Rich or poor, mistress or maid, those are her rights as an American female. And mark this, one lone female, old or young, pretty or ugly, may travel from one end of the United States to the other and find nothing but respect from every man she meets.
Well, it's true. Equality of conditions and greater mildness in customs are related to each other. So I certainly can't admit that there is nothing commendable in the manners of a democratic people. In a democratic age, men rarely sacrifice themselves for one another. But they do display general compassion for the human race.
Only because of equality, Tocqueville. The same man who's full of humanity towards his fellow creatures when they're his equals becomes insensible to afflictions as soon as that equality ceases.
Ah, but wait, Beaumont. There are servants in American society, and they are well treated. How do you explain that? They aren't even called servants. What do they call them?
The help. They don't call them servants because they don't think of them as servants. Not as we think of servants in France. In a democracy, at any moment, a servant may become a master. The servant is therefore not a different man from the master. They talk familiarly to each other. They eat with each other. To give a man a tip would insult and humiliate him.
One evening, gentlemen, I was at the house of the president of Harvard University. We were waited on at tea by the butler, one of the president's help, who's also a major of the militia. Now, on cavalry days, when guests are invited to dine with the regiment, the major dresses in his regimentals, takes the head of the table, and has the president of the Harvard at his right hand.
And there is no embarrassment?
Not a bit on either side. And when the toasts are over, he goes home, takes off his regimentals, and waits on everybody at tea. And still no embarrassment. For all honest callings are honorable. That, gentlemen, is democracy.
That indeed is democracy, which does not attach men deeply to one another, but places their habitual relations on a much easier footing.
Men, but what about women?
We are in America, Beaumont. Ladies.
Oh, I beg your pardon, ladies. Well, what about them?
Really, Beaumont, to judge from your intent observation, I should have thought you were the authority on American ladies.
And I won't have a word said against them? They are paragons of virtue. It really is remarkable. Every American lady is a guardian of morality.
True enough. And Americans respect and admire them, without, however, having much time for them. Americans are so busy, restless, even in the midst of their prosperity. And yet, you know, Beaumont, the Americans are the freest and the most enlightened men in the world today, in spite of their being so serious, even in their pleasures. I must say, Mr. Livingstone, that I am finding this a charming party.
I usually find this kind of affair pretty dull myself.
It It is a social affair, and it has social interest.
Your friend, Mr. Beaumont, seems to be enjoying himself.
He's already an admirer of American ladies. So indeed am I. We find them very fresh and natural.
You will also find them, sir, very moral.
Oh, of that I am sure.
You had better be very sure. Our ladies have free and open manners, but their standard of morality is high, very high, extremely high, exceedingly high, excessively high.
I assure you, sir, neither I nor my friend will ever have occasion to test the truth of your assertion.
Good. Saves misunderstandings. And one of the drawbacks of American society is that it has a short way with misunderstanding.
One of the drawbacks? Are there others?
Well, I shouldn't tell you, but I will. There are drawbacks, yes. In my opinion, the chief drawback is the want of intellectual tone.
In society everywhere, surely, brainlessness is set at a premium.
I can still remember, Mr. Tocqueville, when I was young, having seen this country peopled with rich proprietors who lived on their lands in the States. They cultivated the mind and followed certain traditions of thought and manners. Now then, this inheritance law, giving all the heirs equal shares in the estate, has constantly worked to destroy and redistribute the fortunes. Their ideals became lost and will soon become extinct. Land changes hands with unbelievable speed. No one has time to become attached to a place. The people have no roots in the country. Everyone has to resort to practical work, to trade, to maintain himself in the position his father occupied.
Is there anything in America resembling the prestige of landed proprietors?
No, sir. A man only counts for what he himself is worth.
How do the wealthy classes like this?
Well, you might as well put up with it, since there's no way of preventing it.
But in that case, is there not hard feeling between the wealthy classes and the rest of the people?
None whatsoever. All classes, without exception, took part in the War of Independence. Since then, the power of democracy has been so great and so invincible that no one has spoken against it. And in general, the people as a whole elect to office the wealthiest and the best educated.
Oh, I see. Of course, what strikes me most in America is the extreme equality in social relationships. The rich man and the laborer shake hands publicly in the street.
Equality, yes. Yes, we have equality, a great deal of it. But perhaps just a little less than you might suppose at first glance. The rich don't have to sacrifice their money. They only need to sacrifice their pride. You see, in a democracy, you attach the poor to you not so much by the benefits you give them as by your manners. But these manners are sometimes no more than formal expressions of feeling.
In what way?
Well, in this way. The handshake that you see in the street may mean no more than subscribing yourself at the end of a letter, your very humble servant.
Ah, I understand.
You see, in America, it is vital to be polite to everybody, for everybody has political rights. Of course, here in New York, there's a good deal of financial pride, among the newly rich, that is. We Americans recognize something that is recognized the whole world over, the aristocracy of money.
Oh, so there is an aristocracy, after all.
Well, if you can use the word aristocracy for a class that changes all the time and has pretensions but no power. Now, sir, let me press you to some punch. Shall we move into the other room?
The horses ran away.
I will not argue about this anymore.
Ah, hello, Beaumont.
What have you found out now?
Opinions in a democracy are by no means unanimous. And you?
That the ladies are charming.
And virtuous.
Oh, that is the greatest part of their charm. I must say that if one were to enter American society with the purpose of accomplishing seductions, one would find one's time largely wasted.
American society, then, has several aspects. Equality, of course. Then, the love of wealth, which makes for monotony in the midst of animation. There are no masters and servants as we know them.
And in no country has such constant care been taken as in America to trace two clearly distinct lines of conduct for the two sexes. and to make them keep pace with one another, but in two pathways that are always distinct.
This, very sensibly, is the way the Americans understand the equality of the sexes, that each should fulfill its respective task in the best possible way. But the public attitude towards American ladies must sometimes be very irksome.
Yes, sir, you can certainly say that. I put in 10 or 12 hours a day in the counting house, and then I find when I go into society that I have to handle the ladies as if they were poor, helpless, pitiable creatures. The ladies must be waited upon. The ladies must be helped. The ladies must be put into the carriage. The ladies must be taken out of the carriage. The ladies
Do you regret these little attentions, sir?
Regret them? No, I can't say that. But I'd like to have a little more choice about who I bestow them on. You hardly ever get a chance of making yourself agreeable to a particular individual, you know. You just have to worship the lot, wholesale.
But as you describe it, the adoration consists of a sort of polytheism in which no particular goddess has a temple dedicated to herself alone.
Yeah, I don't know about that, sir, but I'll tell you this. When an American gentleman meets a lady, he looks upon her as the representative of her sex. And it is to her sex, not to her own peculiar, amiable qualities, that she is indebted for his attention.
Equality again, Beaumont. All American ladies must be treated equally.
Hence their high morality?
No. Equality of conditions cannot ever make men chaste, but it may make their immorality less dangerous. No American has the time or opportunity to assail a virtue armed in self-defense. So you will expect to find, at the same time, a great number of courtesans and of virtuous women.
Remember, Tocqueville, our conversation with the gentleman in Boston, when we asked him if it was true that morals are as pure here as they pretend.
Well, let me see. Morals are less good in the lower classes than among the enlightened. However, I think them superior to the same classes in Europe. As for the educated, their morals are as perfect as it is possible to imagine them. I don't believe that there is a single intrigue in Boston society.
Not one?
A woman suspected would be lost. Mind you, the women here are very coquettish. They even display their coquetry with greater boldness than with you, because they know they cannot go beyond a certain point, and no one believes they overstep the bound. To tell you the truth, gentlemen, I prefer European women with all their weaknesses to the glacial and egotistical virtue of American ladies.
How do these young women learn to be so virtuous? What is their education like? To begin with, of course, paternal authority is strangely lacking.
Whenever we hear of elopements, public sympathy is almost always with the daughter and against the father.
An American girl has scarcely ceased to be a child when she already thinks for herself, speaks with freedom, and acts on her own impulse.
But the education of young girls is not without its peculiarities, as you would know if you were to hear a group of ladies talking.
Listen to that piano. Surely that girl knows nothing about music. She's been practicing that same piece ever so long.
That's a fact. My daughter went to the same school with her. And except for astronomy and trigonometry, Susan beat her in everything. Susan can play the storm. And her music master tells me when a young lady can once do that, she can do anything.
Oh, Ma.
And she's doing just as well in history. How far have you got with it, Susan?
About 2/3 through with the book. But how queer you talk, Ma.
Pray, madame, what boarding school is it your daughter went to?
It's kept by the Mrs. Jones, 3 miles from Albany.
And what branches are taught in that school?
Susan, you tell the gentleman.
We had reading, writing, spelling, arithmetic, grammar, geography, history, maps, the globe, algebra, geometry, trigonometry, astronomy, natural philosophy, chemistry, botany, mineralogy, geology, and zoology in the morning. And dancing, drawing, painting, French, Italian, Spanish, and German in the afternoon. Greek and the higher branches of mathematics were only studied by the tall girls.
How many masters were there for teaching all that?
Oh, the two Mrs. Jones teach everything. They wouldn't allow a gentleman to enter the house.
I know this to be a fact, and that's the reason their school is so popular. It is principally on the score of morality I sent Susan there.
And what is the usual age of the young ladies?
Oh, they take them from the age of 5 to the age of 18.
Well, madame, I trust that your daughter will marry a gentleman capable of appreciating her education.
And yet it is so difficult to judge of men in these times. There was not one girl of 10 of my acquaintance knew a word of Latin and mathematics. And yet we all married respectable men. But they say this is the progress of education. And I don't wish Susan to be inferior to other girls. Boys don't cost half as much. They learn everything they want at the counting house. And what they learn there sticks to them as long as they live.
American education, even at its best, tends to make cold and virtuous women instead of affectionate wives and agreeable companions to man. Society may be more tranquil and better regulated, but domestic life often has fewer charms. These, however, are secondary evils, which may be braved for the sake of higher interests. A democratic education is indispensable to protect women from the dangers with which democratic institutions and manners surround them. But then, in America, the independence of women is irrecoverably lost in the bonds of matrimony.
But surely there are compensations.
Increased attentions from their husbands? Oh, we businessmen have no time for cooing. An American man of business so rarely shows his family a sign of tenderness and affection that there's a nickname for those households where, after an absence, the husband kisses his wife and children. We call them kissing families. Generally, of course, the first objective is trade. Everything else is subordinate. However, we don't have too many disappointments.
You mean unhappy marriages?
That's right. You see, suppose one of our young men marries a woman whose tastes and character are essentially different from his own. Well, in our way of life, he may never know it. The points of contact are so few, the sphere of action of each party so well defined by custom and law, and the occupation of the man outside the house so constant that he may become the father of a large family and die without finding out his mistake.
Within this pragmatic society where everyone is engaged in business, American girls have theirs too, that of finding a husband. To every girl over 16, marriage is the great interest in life. In France, she desires it. In America, she hunts it.
They are quite right. It is an important question. As you know, I feel strongly that whatever affects the condition of women, their habits and their opinions, has great political importance. Women in America are the guardians of status. Equality, you see, is not quite everything. There is an aristocracy, usually of money. And woe betide the unhappy girl whose family is trying to enter the American aristocracy.
Who's that strange creature?
Where?
Over there in that horrible dress. I'm sure I've never seen her before. Do you know her?
Oh, indeed I don't. Wonder how she got here.
Don't stare at her too hard. She'll blush.
Why not? I'm sure that material's not worth 75 cents a yard.
And who's that unlicked cub that's with her?
Heaven alone knows. I dare say just come from the woods.
With his mouth full of tobacco.
I hope she isn't going to dance. If she does, I shall leave the room.
I shan't stay either.
Let us look no longer on this tender victim of fashionable society. She is now only serving her apprenticeship, but she will soon rise to the rank of an ancient in the clique and then treat every newcomer in precisely the same manner she is treated now. But status in society has another aspect, which we saw at its height in a theater in Baltimore. When we first entered, I was surprised at the care with which the spectators of white skin were distinguished from the black faces. I see. In the first gallery are the whites, in the second the mulattoes, in the third the Negroes.
You must realize, sir, that the dignity of the whites requires this sort of classification.
Tocqueville, look.
Where?
In the mulattoes gallery, over to the left. An extraordinarily beautiful young woman, and surely she's white.
Oh, I see her.
That woman is colored.
Colored? She is whiter than a lily.
She is colored. The tradition of the country establishes her origin, and everyone knows that she numbers a mulatto among her ancestors.
But a little nearer the center, in the whites gallery, surely I see a face that is at least half black. Now, what is she doing there?
The lady who now attracts your attention is white.
White? Well, her complexion
She is white. The tradition of the country says that the blood flowing in her veins is Spanish.
Social status is important even in the land of equality. And the equality itself varies from one sphere to another. In Massachusetts, for instance, Negroes have the rights of citizenship. They may vote in elections. But prejudice is so strong that it is impossible to receive their children in schools. However, I say no more of this aspect of American society, but return to the situation of American women, who so jealously guard their division into classes. All men are equal, but you do not hear that assertion from the lips of a lady. It is almost in vain to talk of female republicanism. There exists and can exist no such being on either side of the Atlantic, for human nature is the same on both. American women are, however, also the guardians of culture. And remarkably mediocre it is.
In the United States, men rarely even read. They haven't the time. Women are charged with this duty, and they report on all political and literary publications to either their fathers or their husbands, so that the men can discuss them as if they had read them.
As for music?
As for music, well, when the music starts, it is a signal for conversation. And this is very understandable when you have heard a certain amount of American music. Whew. Listen to that.
Well, you know, she does her best.
But how is it possible to applaud such singing as this? There is neither simplicity, nor taste, neither feeling nor execution in the performance, and yet the storm of applause is not abated.
For the Lord's sake, don't say that loud enough for other people to hear you. It would deprive you, Mr. Beaumont, of many an innocent pleasure you would perhaps otherwise enjoy during your stay in the city. Our elite never forgive a difference of opinion to one of their own clique. How much more, then, must a foreigner be on his guard? You'll forgive me. In society, this is a free country, sir. Every man may do or think what he pleases, only he must not let other people know it. You might just as well attack one of our fashionable preachers.
Tocqueville got into no such difficulties. The singer, a lady about 45, Springs, is passionately fond of music, an unhappy passion if ever there was one. She howled for 2 hours as if possessed by devils. And what was Tocqueville doing hearing all this? Seated near the piano with a smiling face, he was approving, applauding each tirade.
I was merely being polite.
And then you sat down and wrote back to our friends that America was an El Dorado for husbands.
So it is. American wives live their whole lives bounded by domesticity. Besides, I had advice.
Mr. Tocqueville, if you heard an oratorio performed by our Handel and Haydn Society, you would perhaps change your mind. That society is almost entirely composed of working men who cultivate music from taste.
What a singular society in which the laboring classes cultivate the arts from taste and in which the rich people listen to it from obligation. Oh, excuse me, sir. I've smiled long enough at this. I should be obliged to leave the room. Will you accompany me?
Oh, no, I'd like to, but people would notice, and I live here, you know. Among the Romans, do as the Romans do. By the way, if anybody asks you about the concert, and especially about that lady, say you were delighted. That's the word now. There's no use in making yourself enemies. Delighted, sir. Don't forget.
Delighted.
Good.
Delighted. That was my advice, and very sensible, too.
And what did you really think, Tocqueville?
I was delighted. That's the word, Beaumont. Delighted. After all, they are a serious nation, not given to frivolity. How can they cultivate taste? Not for a while, at any rate.
Tocqueville, you are cynical.
I assure you I am not. American society is a very remarkable thing, and its cornerstone is those very remarkable American women, the guardians of class, of culture, and above all, the guardians of morality. Men and women are both considered beings of equal value. And as for myself, though I do not hesitate to avow that the women of the United States are confined within the narrow circle of domestic life, and their situation is in some respects one of extreme dependence, I have nowhere seen women occupying a loftier position. And if I were asked, finally, to what the singular prosperity and growing strength of the Americans ought mainly to be attributed, I should reply to the superiority of their women.
You have just heard Any Woman is a Lady, a study in American manners, item 5 in a series based on Alexis de Tocqueville's Democracy in America. This series, presented by the National Broadcasting Company, was prepared by the Division of General Education of New York University under the direction of George Probst, American historian. Produced in the studios of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation by Andrew Allen. Script by Lister Sinclair, music by Lucio Agostini. This series, Democracy in America, is made possible by a grant from the Fund for Adult Education as part of a general course of study of the nature of American society. Teachers of American history and American civilization and adult education leaders may be interested in using these dramatizations and other materials which are available for study and discussion at a reasonable charge. For information, write to American Foundation for Continuing Education, Post Office Box 749, Chicago 90, Illinois. And now this is Ben Grauer inviting you to listen next week to The Cement of Democracy, item 6 on Democracy in America. This has been an NBC Radio Network presentation.
The Human Adventure. Presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System with the University of Chicago for America's radio audience.
These evenings, through science and scholarship, enter with us upon a new search toward the fuller understanding of our universe, ourselves, and our society.
Our host is Meredith Wilson of the Department of History of the University of Chicago.
Our story is the story of man's search for knowledge, which is science, his search for wisdom, which is scholarship, the adventure in ideas, which is the human adventure. This day, from a recent work of historical scholarship, new light on the economic and political beginnings of a new nation.
This hour, a study of revolution.
Seems a bit unfair to me.
I suppose one could say so, but we're part of a great empire.
Really, it's not so serious as you would have me believe.
No, perhaps not. Yet I feel imposed upon.
Come now, you mustn't grumble so, or we'll put you down for a crank.
I'm no crank. I'm a perfectly good, law-abiding subject of the British Empire.
So help me, my friend. I don't question your loyalty.
I should hope not. No one knows better than I do. Here in the colonies, we draw our strength from Britain. Yet I do feel we are being treated rather shabbily. Crank or no crank, I say it seems a bit unfair.
How long are we to bear such injustice? It rankles my very soul to think about it.
Easily, my friend, easily. Would you have us take you for a radical?
Take me for what you will. I've had my fill, and I intend to speak my mind. This is no longer the Dark Ages. This is 1762.
Be calm now. Be calm. We are all linked together in a profitable chain of dependence. The colonies, with our parent England, form a beautiful whole, and together we shall all make our fortune.
If fortunes are to be made, let them be made for us and not for England. Let us have our independence.
Independence? You are a radical.
Burn it down! Burn the house down! Give the scoundrels a taste of our independence!
Listen to me, men! Listen to me! This is the house of an honorable agent of the king!
This is the house of a sneaking tax collector! This is the house of a nation of tyranny! Burn it down! Burn it down, I say!
Hear me! Hear me! Are you without respect for the law? Are you without respect for the crown? Have you no respect for your own mother country?
Show your mettle, men! You afraid of your shadows? Let them know what it is to be an American! Burn the house! Burn it down!
Burn it down! Burn the house down!
Burn! 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 Burn!
They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary. But when shall we be stronger? Will it be the next week or the next year? Will it be when we are totally disarmed and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is to the vigilant, the active, and the brave. Besides, we have no choice. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat it, sir. Let it come.
Patrick Henry made that speech in 1775. But many of his countrymen considered him a Virginia hothead and failed to share his joy in the prospect of conflict. Why, then, should the bloody struggle be welcomed? What are the causes of the American Revolution? Tonight, we dramatize the struggle of the 13 American colonies for independence from the British Empire, as told by John C. Miller in his study of the origins of the American Revolution.
And now, our host for the human adventure, Meredith Wilson of the Department of History of the University of Chicago.
World War II is ended, and we have victory without peace. The cries for independence are heard from colonial peoples around the world. The dictators may be dead, but tyranny lives wherever men are taxed without consent or forced to yield obedience to alien peoples. In such a crisis, this country, as the world's strongest power, must face the persisting question of empire and colonial peoples. A university is concerned with the problems of history, problems which involve revolution and empire. Tonight we turn to the story of our fathers, who fought for the principle that all governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. Our struggle for freedom in 1776 is the timeless struggle between despotism and democracy. For when men are moved to revolt, mere economic concessions do not satisfy them. Our unhappy generation must learn that freedom is not something to be owned, but something to be lived. We can have it only when we insist that others share it. The quest for freedom is our great human adventure.
the year 1764, the tiny island kingdom of Great Britain has reached a new height in empire. She has secured Canada and India, and numbers among her possessions 13 colonies strung along the Atlantic seaboard of North America. Thus, the fashionable aristocracy in London, basking in the victories won in the Treaty of Paris in 1763, looks to the government of its empire, dances the newest minuet.
Egad, sir, I told him. Who is to be the master, England or the colonies?
My dear Lord Ratcliffe, I feel sure no colonial could properly answer that, eh, what?
You may feel so, Sir Henry, but you have no idea what unreasonable scoundrels these colonials may be.
Is that so? More wine for you, Lord Ratcliffe.
If you don't mind. A fine bottle, this.
You, other gentlemen, will you have some? You, sir. You've drunk precious little. Won't you join us, sir?
Thank you, no. I'm not used to such quantities of good wine.
But my word, I believe you speak with an American accent, sir.
It is not surprising, my lord, inasmuch as I am an American.
Oh, how very embarrassing.
Please understand, sir, that my comments upon the character of our colonials were not personal ones.
Am I to understand, then, Lord Ratcliffe, that you do not consider me quite so boorish as my brother colonial?
Oh, indeed not, indeed not. Not nearly so boorish. Isn't that so, Ratcliffe?
My dear fellow, some of my best friends are colonials.
You are very generous, Lord Ratcliffe.
Not at all, not at all. But come now, sir. You will agree that the American colonies are making a great deal of sound and fury about nothing.
Yes. What in the world has gotten into you chaps? You spout grievances like so many naughty school children.
Some of us feel, Sir Henry, that the schoolmaster is unjust.
Unjust? An Englishman unjust? Please, sir, be more specific or be more courteous.
Oh, very well. For a full century, the English Parliament has been channeling American trade into British coffers.
So help me, I see nothing unjust in that.
Naturally not, sir. The coffers are yours. But we are bound to resent it when you pass laws making it virtually impossible for us to trade with other nations.
Oh, upon my soul, pish tush.
By your laws, we must supply your manufacturers with raw materials.
And why not, my good fellow? It's always been so.
Moreover, your laws dictate that the American colonies purchase the fruit of Britain's factories while making it most difficult for us to establish our own.
Sound business policy. Surely you'll admit that.
Some of my countrymen are not so certain of Tory business policy.
But how perfectly impractical of them. The very size and wealth of the empire contradicts them.
The empire, sir, has been won partly by wars.
A time-honored method, I should say.
Quite so, but wars are expensive. The 7 Years' War is just now exacting its fee.
We shall devise means of paying for that. Never worry.
I do not doubt it.
Gracious man, what are taxes for?
Exactly. And whom will you tax?
You imply, sir, that there will be a large colonial tax. And I quite agree. Why should there not be? We have fought a war to save the Americans from the French and Indians. Now they must pay for that defense.
Hear, hear. What do you say to that?
I say, gentlemen, that you will be adding one more hot coal to an already smoldering fire. It's possible that you cannot now find a revolution in the colonies, but I am certain you can make one. Well, gentlemen, this is a party, and I shall make no more dreary political conversation. You will excuse me, I'm sure.
Perfectly astonishing, fellow.
Most unreasonable. Radical, perhaps. Possibly a Whig.
Quite typical of the American colonials, I should say. I didn't catch the fellow's name. Did you?
Oh, my wife mentioned it earlier this evening. I believe it was, oh, dear. He is the agent of Pennsylvania, as I remember. Franklin. Yes, that's it. Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
Revolution? No, not in the polite conversation of a London drawing room. But Mr. Franklin is a wise man, and he has detected a source of resentment. A resentment uttered later in the same year of 1764 by a shocked Virginia planter and soldier, George Washington. He says,
I've learned on good authority that Britain plans to tax us for the support of her troops among us. It is said we'll be taxed 60,000 pounds per year.
Washington's authority is good indeed. 10,000 redcoats are sent to America. British soldiers whose presence in the colonies must be paid for. And Parliament, for the first time in its history, turns to the pockets of the colonists for revenue. In 1764, George Grenville, penny-pinching Chancellor of the Exchequer, pilots 2 laws through England's Parliament. First, the Sugar Act.
For improving the revenue of this kingdom, a duty of 3d a gallon shall be imposed on foreign molasses and on refined sugar.
That's not just another tax. By taxing molasses from which rum is made, Grenville threatens New England with ruin, strikes a blow at the economic foundations of the Middle Atlantic colonies, and at the same time opens the way for British West Indians to get rich at the expense of the American colonials. Then in 1765, another Grenville law, the Stamp Act.
To secure revenues toward the expense of defending, protecting, and securing the colonies, stamps sold by His Majesty's government must be affixed to all deeds, mortgages, inventories, college diplomas, playing cards, pamphlets, newspapers, and calendars.
Just how bad is that? Is it something to get excited about? What do the colonists think of it? They cluster in drawing rooms and taverns and on street corners and on the town commons in Massachusetts, in Virginia, in Rhode Island, and South Carolina. Farmers, merchants, printers, mechanics, planters, the crowds gather.
Quiet! Quiet! I have something to say. I'll tell you what this Stamp Act is. A hateful project to transfer the whole property of the king's subjects in America to his subjects in Great Britain.
Take your ease, Thomas Todd. It ain't no such thing.
You defend the Stamp Act, friend? Then tell us how.
I ain't defending no one. I'm saying Thomas Todd is a hothead, and this Stamp Act ain't no more serious than a fly on a horse's rump. I heard a lawyer say today that all it meant was 1 shilling per man in all these colonies for a whole year. Now, that's but 1/3 of an honest day's work, and it won't hurt none of you to pay it.
Aye, my friend, but by the same power by which England can make us pay 1 shilling, in time they can make us pay our last shilling.
We are Englishmen. We must let the Parliament lay what burdens they please on us. It is our duty to patiently bear them till they shall be pleased to relieve us.
Then why don't they tax themselves, too? Why must we colonists be the only ones?
There's a man with brains in his skull.
Brains? Is it brains to speak disloyally of king and country? Is it brains to utter treason?
Call it what you will, friend. I tell you that the Stamp Act not only threatens to fleece us of our money, it does something worse than that.
Nothing could be worse than that for you, Thomas Todd.
Make your jibes and have your jokes. But remember, I warn you now that this Stamp Act threatens more than our money. It threatens our liberty.
Big words, friend. Explain yourself.
Answer me now. Who is being taxed?
We are.
And who asked us if we wanted to be taxed? Eh? Who asked us? No one asked us, that's who. And tell me this now. Who passed this Stamp Act that taxes our money? The British Parliament did. And is there anyone in the British Parliament to stand up for us and say our say for us there? There is not. Are we properly represented in our own government? No! So what have we got? I'll tell you. Taxation without representation. And for one, I won't stand for it. We've got to protest. Is that right? We've got to protest! Protest! Protest!
Protest, they say. Is that revolution? Not yet, but closer, always closer. The colonists refuse to buy British. Patriots swear they will fight up to their knees in blood against the Stamp Act. Hatred surges into riot. Crown officers and stamp masters are chased through back alleys of America and hanged in effigy. But it is not yet revolution. And in 1766, as the American boycott takes effect and British merchants look to their pockets, Parliament repeals the obnoxious Stamp Act. A clerk in the British Treasury Office makes a notation.
Debit, £631 9 shillings, representing administration and printing expenses for revenue stamps unused.
The Stamp Act is gone. The British are making concessions. The British are appeasing the colonists. But the seeds of revolution are still there. Each man with a grievance is one more such seed. Each man like this merchant.
At first, I didn't complain about the navigation acts that forced me to trade with Britain and Britain only. You could always get around them with a little smuggling. But now, Grenville has clamped down on smuggling. He has made paper money illegal and tried to drain us of hard money. I wonder now, why should our trade be restricted? Why should I let a British merchant profit from my work?
Each man with a grievance is a seed of revolution.
I'd like to have been an iron worker like my father. But in 1750, Britain prohibited erection of any new mills in the colonies. So I can't get the job I want.
Each man with a grievance, one more seed.
Parliament is restricting our trade and ruining our manufacturing. And now the last straw, they're robbing us of our political liberty. I say that all men have a natural right to life, liberty, and property.
Each man, one more seed.
To me, the absurdity of absurdities is that these paltry fellows who have jockeyed, fought, and pandered their ways in the House of Commons should regard themselves as representatives of Virginians or Pennsylvanians whom they have never seen. And our taxes support them.
In that discontent, there is enough ill will and enough malice to start a fight. But it takes two to make a fight. Where American colonies grumble their grievances against the British protest against the colonies. For every American who said no taxation without representation, there was an Englishman who said,
"A country which we cannot tax is a country not subject to us. You colonials are English subjects. It is therefore perfectly within the rights and duties of Parliament to demand taxes from you."
For every American who complained of a domineering British Parliament, there was an Englishman who said,
"The supremacy of the British legislator must be complete, entire, and unconditional. To allow otherwise would weaken us all, including the colonies."
For every American who called upon the principle of natural law and natural rights to defend his views, there was an Englishman who said,
"An American rioter and rebel thinks he has a right to defraud the customs, to perjure himself at the customs house, to tar and feather government customs officers. But the laws of nature, which give these surprising rights to American rioters, give no such right to the king's officers to strike back."
For every American who cursed the British and shouted for blood, there was an Englishman who said,
"Patriots, sons of liberty, poppycock, merely a few self-seeking rabble-rousers. Catch and hang those few and all will be quiet over there."
Is it revolution then? Not yet. Not just yet. But gradually, year by year, the kindling is piled higher. In 1767, Parliament imposes the townshend duties on window glass, on lead, on paints, on paper, and on tea. Tea is a short word. Tea is a common, harmless drink. But in 1773, tea becomes a bigger word. It becomes a great issue. And here is how it happens. In 1773 in London, Lord North, the British Tory leader, calls his advisers to a meeting.
Gentlemen, I have called you this night to discuss the question of tea.
Tea. I wish I'd never heard the word.
You forget, sir, that the tax on tea is the source of great revenue to His Majesty's government.
Split me, sir, I forget nothing of the sort. I only wish to know why these accursed Americans object so to the tea tax. It's not they who are taxed, it's the East India Company.
You are naive, Raycliffe. The Americans are entirely aware that the revenue derived from the tax on tea is used to support our troops and civil service in the colonies. The colonists, unjustly, I feel, regard this as an infringement of their liberty.
Scurvy pack of troublemakers.
Be that as it may, Sir Henry, I believe I have hit upon a solution.
I should be amazed if that be true, Lord North.
Hear me out. First, you're aware that the East India Company has again fallen on evil days. Millions of pounds of tea stand unsold in their warehouses in India. Now, this is an unhappy state of affairs for the government. An obvious danger to our treasury.
Of course the tea rot's unsold. The Dutch are smuggling tea into the colonies and underselling the East India Company.
Then our only recourse is to reduce the tea tax in order that our tea may be sold more cheaply.
Not at all, my dear Sir Henry. I have a better means. I simply propose that we allow the East India Company to sell its tea directly to the Americans. I propose that we no longer require that company to sell the tea to merchants here in England, who have always then resold it to the Americans. I propose simply that we eliminate the middleman.
Lord North, I congratulate you, sir. You are a wizard, sir.
Clever, most clever. Even the Dutch smugglers will be undersold. Deucedly clever.
Still, however, there is a question unsolved. The Americans will continue to object to the tax for the same reason they have objected before.
The Americans object to the tax on the ground that it interferes with their liberty. And liberty, sir, bothers a man less when his purse is enlarged.
I have heard that 1 million Americans drink tea twice a day. Make it easier and cheaper for them to have their tea, and patriotism will wither.
Very good. Right.
Who would have thought that tea would be the key to domestic peace? Astonishing, wouldn't you say?
No, very sorry, Tory gentlemen. Peace is not the word. True, the colonists now actually pay less for tea than do the English themselves, but fear of monopoly, fear of stolen liberty, these things are not killed by low prices. Patriotism does not wither. Cheap tea does not sweeten colonial bitterness. Instead, in America, men talk like this.
Americans, do not suffer yourself to sip the accursed duty tea. For if you do, the devil will enter you, and you will instantly become a traitor to your country.
Beware the East India Company.
It's a trick, that's what it is. What the Parliament couldn't fleece from us by taxes, the Crown will take from us by monopoly. I'll buy no British tea, not I.
There are 3 shiploads of their foul tea in Boston Harbor. And you know what I say? I say let them go back to India with him. Let them take it back where it came from.
Is that what you say? I say differently. I say we ought to show them what we think of their tea tax and their tricks. I say, let's throw the tea overboard. Let's dump the stuff into the salt water.
On the night of December 16th, 150 Bostonians disguised as Indians creep quietly to the sides of the tea ships in the harbor.
Who goes there?
Indians!
Then be gone. You can't come aboard this ship. Here, what's going on here? I tell you, you can't board this ship.
Board the ships, men. Board the ships.
Here, you! There's British goods aboard this ship. You can't do this. What do you think you're doing? Get off here. Get off.
To the tea, men. Find the tea. Into the water with it. Dump it all. Down with the Tories, men. Down with the king. Show your spirit. Find every chest of tea aboard. That's the boys. There's the first one.
You can't do this. This is treason. It's treason.
Get it all, men. Every last chest of it. Every last chest of it.
This is treason. You'll all hang. This is treason, I
say. Treason is a bigger word than tea. He who commits treason is disloyal. He who is disloyal is a rebel. He may not be a rebel with a gun. The guns come later. But there is still time for the worried British General Gage to write to his superiors in London.
If you think 10,000 soldiers sufficient here, send 20. If 1 million is thought enough, send 2. You will save both blood and treasure in the end.
There's barely time for Patrick Henry to say,
the next gale from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. I am of the opinion, sirs, that we must fight.
Britain girds for revenge and mastery, but when she attempts to punish Boston, the other colonies unite in alarm. At a Continental Congress in Philadelphia, they pledge aid in case of an unprovoked armed clash of Bostonian and Redcoat. It's closer now, much closer. Then on the night of April 18th, 1775, a farmer sits reading in his house near Lexington, Massachusetts. His wife interrupts him.
John, I'm afraid.
Afraid of what, wife?
This wild talk, these angry men. These men who've stored the powder in the big house in town.
I helped store that powder, Elizabeth.
I know it well. You've caught the fever, too.
'Tis no fever. If a man must fight, he needs the tools to do it.
Must you fight? There is no war.
Not yet.
Not yet. Then you think there will be war?
You believe it as much as I.
Say you'll not fight, John. Please say it.
I have not fought. Yet.
John, I've hid your musket.
Hid? Foolish woman. 'Tis no time to play such pranks.
I'm afraid for you, John.
The rumor has it General Gage may march his redcoats on our town to take our powder from us.
Here? To Lexington?
Aye, here to Lexington. Wait. Quiet.
What's the matter? What do you hear?
Listen, Elizabeth.
You hear? A horse. Listen.
A galloping horse.
Give me my musket, Elizabeth.
Why? Why, John?
You will hear. Listen now.
The redcoats are coming!
You hear, Elizabeth?
The war has come now. The war has come.
Where is my musket, Elizabeth? I must go now. Have faith, my wife. The time has come. Where is my musket?
Your musket is behind the chimney, John.
Now it has come. Now there is revolution. Now the 13 colonies along the Atlantic seaboard of the continent band together, call themselves the 13 United States of America. It is inevitable now that a year later a new nation shall announce to the world,
we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness.
The Human Adventure is jointly presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and the University of Chicago. Selected programs are transcribed for rebroadcast by the overseas network of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Music was by Kenneth Churchill, the conductor, Robert Trendler. The script editor, in cooperation with the University of Chicago, Francis Coughlin. The writers, Velma Burke and John D. Hess. The director, Morrison Wood. 1 week from tonight, the Human Adventure will present Machiavelli, Teacher of Tyrants, A Guide to Practical Evil.
That's next week, Machiavelli.
This program has come to you from Chicago. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What I Saw in America by G.K. Chesterton. Section 30, Chapter 17. The Spirit of America. I suggest that diplomatists of the internationalist school should spend some of their money on staging farces and comedies of cross purposes, founded on the curious and prevalent idea that England and America have the same language. I know, of course, that we both inherit the glorious tongue of Shakespeare, not to mention the tune of the musical glasses, but there have been moments when I thought that if we spoke Greek and they spoke Latin, we might understand each other better. For Greek and Latin are at least fixed, while American, at least, is still very fluid. I do not know the American language, and therefore I do not claim to distinguish between the American language and the American slang. But I know that highly theatrical developments might follow on taking the words of part of the English slang or the English language. I have already given the example of calling a person a regular guy, which in the States is a graceful expression of respect and esteem. but which on the stage, properly handled, might surely lead the way towards a divorce or duel or something lively. Sometimes coincidence merely clinches a mistake, as it so often clinches a misprint. Every proofreader knows that the worst misprint is not that which makes nonsense, but that which makes sense. Not that which is obviously wrong, but that which is hideously right. He who has essayed to write "he got the book" and has found it rendered mysteriously as "he got the boob" is pensively resigned. It is when it is rendered quite lucidly as "he got the boot" that he is moved to a more passionate mood of regret. I have had conversations in which this sort of accident would have wholly misled me, if another accident had not come to the rescue. An American friend of mine was telling me of his adventures as a cinema producer down in the Southwest, where real Indians were procurable. He said that certain Indians were very bad actors. It passed for me as a very ordinary remark on a very ordinary or natural deficiency. It would hardly seem a crushing criticism to say that some wild Arab chieftain was not very good at imitating a farmyard, or that the Grand Lama of Tibet was rather clumsy at making paper boats. But the remark might be natural in a man travelling in a paper boat or touring with an invisible farmyard for his menagerie. As my friend was a cinema producer, I supposed he meant that the Indians were bad cinema actors. But the phrase has really a high and austere moral meaning, which my levity had wholly missed. A bad actor means a man whose actions are bad or morally reprehensible. So that I might have embraced the Red Indian who was dripping with gore or covered with atrocious crimes, imagining there was nothing the matter with him beyond a mistaken choice of the theatrical profession. Surely there are here the elements of a play, not to mention a cinema play. Surely a New England village maiden might find herself among the wigwams in the power of the formidable and fiendish little blue bison, merely through her mistaken sympathy with his financial failure as a film star. The notion gives me glimpses of all sorts of dissolving views of primeval forests and flamboyant theatres. But this impulse of irrelevant theatrical production must be curbed. There is one example, however, of this complication of language, actually used in contrary senses, about which the same figure can be used to illustrate a more serious fact. Suppose that in such an international interlude an English girl and an American girl are talking about the fiancé of the former, who is coming to call. The English girl will be haughty and aristocratic on the stage. The American girl will of course have short hair and skirts and will be cynical, Americans being more completely free from cynicism than any people in the world. It is the great glory of Americans that they are not cynical. For that matter, English aristocrats are hardly ever haughty. They understand the game much better than that. But on the stage, anyhow, the American girl may say, referring to her friend's fiancé, with a cynical wave of the cigarette, "I suppose he's bound to come and see you." And at this the blue blood of the Vere de Vere will boil over. The English lady will be deeply wounded and insulted at the suggestion that her lover only comes to see her because he is forced to do so. A staggering stage quarrel will then ensue, and things will go from bad to worse, until the arrival of an interpreter who can talk both English and American. He stands between the two ladies, waving two pocket dictionaries, and explains the error on which the quarrel turns. It is very simple, like the seed of all tragedies. In English, "he is bound to come and see you" means that he is obliged or constrained to come and see you. In America it does not. In America it means that he is bent on coming to see you, that he is irrevocably resolved to do so, and will surmount any obstacle to do it. The two young ladies will then embrace as the curtain falls. Now, when I was lecturing in America, I was often told in a radiant and congratulatory manner that such and such a person was bound to come and hear me lecture. It seemed a very cruel form of conscription, and I could not understand what authority could have made it compulsory. In the course of discovering my error, however, I thought I began to understand certain American ideas and instincts that lie behind this American idiom. For as I have urged before, and shall often urge again, the road to international friendship is through really understanding jokes. It is, in a sense, through taking jokes seriously. It is quite legitimate to laugh at a man who walks down the street in 3 white hats and green dressing gown because he is unfamiliar. But, after all, the man has some reason for what he does, and until we know the reason we do not understand the story, or even understand the joke. So the outlander will always seem outlandish in costume or custom. But serious relations depend on our getting beyond the fact of difference to the things wherein it differs. A good symbolical figure for all this may be found among the people who say, perhaps with a self-revealing simplicity, that they are bound to go to a lecture. If I were asked for a single symbolic figure summing up the whole of what seems eccentric and interesting about America to an Englishman, I should be satisfied to select that one lady who complained of Mr. Asquith's lecture and wanted her money back. I do not mean that she was typically American in complaining. Far from it. I, for one, have a great and guilty knowledge of all that amiable American audiences will endure without complaint. I do not mean that she was typically American in wanting her money. Quite the contrary. That sort of American spends money rather than hoards it. And when we convict them of vulgarity, we acquit them of avarice. Where she was typically American, summing up a truth individual and indescribable in any other way, is that she used these words: "I've risen from a sick bed to come and hear her, and I want my money back." The element in that which really amuses an Englishman is precisely the element which, properly analysed, ought to make him admire an American. But my point is that only by going through the amusement can he reach the admiration. The amusement is the vision of a tragic sacrifice for what is avowedly a rather trivial object. Mrs. Asquith is a candid lady of considerable humour, and I feel sure she does not regard the experience of hearing her read her diary as an ecstasy for which the sick should thus suffer martyrdom. She also is English, and had no other claim but to amuse Americans, and possibly to be amused by them. This being so, it is rather as if somebody said, "I have risked my life in fire and pestilence to find my way to the music hall," or "I have fasted 40 days in the wilderness, sustained by the hope of seeing Totty Toddles do her new dance." And there is something rather more subtle involved here. There is something in an Englishman which would make him feel faintly ashamed of saying that he had fasted to hear Totty Toddles, or risen from a sick bed to hear Mrs. Asquith. He would feel that it was undignified to confess that he had wanted mere amusement so much, and perhaps that he had wanted anything so much. He would not like, so to speak, to be seen rushing down the street after Totty Toddles, or after Mrs. Asquith, or perhaps after anybody. But there is something in it distinct from mere embarrassment and admitting enthusiasm. He might admit the enthusiasm if the object seemed to justify it. He might perfectly well be serious about a serious thing. But he cannot understand a person being proud of serious sacrifices for what is not a serious thing. He does not like to admit that a little thing can excite him, that he can lose his breath in running, or lose his balance in reaching, after something that might be called silly. Now that is where the American is fundamentally different. To him the enthusiasm itself is meritorious. To him the excitement itself is dignified. He counts it a part of his manhood to fast or fight or rise from a bed of sickness for something, or possibly for anything. His ideal is not to be a lock that only a worthy key can open, but a live wire that anything can touch and anybody can use. In a word, there is a difference in the very definition of virility, and therefore of virtue. A live wire is not only active, it is also sensitive. Thus sensibility becomes actually a part of virility. Something more is involved than the vulgar simplification of the American as the irresistible force, and the Englishman as the immovable post. As a fact, those who speak of such things nowadays generally mean by something irresistible something simply immovable, or at least something unalterable, motionless even in motion, like a cannon ball, for a cannon ball is as dead as a cannon. Prussian militarism was praised in that way until it met a French force of about half its size on the banks of the Marne. But that is not what an American means by energy. That sort of Prussian energy is only monotony without repose. American energy is not a soulless machine, for it is the whole point that he puts his soul into it. It is a very small box for so big a thing, but it is not an empty box. But the point is that he is not only proud of his energy, he is proud of his excitement. He is not ashamed of his emotion, of the fire, or even the tear in his manly eye, when he tells you that the great wheel of his machine breaks 4 billion butterflies an hour. That is the point about American sport, that it is not the least sportive. It is because it is not very sportive that we sometimes say it is not very sporting. It has the vices of a religion. It has all the paradox of original sin in the service of aboriginal faith. It is sometimes untruthful because it is sincere. It is sometimes treacherous because it is loyal. Men lie and cheat for it as they lied for their lords in a feudal conspiracy, or cheated for their chieftains in a Highland feud. We may say that the vassal readily committed treason, but it is equally true that he readily endured torture. So does the American athlete endure torture. Not only the self-sacrifice, but the solemnity of the American athlete is like that of the American Indian. The athletes in the States have the attitude of the athletes among the Spartans, the great historical nation without a sense of humour. They suffer an ascetic regime not to be matched in any monasticism, and hardly in any militarism. If any tradition of these things remains in a saner age, they will probably be remembered as a mysterious religious order of fakirs or dancing dervishes, who shaved their heads and fasted in honour of Hercules or Castor and Pollux. And that is really the spiritual atmosphere, though the gods have vanished, and the religion is subconscious and therefore irrational. For the problem of the modern world is that it has continued to be religious when it has ceased to be rational. Americans really would starve to win a cocoa-nut shy. They would fast or bleed to win a race of paper boats on a pond. They would rise from a sick bed to listen to Mrs. Asquith. But it is the real reason that interests me here. It is certainly not that Americans are so stupid as not to know that coconuts are only coconuts, and that paper boats only made of paper. Americans are, on an average, rather more intelligent than Englishmen, and they are well aware that Hercules is a myth, and that Mrs. Asquith is something of a mythologist. It is not that they do not know that the object is small in itself. It is that they do really believe that the enthusiasm is great in itself. They admire people for being impressionable. They admire people for being excited. An American so struggling for some disproportionate trifle, like one of my lectures, really feels in a mystical way that he is right, because it is his whole morality to be keen. So long as he wants something very much, whatever it is, he feels he has his conscience behind him, and the common sentiment of society behind him, and God and the whole universe behind him. Wedged on one leg in a hot crowd at a trivial lecture, he has self-respect. His dignity is at rest. This is what he means when he says he is bound to come to the lecture. Now the Englishman is fond of occasional larks, but these things are not larks, nor are they occasional. It is the essential of the Englishman's lark that he should think it a lark, that he should laugh at it even when he does it. Being English myself, I like it, but being English myself, I know it is connected with weakness as well as merits. In its irony there is condescension, and therefore embarrassment. This patronage is allied to the patron, and the patron is allied to the aristocratic tradition of society. The larks are a variant of laziness because of leisure, and the leisure is a variant of the security and even supremacy of the gentleman. When an undergraduate at Oxford smashes 100 windows, he is well aware that the incident is merely a trifle. He can be trusted to explain to his parents and guardians that it was merely a trifle. He does not say, even in the American sense, that he was bound to smash the windows. He does not say that he had risen from a sick bed to smash the windows. He does not especially think he has risen at all. He knows he has descended, though with delight, like one diving or sliding down the banisters, to something flat and farcical and full of the English taste for the bathos. He has collapsed into something entirely commonplace, though the owners of the windows may possibly not think so. This rather indescribable element runs through 100 English things, as in the love of bathos shown even in the sound of proper names, so that even the yearning lover in a lyric yearns for somebody named Sally rather than Salome, and for a place called Wapping rather than a place called Westermain. Even in the relapse into rowdiness there is a sort of relapse into comfort. There is also what is so large a part of comfort, carelessness. The undergraduate breaks windows because he does not care about windows, not because he does care about more fresh air, like a hygienist, or about more light, like a German poet. Still less does he heroically smash 100 windows because they come between him and the voice of Mrs. Asquith. But least of all does he do it because he seriously prides himself on the energy apart from its aim, and on the will power that carries it through. He is not bound to smash the windows even in the sense of being bent upon it. He is not bound at all, but rather relaxed. And his violence is not only a relaxation, but a laxity. Finally, this is shown in the fact that he only smashes windows when he is in a mood to smash windows, when some fortunate conjunction of stars and all the tints and nuances of nature whisper to him that it would be well to smash windows. But the American is always ready at any moment to waste his energies on the wider and more suicidal course of going to lectures. And this is because to him such excitement is not a mood but a moral ideal. As I note in another connection, much of the English mystery would be clear to Americans if they understood the word mood. Englishmen are very moody, especially when they smash windows. But I doubt if many Americans understand exactly what we mean by the mood, especially the passive mood. It is only by trying to get some notion of all this that an Englishman can enjoy the final crown and fruit of all international friendship, which is really liking an American to be American. If we only think that parts of him are excellent because parts of him are English, it would be far more sensible to stop at home and possibly enjoy the society of a whole complete Englishman. But anybody who does understand this can take the same pleasure in an American being American that he does in a thunderbolt being swift and a barometer being sensitive. He can see that a vivid sensibility and vigilance really radiate outwards through all the ramifications of machinery and even materialism. He can see that the American uses his great practical powers upon very small provocation. But he can also see that there is a kind of sense of honour, like that of a duellist, in his readiness to be provoked. Indeed, there is some parallel between the American man of action, however vulgar his aims, and the old feudal idea of the gentleman with a sword at his side. The gentleman may have been proud of being strong or sturdy. He may too often have been proud of being thick-headed. But he was not proud of being thick-skinned. On the contrary, he was proud of being thin-skinned. He was also seriously thought that sensitiveness was a part of masculinity. It may also be very absurd to read of two Irish gentlemen trying to kill each other for trifles, or of two Irish American millionaires trying to ruin each other for trash. But the very pettiness of the pretext, and even the purpose, illustrates the same conception, which may be called the virtue of excitability. And it is really this, and not any rubbish about iron will-power and masterful mentality, that redeems with romance their clockwork cosmos in its industrial ideals. Being a live wire does not mean that the nerves should be like wires, but rather that the very wires should be like nerves. Another approximation to the truth would be to say that an American is really not ashamed of curiosity. It is not so simple as it looks. Men will carry off curiosity with various kinds of laughter and bravado, just as they will carry off drunkenness or bankruptcy. But very few people are really proud of lying on a doorstep, and very few people are really proud of longing to look through a keyhole. I do not speak of looking through it, which involves questions of honour and self-control. But few people feel that even the desire is dignified. Now I fancy the American, at least by comparison with the Englishman, does feel that his curiosity is consistent with his dignity, because dignity is consistent with vivacity. He feels it is not merely the curiosity of Paul Pry, but the curiosity of Christopher Columbus. He is not a spy, but an explorer, and he feels his greatness rather grow with his refusal to turn back, as a traveller might feel taller and taller as he neared the source of the Nile or the North-West Passage. Many an Englishman has had that feeling about discoveries in dark continents, but he does not often have it about discoveries in daily life. The one type does believe in the indignity, and the other in the dignity of the detective. It has nothing to do with ethics in the mere external sense. It involves no particular comparison in practical morals and manners. It is something in the whole poise and posture of the self, of the way a man carries himself. For men are not only affected by what they are, but still more, when they are fools, by what they think they are, and when they are wise, by what they wish to be. There are truths that have almost become untrue by becoming untruthful. There are statements so often stale and insincere that one hesitates to use them, even when they stand for something more subtle. This point about curiosity is not the conventional complaint against the American interviewer. It is not the ordinary joke against the American child. And in the same way I feel a danger of it being identified with the cant about a young nation, if I say that it has some of the attractions, not of American childhood, but of real childhood. There is some truth in the tradition that the children of wealthy Americans tend to be too precocious and luxurious. But there is a sense in which we can really say that if the children are like adults, the adults are like children. And that sense is in the very best sense of childhood. It is something which the modern world does not understand. It is something that modern Americans do not understand, even when they possess it. But I think they do possess it. The devil can quote Scripture for his purpose, and the text of Scripture which he now most commonly quotes is, "The kingdom of heaven is within you." That text has been the stay and support of more Pharisees and prigs and self-righteous spiritual bullies than all the dogmas in creation. It has served to identify self-satisfaction with the peace that passes all understanding. And the text to be quoted in answer to it is that which declares that no man can receive the kingdom except as a little child. What we are to have inside is the childlike spirit. But the childlike spirit is not entirely concerned about what is inside. It is the first mark of possessing it that one is interested in what is outside. The most childlike thing about a child is his curiosity and his appetite and his power of wonder at the world. We might almost say that the whole advantage of having the kingdom within is that we look for it somewhere else. The end of section 30, chapter 17.
Presents program number 26 of 26 by Corwin.
Psalm for a Dark Year. An ode of thanksgiving, written and directed by Norman Corwin, with an original musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Semler.
are willing, join us now, the living and the dead alike. Sit round our votive table and give thanks where thanks are due. We shall give thanks tonight for song and bread and such a thing as love and dogged hope, and for the guarantee of morning somewhere at some season. You must bring with you to the feast an offering. It can be little, one good grape, a grain of cinnamon, a sentiment, 3 bars of an old folk song, half a notion, a living thing that's glad of living, be it a mosquito fresh from lava or a floating spore. Sit where you will. There are no place cards here and no priority. The good right hand of fellowship is at your left, and at your right, perhaps, an antique pharaoh or a medieval saint, a poet temporarily run out of couplets, or a plumber just arrived from the installing of a sink. Please note there is no head to this round table. Instead, an empty chair reserved for any perfect man, and therefore fated to be empty. First now, the breaking of the bread. Who will say grace? St. Paul, will you kindly?
He that eateth, eateth unto the Lord, for he giveth God thanks.
There will be music such as this throughout, for song is celebration, whether it is tuned to joy or woe or to the passions in between. We who are thankful give up thanks for music and the instruments of music and the makers of the instruments of music. Yea, the sistrum and the dulcimer, the psaltery, the tabor, the cithara, the sackbut, and the looping horns. Listen to the big and buxom bulls. The gentle fiddles gambling across the staves. The piquant flute. The pastoral and plaintive oboe singing of nostalgias we must always know. And the celeste to which the planetoids prefer to dance. Also, that wondrous instrument which can speak words and give them meaning, inflect them, playing on the mind, the spirit bowstring, the human voice, the various and sweet and pungent human voice, now seraphim, now Satan. This is a hearty congregation, great old Greeks and grocers' clerks and young maids from Carolina looking for careers in New York City, and a shipping clerk from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 2 emperors of China, and a mild professor from Ohio, and a girl named Rhoda with rheumatic fever, farm hands, and a locomotive engineer, and sailormen, and actors' agents, and a lissom tightrope walker thankful for a solid rope beneath his feet. Each is thankful in his fashion and his measure.
I, for the earth and weathers, being a farmer, for the sun, which is good, and the rain, which is good, and for the rising before dawn, and the frosty air, and the placid animals, to whom I am the god of feed, the giver of the corn and grain. And I am thankful for the day, which is good, and the night, which is good, and for the hard one sleeping, which is also good. And I am thankful for the plow in my hand, and the tilling of the land in fall, for crops to be sown in winter, and the tilling of the land in spring, for the Indian corn of summer. I am not thankful for potato bugs or the maize smut, but am for the well-framed orchards and the grafted trees and the gathered harvest.
I am thankful for the day which is good. I am thankful for the night which is good. And I am thankful for the sun. I am thankful for the rain. I am thankful for the plow in my hand.
Aye, for the bay at low tide. I'm an eel fisher and a clam fisher. For the flats at low tide, I guess, and the salty smell. For my clam rake and spade, I guess, and the spear I use to snag eels with, and the bellboy off by the shoals. And then the seagulls which circle overhead and glide along the beach all day looking for clams, too, like me. And I like to think sometimes of the thin rim of dried salt on the spit of sand where the last wave breaks when the tide's going out, and of the bright days when the water is blue, and the gray days when the water is gray. I'm thankful to God for clams and eels and low tide, I guess.
I am thankful to God for clams and eels. I am thankful to God for clams and eels and the low tide.
I, being a mother several times over, am thankful for the love of it and the pain of it. For the growth up from the crib and the teething and all the trouble and the coming out of trouble. For the cured abscess of the ear which Emmy had, getting better the way it did after we were so worried and sat up all night for 2 nights and didn't get a wink of sleep. Yes, and for Charles getting over being tongue-tied. And Joe, the wild boy, getting married to such a fine girl as Louise and settling down. And for my husband, Donald, to have lived to see his eldest daughter, Hannah, married and bringing up a nice family. And for the letters that the children write me whenever they can, and the cards they send me on Mother's Day, and for the radio when it gets lonely, especially in the wintertime when all the summer folk have gone away. For all these things and many others, I am thankful.
I am thankful for the love of it and the pain of it. I am thankful for the love of it and the pain of it.
What of the seasons? Shall we not say thanks for seasons and the zones between them, when they are neither here nor there, but surely coming? For the time in March, when the crocus goes to town, and the robin makes reconnaissance, and the icicle is given orders to relax. For the time in June, when the laziest bud, the last to leaf, says, all right, I am ready. Summer may begin. Bring on the south wind, the cicadas, and the bees that I've heard so much about.
Oh, surely, sure. Let this be celebrated in our best tradition by a song. By not too young a song, since spring and summer are an ancient team. A song, let's say, of summer's coming in. It must be old but fresh, familiar, yet a little different each time met with as summertime herself.
Summer is the coming in, mother is the coming in. Grow with seed and blow with seed, and spring is good and you. Sing hurrah, you can blow it, ashes and forecast, a blow it, come, a blow it, full it, proud it, lucky, proud it, merry, sing hurrah. Summer is the coming in, sing hurrah.
Now, may I rise to thank the master painter of the year?
Well, who's that?
October. No Louvre in the world is big enough to hold his landscapes. He is exhibited in every tinctured leaf and hung in every meadow. Have you seen his skyscapes?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, indeed. They say he mixes pigments out of elemental stuffs and ranges far afield. Did you know his greens come from a special patch of the Aegean? His reds from Yuma in the eyes of Bengal tigers and the powdered beaks of tropical toucans? His oranges are skimmed, they say, from surfaces of rising moons.
Well, where do his tints of hazel come from?
Or hazelnuts.
His plum colors?
From plums.
His fawn from fawns?
Precisely.
Is he not a marvel, then, October?
Yes, he is.
Not worth a canticle?
Oh, worth several. Here's one for now.
If you really want to know about October, ask the birds, they really keep upon the hill. Ask the squirrel what has gotten into him. Ask the ant why he's so sober in the good month of October. In the good month of October. Ask the pumpkin and the corn and the crisp and sunny earth and the woodland and the house and the rabbits and the squirrels. If you really want to know about October.
Come, this is mockery, this festive hour.
A mockery? How now?
This breaking bread while famine grins in every land. This music while the whistling bomb sets pitch for all the sharp-tuned instruments of death. This talk of landscapes when the color of the earth is red and growing redder, and you know it. Are you proposing thanks?
Yes, we are.
Why, if Satan himself was sitting here among us, he could reasonably proffer thanks to all of our kind for many favors done him and continuing. His horsemen thunder down the ways. His legions multiply like festering bacteria. How can our thanksgivings be unaffected knowing this?
Look, no empire built of darkness and disease of soul shall give us pause. The interlocking fury of free men will, like a blinding and a sterilizing shaft of light, nullify such decay. What comes of festering bacteria in the sunlight?
It doesn't matter. While we speak, new fallen angels plummet from the skies like a malignant hail. The air is ashriek with misery. Yea, the earth is fevered. Pity and mercy both are exiled to a foreign star. And charity's aghast to see 1,000,000 of our brothers writhing in the puddle of their blood.
Has there ever been a tempest time did not outride? The truth that was mixed in with the molten ores when still our smoking planet sought a place among the systems, that truth awaits extraction like a rare but mighty radium deep in the bowels of the earth. Those who have held it shining in their hands never will be countervailed.
Never countervailed.
Though crucifixion test it, and armies of defenders stagger backward through the night. Once we understand, no weapon in the hand of any host of any hell can strike asunder man from man. Brothers are not for long divisible. Let us be thankful now for this.
I verify this thing. I, who have come a long distance to this table and must go far hence. I verify this thing, that brotherhood is not so wild a dream as those who profit by postponing it pretend. It cannot be that common kindness and a working plan are more bizarre imaginings than that a man should squeeze the world into a room and speak across it casually and be heard. I am a wanderer. Was born in exile as my father was, and as my children will be. I am of a race which lives in every clime and under every flag except its own. I verify this thing. Let now the ram's horn of my father's tribe resound a note of thankfulness for perseverance and for law, for strength out of adversity and order out of chaos. Listen to it. There's the shrill wind blowing down the wrinkled plains of Shinar, through the selfsame wildernesses. Past the hoary head of Sinai blows the melancholy shofar. Sounds the shofar down the ages. Egypt, Jericho and Persia, Greece and Rome, and the dispersion, pogrom, ghetto, inquisition, past the rise and fall of empires, past the ebb and flow of eras, through the gauntlet of affliction, index inhumanitarum, pox and phthisis, plague and cannon, still, above the blare of trumpets, still above the brass of hatred, blows the horn of benediction. Men have listened. Men have listened. They will listen yet tomorrow for the horn of benediction. For the horn of benediction.
May I speak for a moment, having but a moment left to speak in? I, too, am listening for a horn to blow, one which will call me from this time and place to another time and place. In this, my 92nd year, my eyes grown dim, my hearing poor, sleeping most of the time, the foothills of sleep before I reach the mountains. I am thankful for still, clear memories, both big and little, happy and sorrowful. Of the dress I wore at Lincoln's second inaugural ball. Of meeting Edward on a sleigh ride one December night when the moon was new and Mount Toby lay frozen under stars that seemed so low you could almost touch them. Of the morning Ralph was born. Of how little Edwina died of the diphtheria. Of all the other memories, the many, many other things too full to hint at, too many to contain. I joke with my grandchildren when they come to see me now. I tell them I'm like a Minuteman, ready to go at a moment's notice.
Will you pardon my appearance, good friends all? I am but lately risen from the grave.
One of 100 who were stood one morning, one bright morning, between a dozen muzzles and a wall. Tonight it rains where we were lowered in the ground. A rain of mid-November falling cold upon the countryside, spreading its sorrows over, cautioning the earth that winter is coming, winter in the bone, and winter in the flesh, and winter on the clean-swept hearthstone. We who are so early quit of this sweet place, young and unready for the quiet, loving the tug of the wind and the swaying grass, the pillowing breasts of our beloved, and the laughter of our children, loving the look of the day in the east, but seeing it no more, turned away and face to face with night. We who are solemn with dust upon our lips, whisper now our thankfulness in chorus, that we have been noted, that we shall not be forgotten, that good men, good understanding men, have noted that we shall not be forgotten. For this much thanks.
Sons of men, daughters of the mingled lovers of the many tribes who make us what we are, brothers, sisters by the millions, sitting with us at this table, encircled round us through the far, wide-spreading states. What year this is we shall not soon forget. Remark it, each of you belonging to it. This year shall skulk among the blackest annals ever, pitied, wondered on, and sung about as long as our posterity looks back to see the how and why of what has gone before. None of us makes pretense to himself of tranquil temper. There are no barefoot pleasures in these hobnailed times. The world is burning. It is burning. Flame is never subtle in its ways. It has a pattern all can recognize. We smell the smoke and feel the scorching air and see the embers snatched up by the winds and blown this way and that. But we are thankful in this graceless year for the strong joy of the challenge, for defiance in the nostril and the weapon in the hand. Shall we despair, who've suckled freedom on the brew of vintages of wrath? Shall we be thankless for the passions stirring in our blood, the love of country, of each spine of cactus and each particle of mist? Shall we be thankless for the way we walk, fearlessly, not stealing glances backward, for the way we talk, for scorn and laughter and the clenching of the fist? Come, Americans, come now, and praise the broken bread together, and the fiddle, and the tilling of the land, the bellboy by the shoals, and Joe, the wild boy, getting married to Louise. Praise now October and the Song of Songs together. Praise the men who never shall forget. The steel mills working through the night, the rifle factory, the weapon in the hand. Arise now and give thanks where thanks are due.
You have been listening to Psalm for a Dark Year, A Thanksgiving Ode, written, directed, and produced by Norman Corwin as program number 26 in the Columbia Workshop special cycle, 26 by Corwin. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Semler. The principal narration was done by Mr. Corwin. Others in the cast were Martin Gable, Parker Fenley, Ann Boley, Frank Lovejoy, Martin Wolfson, Hester Sundergaard, Sidney Smith, Jean Ellen, Ian Martin, and Charles Carroll. In closing 26 by Corwin, we present Davidson Taylor, who resumes next week as producer of the Columbia Workshop.
Tonight we have heard the last broadcast in what has been, even for the Columbia Workshop, a most unusual series. 26 shows written, directed, and produced by one man. The Columbia Network is proud not only of 26 by Corwin, but also of other such landmarks in radio drama as Seems Radio's Here to Stay, They Fly Through the Air, and The Plot to Overthrow Christmas, all by Corwin. Most of us remember when Norman Corwin's name was new to the Workshop. It is one of the Workshop's jobs to find new talents and give them proper hearings. During the coming weeks, we shall hear the work of a number of new writers, and we are excited, frankly, about the quality and variety of their scripts. We have in store for you a regional show, a satire, a farce, a document, a fantasy, an opera, and a melodrama which belong in Workshop company. Every Sunday at this time, we invite you to share the pleasures of discovery with us. We'll try to go on doing what the Workshop has attempted ever since the first broadcast on July 18th, 1936. We'll try to bring you every week something you could have heard nowhere else in radio.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Willard Waterman as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you, partially transcribed, by the Kraft Foods Company. Kraft, makers of the one and only Miracle Whip salad dressing. We say one and only because there just isn't any other salad dressing like Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip is different, and it tastes different. Miracle Whip tastes so good it's become the most popular salad dressing ever created. More Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined. Try it. Make your salads better tasting with the one and only Miracle Whip. The great Gildersleeve has never plunged into the sea of matrimony, but he does like to dangle his toes in the water once in a while. A few days ago, he met a Miss Gloria McKinley, manager of the complaint department at Hogan Brothers. He hasn't had a date with her yet, but this afternoon he has persuaded her to let him drive her home from work. Accordingly, we find him parked in front of the store with his motor running.
I better leave it running, too. That policeman in the corner has his eye on me, and I'm parked in a loading zone. Well, I'm waiting to pick up a pretty little package. Right, George, I want to make a good impression on her. Should have washed the car. I didn't notice Leroy written in the dust on the hood. Oh, well.
You, Gildy.
Uh-oh, Judge Hooker. He would have to show up.
Gildy, you're in a loading zone.
I know it, Judge.
And your motor's running.
I know that, too.
Why don't you turn it off before it boils over?
Well, it is beginning to steam.
You better start it up again, Gildy. You're too close to the fire plug.
Oh, my goodness. The only backseat driver I ever saw who stands on the curb.
Are you waiting for somebody?
Judge, I'm not just sitting here trying to run out of gas.
Oh, I know. It's closing time, and I'll bet you're waiting for Miss McKinley. Do you have a date?
You bet. She's letting me drive her home.
Well, I guess she figures that's better than taking the bus.
Yes.
She can save a dime and make fewer stops, unless you plan to stop and watch the sun setting behind the reservoir.
Judge, will you please go away?
As it happens, Gildy, I must. I'm going home and read my 4th of July speech. I'm orating at Kraft Park.
Well, I thought Congressman Greenhall was going to speak.
Well, he's leaving for the convention, and I'm reading the speech that he prepared.
Oh?
I suppose you'll be there to hear me?
There must be a better way to spend the 4th than listening to an old goat.
Gildy, I don't exactly relish the assignment. Miss Matterhorn is vacationing at Virginia Lakes, and I'd planned to go up there for the 4th.
Judge, I don't envy you reading somebody else's speech.
Well, if I don't like what the congressman has written, I can always preface it by saying the views expressed in the speech do not necessarily represent the views of the speaker.
Step aside, Judge.
What?
Here comes Miss McKinley.
Oh, I'll open the door.
Judge, let me open it.
It's already open.
Busybody. Hello, Miss McKinley.
Sorry if I've kept you waiting, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Not at all. I've kept him entertained.
Judge, hop in, Miss McKinley.
Oh, thank you.
Judge, you may now close the door.
Well, aren't you going to introduce me?
Oh, all right. Miss McKinley, may I present Judge Hooker?
How do you do, Judge?
This is a rare pleasure, Miss McKinley.
Look at him bow. If he isn't careful, he'll bump his head on the running board. Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Judge.
I told you goodbye, Gildy. Why don't you go?
Yes. Come on, car.
Could your car be out of gas?
Oh, the water commissioner doesn't burn gas. He burns water.
Oh, Judge.
Darn car would have to embarrass me at a time like this.
My, what a noisy car.
Goodbye, Judge.
Why don't you bring it to the park on the 4th and we'll use it instead of firecrackers?
Courtroom comedian.
Is Judge Hooker a friend of yours?
He poses as one.
Well, all in one afternoon, I've met a distinguished judge, and I'm being driven home by the city water commissioner.
Well, Miss McKinley, you'd be riding in a new car if this wasn't election year. You've heard the cracks about freezers and fur coats and stuff like that, I guess.
Uh-huh. You men in the public eye have so many things to think about.
Well, scarcely a day goes by that I don't think about something.
I've always wondered what important men talk about.
So have I. Oh! You mean the judge and me?
Of course. Oh, you don't have to be so modest, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, thank you.
Well, now, what problems were you two men wrestling with?
Oh, nothing important, really. When you came up, we were just discussing the 4th of July speech.
Oh, are you going to deliver the speech at the 4th of July celebration?
Me?
Oh, thrilling!
Well, anyway, that's what the judge and I were discussing.
And he was asking you to deliver the speech.
Well, no, not exactly, Miss McKinley. Originally, our congressman was supposed to make the speech. But he couldn't be here, so he had to ask somebody else.
So the congressman himself asked you. Are you a close friend of his, too?
Well, I voted for him. He helped put him in office, I mean.
How wonderful that he asked you to take his place. What are you going to say in front of all those people, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, frankly, I haven't given it much thought.
I don't suppose that's a problem to an experienced orator like you.
Well, you can be sure I'll come up with something. I wonder what I will come up with. So that's how it happened, Marjorie. Now I'm behind the 8 ball.
Unky, why did you lead her to believe you were going to make the speech?
I didn't. When a woman wants to believe something, she just believes it.
I got an idea, Unc.
What's that, Leroy?
Tell her you can't make the speech because you have laryngitis.
But I don't have laryngitis.
Go get your feet wet and catch it.
Leroy, don't be ridiculous.
I'm not even supposed to give the speech. That's Judge Hooker's job.
Why didn't you just tell her Judge Hooker was supposed to do it?
Well, she made it sound like such a big thing, I couldn't say no. She'll probably be sitting in the front row, and if I don't appear, she'll think I'm a braggart.
Yeah.
She'll think I'm just trying to attract attention to myself.
Yeah.
She'll lose respect for me.
Yeah.
She'll think I'm just a big...
Windbag?
Yeah. Leroy.
Well, just helping you out.
Yeah, well, don't put words in my mouth.
Okay.
What are you going to do, Unky?
Well, now that I'm in this deep, there's only one thing to do. Call her and tell her she made a mistake about the whole thing.
She made a mistake.
Well, she got the wrong impression. I'll tell her Judge Hooker is making the speech.
Oh, I think that's very wise, Unky.
You bet. She'll like me better if I tell her the truth. Yeah, I'll drive over and see her right now and clear up the situation.
I'll get it!
All right, Bertie. If it's for me, I'm just leaving.
Yes, sir. Excuse me, President. One moment, please. It's you, Miss Gildersleeve.
Bertie, I said I was leaving.
Yes, sir, but this is a lady. And when there's a lady on the phone, I know you ain't going nowhere.
Oh, well. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. This is Gloria McKinley.
Miss McKinley? Oh, yes, Miss McKinley. Well, I was just thinking about you. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh, I hope you don't think it's terrible of me to phone you, but there's something I must talk to you about, too.
Good. Glad you called, but first let me clear up something about that 4th of July speech.
The speech of yours is what has me so excited. I've just had the most marvelous idea.
Oh?
Hogan Brothers is having a special 4th of July window display.
Yeah, fine. Now, about the speech.
I'm coming to that. I'm so thrilled about your making the speech. I'm having our art department put a sign in the store window.
The sign in the window?
Telling people not to miss the important address to be delivered in Craft Park by Commissioner Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Zeke.
What?
Miss McKinley, you shouldn't have done that.
Oh, it was nothing.
Yes, it was. You don't understand. Suppose I don't even make the speech.
But you said you were going to.
Now, wait a minute, Miss McKinley.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you weren't just leading me on, were you?
Miss McKinley, I'd never do that.
Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't. Now then, what did you want to talk to me about? You said there was something that needed clearing up.
Clearing up? Oh, yes. Well, it's a little cloudy. I hope the weather clears up so I can give that speech.
The sun is shining at my house.
It isn't shining over here.
You look a little better this morning, Unc. You don't look so worried and wrinkled.
Leroy, I'm not wrinkled. And I do feel better this morning.
I don't get it. You meet a new girl, and the first time you take her out, you get yourself in a big hassle.
Yeah, I'm not in a hassle. I figured the whole thing out.
Yeah?
Judge Hooker doesn't want to make the 4th of July speech anyway. All I have to do is offer to make it for him. He'll be delighted. Then he can go to Virginia Lakes and see Miss Matterhorn.
He'd rather look at Miss Matterhorn than make a speech?
Well, there's no accounting for tastes. Yeah, I'm stopping here in the judge's office, my boy. See you later.
So long, Unc.
Yeah, the judge's door is open. Look at him wave his arms. I wonder if he's practicing his speech or there's a bee in his office.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to preface my remarks by relating an amusing little anecdote.
He's working on his speech, all right.
On my way to Craft Park this afternoon, I met 2 gentlemen named Pat and Mike.
Pat and Mike. Judge!
Pat said to Mike...
Judge, do you mind if I interrupt?
Oh, hello, Gildy. I was just rehearsing the opening of my 4th of July address.
Well, Judge, you can forget the speech.
What?
Yeah, I know your heart isn't in it. You'd rather go up and join Miss Matterhorn.
Well, the speech is knocking me out of the trip.
It doesn't have to. I've come to do you a big favor, old friend.
Oh?
I've decided to make the speech for you.
You have? Why?
Why? Well, Judge, don't ask silly questions. Just take advantage of my generous offer and hit the road.
Gildy, why are you so anxious to get me out of town? You must have a reason.
Well, I'm only thinking of you and Miss Matterhorn. You know you want to be with her, and She wants to be with you.
Well, yes, she does. I had a card from her this morning saying, having wonderful time, wish you were here.
You see, Judge? Now get going and forget about the speech. Just hand it to me.
No, I'd better make the speech. The congressman asked me.
Well, you can ask me. Go ahead, ask me. I'll do it. In fact, I've got to do it.
I won't do that to our congressman.
Oop. You know I'm a better speaker than you are.
Is that so? I heard you speak at the Elks Club once, and even the stuffed elk got up and walked out.
The great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. The time is early evening. The place is your dining room. The table is set with your best linen and china and silver because you're expecting guests. And you, the hostess and star of this drama, are proudly bringing in the most beautiful and elegant-looking salad you've ever fixed. You're relaxed, too, sure that this salad will taste just as delicious as it looks because you've used the salad dressing you know will give it just the right flavor. Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip salad dressing has a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. It's a lively, teasing flavor. Distinctive, too, one you won't find in any other salad dressing. That's because Miracle Whip is a different kind of salad dressing. It's made from a secret craft recipe and gives you the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and fine, rich mayonnaise. Miracle Whip has a perfect texture, too. Creamy thick and smooth as satin because this salad dressing is blended carefully with special craft beaters. No wonder it's America's favorite salad dressing, the most popular salad dressing ever created. So whether you're fixing fancy company salads or the simplest salad in the world for your family, remember to make it extra delicious. Make it with Miracle Whip. Well, the great Gildersleeve was so anxious to impress his new girlfriend, Miss McKinley, that he was willing to let her believe he was making the important 4th of July address in Kraft Park. Now, the water commissioner is in hot water.
The judge certainly did surprise me, Marjorie. He didn't care a thing about making the speech until he found out somebody else wanted to do it.
Well, that's a very human reaction, Unky.
Yeah, that's the trouble with the old goat. He's too human. He immediately suspected that I was up to something.
Weren't you?
Well, naturally. But what sort of a friend is he to accuse me of it?
Ain't you giving the speech, Miss Gildersleeve?
Apparently not, Bertie.
Yes, sir. But there's a sign in Hogan Brothers' window that says you are.
I know, Bertie.
It says here, Commissioner Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve speak on the 4th of July.
I saw that sign, Bertie, but it's misleading.
Then you're not reading the congressman's speech?
No, the congressman really asked the judge.
Because the congressman didn't want to?
Well, he wanted to, but he couldn't, Bertie.
Yes, ma'am.
And the judge didn't want to, but I do, so now he wants to.
Oh, yes, sir. I wonder if that speech knows who's going to make it.
What do you mean, Bertie?
Well, the congressman wanted to make it, but he couldn't, and the judge could and would, but he didn't want to. Then you come along and want to, but couldn't, because when you wanted the judge to give it up, he wouldn't.
Bertie, it isn't funny.
No, sir.
Unky, don't you think you should call Miss McKinley and tell her to take that sign out of the window?
Well, I'm going to phone the judge and give him one more chance to change his mind. I hate to crawl back to him and beg him, but beggars can't be choosers.
Hello? Judge Hooker speaking.
Hello, Judge. About that speech you don't want to give.
What about it, Gilda?
Well, I just wondered if you wouldn't reconsider.
I have reconsidered.
You have?
My answer is still no.
Oh, my goodness.
I saw that sign in Hogan Brothers' window.
Well, then you see, I have to make the speech or I'll be the laughing stock of the town.
Good. May I be the first to laugh?
Yes.
Now hang up, will you? I'm busy. I have a million things to do.
But
I have to study my lines, go to the barber shop, stop by the cleaners from a blue suit. The only one that I can wear for the speech.
Oh? You don't have another suit?
When I thought I was going to rough it at Virginia Lakes, I sent all my suits to the cleaners. They're rushing my blue serge for me.
Well, Judge. Horace, Old friend. If you're so busy, why don't I stop by and pick up your suit for you?
Would you do that for me, Gildy?
You bet. Naturally, I want to do anything I can to help make the 4th of July a success.
Well, Gildy, be sure to pick it up before 5. The cleaners are closed over the 4th.
Don't worry, Judge. You'll have something to wear.
Thank you, Gildy, old friend. I have to hang up now and get busy.
Yeah, I have to get busy, too. Goodbye, Judge.
Goodbye.
You don't seem the least bit upset about not getting to make the speech.
Oh, not a bit, my dear. Just imagine. The judge doesn't have a thing to wear tomorrow.
What's so funny? Unky, you are going to pick up the judge's suit, aren't you?
Sure. But there could be many a slip between the cleaners and Judge Hooker's house. Bertie!
Yes, sir?
Is Leroy's little blue suit up in the closet? Yeah, Gildersleeve, you're pretty clever. Pretty clever the way you outfoxed the judge. Yeah, I had quite a time explaining why I didn't bring the suit by last night. Now it's too late for him to do anything about it. Oh, wait until he tries to put on Leroy's suit. And lucky for the old judge, I can step into the breach, though. Yeah, I can see Miss McKinley now, sitting in the front row in something summery, listening to me give the speech.
Well, Gildy, it's about time you got here.
Hello, Judge. Here's the suit in the bag.
All right, give it to me.
Don't be so impatient, Judge.
If you'll excuse me, I'll slip into the next room. I want to dress and rehearse my speech in front of the mirror.
Oh, brother. Wait until he sees himself in that suit.
If you hadn't shown up with this suit, I'd have had to leave for Virginia Lakes. I certainly couldn't make the speech in my bathing suit.
Well, your barber pole swimsuit covers you pretty well, Judge.
I can't see very well in here. Gildy, are you sure this is my suit?
It's blue serge.
That's funny. Feels awfully small.
And maybe you've gained weight, Judge.
I might have gained a couple of pounds, but I know I haven't grown this much. Why, the pants cuffs come clear up to my knees.
They do?
Yeah. Everything shrunk. Gildy, come in here and look at this.
I'd like to.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, my goodness. Judge, you can't stand up in public like that.
Stand up? I can't even sit down.
Judge, don't try it.
I can't bend. See?
Oh, Leroy's suit. Bertie, how's my new suit? I'm going to need it.
It's pressed and in the closet. Are you making a speech?
You bet. The judge is on his way to Virginia Lakes.
Yes, sir.
You should have seen him trying to squeeze into Leroy's pants.
Yes, sir. Where's Leroy's suit now?
Well, I'll have to buy him a new one. But it was worth it. I sure tricked the old judge.
Yes, sir, but this ain't April Fool's Day, you know.
What's this, Bertie?
This is the 4th of July, and that's Independence Day. It ain't April Fool's Day.
Now, Bertie.
The judge don't get to speak, and Leroy lost his pants, but that don't make it April Fool's Day. This is Independence Day, and you don't fool around with independence.
Yeah, all right.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you know why you don't play April Fool jokes on the 4th of July?
Yes,
That's
Bertie.
right, because it's Independence Day, and you don't fool around with independence.
Good old Bertie. She takes Independence Day pretty seriously. Well, I do, too. That's why I want to be with Miss McKinley. She seems to like big shots, and by George, that's exactly what I am. I'll mesmerize her with my speech, and then take her to the hot dog stand. Never mind, Bertie. I'm right here. Wonder who that is. Hope the judge didn't decide to come back and speak in his bathing suit.
Hello, Throckmorton.
Miss McKinley. I didn't expect to see you. Come in.
Oh, I haven't time. I just stopped by on my way out of town.
Out of town?
But I just couldn't leave without wishing you luck with your speech today.
Miss McKinley, you're not going to be there?
Oh, didn't I tell you? I'm going to Hogan Brothers' 4th of July picnic with the assistant manager.
Assistant manager? But I thought you wanted to hear me speak.
Oh, I do, but I can't afford to offend the assistant manager.
You can't?
Mr. Gildersleeve, he's an important man.
But what about me?
Oh, you can read me the speech some other time. Goodbye now, and I'll be thinking about you every minute.
Big help.
What are you leaving for the park, Unc?
Oh, I don't care whether I go or not, Leroy. Somehow my heart isn't in reading the speech.
Well, gosh, you sure worked enough angles to get the chance.
Oh, Leroy, all this is Judge Hooker's doings.
What?
What a sneaky thing to do. Run off to Virginia Lakes and have the time of his life, toss his old speech in my lap.
Get him. Oh, brother.
I don't have to make this speech. I'm not trying to impress anybody.
Oh, that's right. She ran out on you, didn't she?
Leroy.
Mr. Gildersleeve, aren't you putting on your new suit?
Oh, I don't know, Bertie.
It's getting late. I see people heading for Craft Park.
I'm going to parade with the Boy Scouts, Unc.
Good for you, my boy.
I just saw a man in a uniform pass here with a bass drum. There's going to be big doings today.
Great. Leroy, I think I'll let you take the speech down and give it to somebody on the committee.
Yeah? Who?
Well, give it to Mr. Sprague. He likes to be in the limelight.
Is this a speech here on the table?
What's the speech about?
It says freedom.
And you ain't going to read it, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Bertie, it isn't my job. Congressman Greenhall wrote the speech. It was his job to give it.
Yes, sir.
And then it was the judge's job. And then they wished the job onto me.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Unc, it says here that freedom is everybody's job.
What's that?
The speech says the survival of our freedom depends on everybody.
Oh?
And listen to this. If we want to preserve the liberties we commemorate on this 4th of July, each of us must conscientiously work at being good citizens.
Yes, sir. If you want to do anything right, you got to work at it. If you want to be a good cook, you got to work at it. If you want to be a good citizen, you got to work at it.
That's true, Bertie.
Hey, get a load of this, Unc. Being a good citizen means voting in elections, keeping informed, and making our opinions known to our representatives, serving on juries and school boards, and... Unc, how about that time you wiggled out of jury duty?
Well, I did get off the jury, but I was serving on the school board at the time. Let me see that speech, Leroy.
Sure.
Freedom. Represented. This makes a lot of sense. Our American heritage, the rights and liberties which we cherish, must be made an increasingly vital part of our everyday life. We must work together to keep our freedom, not just take it for granted.
That's right.
And by George, we'd better watch it. We could lose some of those liberties before we know it. Come on, Leroy. We're going down to Craft Park and tell them a thing or two.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just 30 seconds. Too hot to cook? Make a cool, easy salad main dish and make it really delicious with Miracle Whip salad dressing. And I mean really delicious, because Miracle Whip has such a wonderful flavor, a peppy flavor, a flavor that folks everywhere call just right. It's a different flavor, too, one no other salad dressing has. Try Miracle Whip on the very next salad you make. See how much better tasting your salads are when you make them with the one and only Miracle Whip salad dressing.
You got the speech, Unc?
You bet. Right here in my inside pocket.
Boy, if you lost that, you'd be sunk.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you got to have something to read. You haven't got it memorized.
Well, I'd get up there and say something. I know a few things, my boy. I've got quite a bit of history right at my fingertips.
Yeah?
Yes, indeed. Did you know, my boy, that yesterday was the 85th birthday of one of our closest neighbors?
Oh, Mr. Bullard?
Mr. Bullard, no. It was the 85th birthday of our country's good neighbor to the north, Canada.
No kidding.
That's right. The United States and Canada have been good neighbors for more years than you could count, working together, each contributing to the prosperity of the other. We have the kind of working friendship that should be a lesson and an inspiration to other countries all over the world. All right, George, let's all wish Canada a happy birthday. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Willard Waterman. The show is written by John Elliott and Andy White and is partially transcribed. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Gloria Blondell. Musical compositions by Jack Meakin. This is John Heaston saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday throughout the summer for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Who likes sandwiches? Just about everyone, when they're made with Miracle Sandwich Spread. Miracle Sandwich Spread gives sandwiches a wonderfully different, delicious flavor. Created by Kraft, Miracle Sandwich Spread is made from America's favorite salad dressing, Miracle Whip, and spicy relishes. For quick, easy, thrifty sandwiches, use Miracle Sandwich Spread alone between slices of bread, or use it along with the meat or cheese sandwich filling you like best. Get it tomorrow. Miracle Sandwich Spread.
Tonight, hear the best of Groucho Marx on NBC.